I went insane trying to forget, but I hate myself now that I still want it, and I wasted my time. Must be out of my mind. to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true.
Welcome to EGX 2015 for the Gfinity StarCraft 2 Summer Masters 2. We have got 8 of the very best StarCraft players from around the world fighting it out over 2 days for $10,000. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be exciting. We've got some top talent in the room. Talking of top talent, while we get ready for game number 1, going to throw over to the desk. Lycan, take it away.
Excellent. Thank you, Martin. Welcome to the Gfinity Summer Masters 2 Analyst Desk. With me, I have 2 of the finest in StarCraft, TLO and Bling. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good. I'm pretty tired. It's like the earliest I've been up in a very long time. I guess similar for you because it's, as us pro gamers do, we don't get up very early.
Yeah?
Well, I'm doing fine. I'm not the usual programmer when it comes to
true.
that. But
Exception over here.
I'm German after all. We have to get up early.
Yeah, that belly full of Nando's, that help you sleep?
Definitely did. I definitely did. I'm quite sad that you missed out on that, actually.
Yeah, it was kind of sad too. But was it cheeky enough for you?
If there was ever a cheeky thing in life, I'd say it was more cheekier. It was definitely a cheeky one. It was extremely cheeky, in fact.
Excellent, excellent. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be seeing this weekend for StarCraft 2. Look first at the prize pool and the rules, the format. We're going to see quarterfinals today. It's going to be best of 3, and then the semifinals tomorrow will also be a best of 3, followed by the best of 5 finals. Players today are competing for $10,000. Third place, fourth place going to get $1,250. Second place, $2,500, and then first place is going to take away $5,000. That's a nice chunk of change to be seeing, isn't it?
It's pretty nice. I'm sure Lilbow's got his eyes set on that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been saying that already, straight to the bank for Lilbow. But there are a few other contenders that, in my opinion, can probably be able to maybe pip into the post. So, yeah, it'd be an interesting tournament for sure.
It's really nice for the players because you only need to win 1 best of 3 and you already have over $1,000. You know, you can't talk about a lot of best of 3s where you just get over £1,000
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that makes it interesting as well because immediately something's on the line. Obviously, it's a single elimination bracket, so it's already on the line as you start, but the money as well. That's a really cool factor.
Yeah, it's a great place to start. 8 players, like you said, you win one series and you're in the money, right? So I don't think really most pro gamers can ask for a better way to kick off a tournament. Yeah. So let's go ahead and see what the games are that we will be seeing this weekend. First up, it's going to be Patience versus Psionic. And then followed by MarineLord and Rett. Then we're going to have MyungSiK and uThermal. and then after that it'll be Lilbow and Keen, and it's going to be pretty exciting. The winner, of course, of the first series is going to play the winner of the fourth series, and then the winner of the second series is going to play the winner of the third series. And then tomorrow on Friday, that's what we're going to be seeing. And then after that, of course, it'll be the grand finals. And that's going to be really exciting. It's going to be a lot of great games. We have a lot of awesome players that are going to be showing up this weekend. And I'm very excited. How are you feeling about the overall events that we're going to be seeing?
I'm quite excited as well, actually, because this event it hasn't got WCS points, so it's literally everyone's going to come into it just wanting to win the money. So they're going to be coming out like maybe more relaxed because they haven't got the pressure of trying to get those WCS points. But yeah, it's going to be a fun tournament just because everyone's just going to be fighting purely for the money for once.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and give a real quick recap over the players that we're going to see this weekend. First up, we've got Lilbow, recently off that WCS win. Extremely exciting. Then we have MyungSiK, MarineLord, Patience, Rett, uThermal, Keen, and Psionic. A really great group, a few Koreans thrown in there, some players that are really going to add some excellent intensity to this. And then we'll go ahead and take, once again, a look at the bracket. And we're going to be seeing Patience versus Psionic first, MarineLord and Rett, MyungSiK, uThermal, Lilbow, and Keen. That's going to be our day one, right? That's what we're going to be seeing today. And then tomorrow, of course, it's the winner of Patience, Psionic, MarineLord, and Rett that will face off. And then it's going to be MyungSiK and Thermal, Lilbow, Keen. Those winners will then face off. And then, of course, right after that will be the finals for that $5,000 for first place prize. So overall, it's going to be a very, very exciting weekend. Let's go ahead and start talking about the matchups first. Overall predictions, right? Who do you think is going to take the tournament, Dario?
Well, I'm going to go with the obvious choice, and that's going to be Lilbow. I mean, he's coming off his WCS victory. He's an extremely confident player, and I don't see why what he did back then shouldn't work here. The only thing that, well, Pling and I talked about earlier a little bit is that he's a little bit predictable, and Koreans are very good at preparing, and the bracket has been known for quite a long time. So we'll have to see if Keen counters that, but in the end, I still think Lilbow is the favorite.
All right, Bling, I think we were talking about this earlier. You have a little bit of an against-the-grain opinion about this weekend compared to everyone else. Who do you think is going to take it?
Well, yeah, as we can see on the graphic, I'm the lone soldier going for, I guess the European fans and my friends and Lilbow especially won't be too happy about that because I am European. But yeah, I've gone for the Korean. I've even surprised myself. But I think MyungSiK, I think he's an extremely good player. I think he's probably underrated as well. He's doing a lot better as of late. And I think if anyone's going to beat him in this tournament, it will be Lilbow. But I think head-to-head, MyungSiK's probably going to take it, in my opinion.
Yeah, statistically, Lilbow is the favorite, and of course, apparently with everyone else that's here, except for yourself, he is the favorite. But let's talk about the people that aren't sticking out at the front of everyone's mind. Let's talk about the dark horses, right? Starting off with you this time, Bling, who do you think is the guy that, say, he's not really well known, might show up, or the guy that can show up, and if he decides to today, could take it?
uThermal, man. I think he's an extremely underrated player. I've played him a lot on ladder, as I'm sure TLO has as well, and yeah, he's just extremely good. He hasn't had the results to kind of showcase his true skill and true potential, which is a bit of a shame to me. He's made WCS a few times, but he's never really gone too deep. Mm-hmm. But I think with nothing on the line here, he's going to have a relaxed approach. I think he's really going to bring his A game. So I think if anyone, he's going to surprise people.
TLO?
Well, I'm going to go with Psionic because I think he has a pretty good template in front of himself. I mean, he's French, he's Protoss. That's a good combination nowadays. So if he learned a little bit from Lilbow and in general from the French style of StarCraft, he definitely has a pretty good shot. The infrastructure that is there right now in France, they're training a lot and it's showing in the skill of the players. So, you know, could see another French victory, but probably still think it's Lilbow, not Psionic, but maybe it's going to be a surprise.
Yeah, I think that Keen is going to be my dark horse. Keen is someone that could, come up. He could do a lot of damage, but at the same time, he's in that position of mediocrity. So it really just depends on how he shows up. I mean, he railroaded his way through the qualifiers. TVT seems to be a really strong matchup for him, but we'll have to see how his PvP is going to play out. Yeah. So let's talk about the first game that we're going to see, right? Patience versus Psionic, a PvP. What do you think about the current PvP meta, Bling?
I think it's as crazy as always. It's always been a kind of coin flippy matchup. If you choose the wrong build, you're kind of dead right off the bat. So it's a very volatile matchup. I think if you look at these two players, obviously Psionic's the complete underdog here. But because PvP is such a crazy matchup, and Patience as a player actually, I played him back at Home Story Cup 10, so not that long ago, a few months ago in fact, and his PvP was a little bit shaky in my opinion. I'm not just saying that because I played him and I'm fantastic at PvP. I'm not at all. But yeah, I feel like his PvP is a little bit shaky, and Psionic, he can definitely pull something out of the hat for sure.
Yeah, we were talking TLO with Daishi a little bit earlier. We were talking about Psionic, and he even said he took out Lilbow, Daishi, and one of the other French players. You know, so he's pretty strong right now with his aggression. I mean, he can do that. If he comes here, do you think that he's going to have that same mentality of, oh, okay, it's just a relaxed, land, and I'm going to be able to do well? Or do you think of all the people here that Psionic is coming here a little more aggressive, a little more hungry than the other players?
I would say there's a lot more pressure on him because he's, out of all the people here, he's the one that has probably the least achievements overall that he can show the public, and that so this matters more to him than to anybody else. It could be a good thing, but it could also mean that he might be a bit more nervous. Patience is much more experienced, has played way more tournaments, and in general, Koreans seem to be a little less affected by being intimidated for playing at a live event. So I think I would say it's hard for Psionic because this means so much more to him, but at the same time he hasn't practiced being in that position where it means so much to you yet.
Okay. All right. Well, we're getting ready to get started soon, so we're going to send it off to Martin. Take it away.
Thanks very much, fellas. It's time for quarterfinal number 1. It's time to meet the two guys that are going to start this competition and kick it off in such style. So let's meet player number 1, South Korean Protoss, representing Dead Pixels, Patience. He's going to be playing another Protoss, this time hailing from France, playing for Against All Authority. It's Psionic. Well, they're here, they're ready for business. Guys, good luck if you'd just like to shake hands and get into the booths. It's about to kick off, so who better than to talk us through the action than our main men over on the desk? It's Daishi and Kaldor. Take it away, lads.
Welcome everybody to our first game here of the day, Protoss versus Protoss, as the analysis desk of course already stated. And well, for you it's actually quite interesting. Your dark horse is playing right now, so we have actually one of your countrymen playing here with Psionic, a player that just come into the tournament last second. How do you actually think his chances are to take down his first opponent here, given that Patience of course is the favorite going into this match?
Well, yeah, I took him as my underdog because I know him quite well in France. He has done some impressive results, I would say, 9 months ago, where he took down me, Lilbow, and MarineLord in the same tournament. So we were like the top 3 French untouchable. And he just came and destroyed us and won the whole thing. So I think he can take him down.
Do you actually practice a lot with him, or is it more like a player that sticks to himself?
I don't practice much with him, but I know that he does play a lot and he's willing to do something great, because in France we have that spirit, like everyone's doing great. We have Lilbow, MarineLord. I used to do well as well, and I'm willing to come back. And yeah, Psionic, just like DNS, MT Drogo, they are the French Protoss baguette who are willing to conquer the world.
Well, at that point, he has actually, of course, a chance to prove himself here. We have our Protoss versus Protoss coming up, and I mean, in this case, for Psionic, it's not going to be easy. He's going up against one of the Korean players that we have in the tournament right now. We can see the map boards here as well. We're starting things off today with Coda and go into Terraform. Looking at the maps that you see here, there, and also, of course, the bands. What is your personal opinion on that, and what do you expect what we're going to see here?
I think it's a pretty standard veto. As far as PvP goes, Coda to start things very safely, take a second base and see a bit how the opponent reacts to his own gameplay. Terraform is gonna go a bit nuts. I feel like they are gonna go very aggressive. Psionic mostly, I feel like, and Iron Fortress. Well, we will see if it goes to game 3.
Yeah, well, of course, at this point, we already talked a little bit about aggression. In particular, Coda is, of course, a great starting map. In that sense, they are quite balanced here. And, of course, in this case, we have a Protoss versus Protoss. Bling already talked a bit about the matchup itself, said that it's, of course, really important that you really just, like, commit to your strategy, and you really have to follow through with that. And in this case, it can sometimes be a bit coin flippy depending on the opening here. But right now, of course, we're waiting for the two players to get their stuff ready, and then we're going to go into the first one. And, well, that's only kicking off, of course, the entire weekend. We have 10,000 in prize money here on the line, and the players are going to do their best. With Lilbow, we have another French player. The French on the rise, actually. Like, they're doing really well. And in this case right now, we could, of course, see Psionic already advance. It's a single elimination tournament as well, which is actually quite scary. I mean, it's the first game here, and if you're not prepared from the start to give it your all, you might find yourself out of the tournament before it even started.
Yeah, and we might see 3 French players in the top 4. I mean, why not? Why not?
That would, of course, be the dream. I mean, if you guys can pull that off, then you could give us maybe like one player. We need a few more German players here. We have one on the analysis desk right now, and we have another one great French player also, like casting here, of course. But well, at this point, we have with Coda our first map. We're going to go then into Terraform, and we've already been talking about this matchup here in particular quite a bit. We have now, in this case, as you can see, our game number 1 coming up in just a second, and Iron Fortress would be the decisive map if we really need it. Protoss versus Protoss is going to kick us off today. We, of course, had a few changes with the players here as well. Unfortunately, Bly, who was supposed to be here at the tournament too, had problems with visa. And that's how Psionic actually ended up in the tournament here. So for him, that's, of course, already quite a bit lucky. How do you think you actually prepared for this? I mean, you get, like, your last notice that you have the chance to play here, and you know your opponent already. Do you have any knowledge about, like, his training routine, if he really buckled down and tried to focus on the matchup right now, research his opponent, and really has a good shot at taking maybe Patience by surprise?
I think I don't know him personally, like the way he wants to practice, the way he comes, if he's prepared or not for this tournament. But I feel like as a Protoss, you just prepare your builds, prepare certain builds against your opponents into a tournament, and just come and play them and see how it goes. And then it's a lot about the momentum. Is he going to play well? Is he going to micro well? He's not used to play in front of people and on big tournaments, so I don't know.
Did you actually talk to him here at the event already? Like, did you talk about with him a little bit how he feels? Like, what he thinks this is going for?
I haven't yet. I haven't.
Oh, wow.
I haven't.
Did he beat you the last time you met?
He did beat me, I think, the last time we played.
Resentment right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to talk about it with him, of course, then later on as well. But for now, we're actually starting things off with our first map. As we already mentioned, it's the first time for Psionic here playing in front of an audience, and that, of course, is going to shake up things for him a little bit. But the game has started, so we're going to jump into map number 1 on Coda, where we have our round of 8 match, the first one of the day. And starting to the top left, we have our Korean player already. It is, of course, Patience here, the Protoss player in red on Coda to the top left, going up against the French player at the bottom right. Psionic here, as mentioned before, was able to come into the tournament as Bly had unfortunately visa issues to deal with and could not attend the tournament. But right now we have a French player to replace him from AAA. Patience, of course, playing for Dead Pixels here. And our Protoss versus Protoss to secure the day is going to be a pretty interesting one. We've been talking already a bit about the players. We've been talking a bit about Psionic in particular. But you also have a few things that you know about his style in Protoss versus Protoss and what he usually likes to do.
Well, he likes to go for Stalkers. I think that's a big thing in the French scene. Like, they all love Stalkers. So we have a joke. In France, they just come to tournaments and they say, well, I make Stalkers and I teleport them, like I blink them, and I make money with it. that's all about it, because T-Drogo, DNS, Psionic, and Lilbow are pretty much playing not the same style, but really Stalker heavy. Psionic is the kind of guy who's gonna go Stalker but really early on in the game, and he's gonna try to apply pressure on Patience.
I mean, that's exactly what you also want to see as the audience in that case. I mean, aggression early on, especially when we're talking Blink Stalkers, this is again one of those builds where especially your micro has to be top-notch. If you're not able to just micro these Stalkers perfectly, you're going to lose that game early on and at least have a disadvantage here. In this case right now, we're already seeing a bit of scouting going on the map. Patience in particular has been sending out one of his probes to double check if there's maybe some kind of proxy play. Actually, I think it's pretty smart. I mean, as Patience, you're a Korean player, you go into the game and you're thinking, well, I go in here as the favorite, people expect me to win, I don't maybe really know my opponent all that well, and there is always the chance that you get proxied at some point. So from Patience's point of view, I think it's a pretty smart move to scout out what's happening on the map this early.
I think that Patience knows Psionic though, because Psionic is a kind of player who plays a lot of tournaments online, and he's not on the ladder. He's been around for a while now, even though he's very young. So I think he knows him, but not that much. Like he's not gonna know exactly what Psionic is planning to do.
Well, you get at least a glimpse into the main base already, where we have the double gas down for Psionic already. In this case now, Psionic not even sending out a scout at all, so he doesn't really bother about the scouting just yet. As we already said before, his style is more to go into aggressive Blink Stalker play here in particular. When we're talking about the map, we've already talked a bit about the map when they started here, but Kodai in particular as a player, not only for the Protoss versus Protoss, but your thoughts on the map maybe for the newer players out there that are just watching for the first time here.
Well, it's supposed to be a defensive map, as in you can take a second base very easily, but knowing Psionic, this is a good map for Blink, so we might not even see a second Nexus from him. That's my thought about it.
The Twilight Council is already in the making, so Psionic is going for exactly what you already predicted earlier, and Patience, on the other hand, is heading into a Stargate at the same time here. Of course, Patience hasn't really seen anything in the main base except for the gases. He doesn't really know what kind of tech is going to follow here, and Psionic is just sending that Stalker around, trying to make sure that there is no probe hiding anywhere that could sneak in again to get another quick peek on what the exact tech is. And oftentimes you find yourself in exactly that predicament when you're playing a PvP, that you have to go for one tech without really knowing what your opponent is trying to do.
Yeah, I like it from Psionic though, trying to scout the proxy a bit, not getting surprised by an Oracle, for example. It is going to be an Oracle for Patience. He's going to be willing to scout a bit the base of Psionic and maybe take one or two props. But I would say that Psionic is ahead just by the fact that he went Stalkers. He's going to be ready for the Oracle, so...
I'm really happy with the way that this works out. I love Blink Stalkers. It's always super nice to see an aggressive Protoss player here, and that's exactly what Psionic is going to do. We already have him with the additional gateways. He's throwing down now his Robo 2. And in this case, Patience following it up with the Twilight Council on his own, but that Oracle that we've been talking about, that is already headed towards the base at the bottom right. He's going to get a very early glimpse of the Twilight Council coming in from the bottom left. So having a good look here, and already, of course, the Mothership Core ready with the defensive Stalkers there as well, but at least for now, Patience is very well aware of what's going on in the main base of his opponent.
Yeah, and I feel like Psionic is pretty far ahead if he doesn't take much damage from this Oracle. Of course, it's always going to be a threat for him. Like he's going to have some troubles going out of his base without the Mothership Core being able to photon overcharge. But yeah, we might see him going to pressure the other Protoss here. With an observer, maybe. Yeah,
I mean, Patience decided to fight fire with fire here with his own Blink upgrade on the way. Of course, Psionic is faster, and he has also the superior the Stalker count at this point. Nice vision here for Patience. And we've seen already highlighted by the observer, still that probe up at the top left. Now, Patience is in a position where he hasn't really seen that just yet. So if Psionic is able... Oh, there we go. Starts with the scouting, and I think he's going to spot there just barely. And yeah, the Stalker is already moving down, so we're not going to see that forward pylon here in this position. That would, of course, that would have been the dream for Psionic.
By the way, I love this move from Patience, using the Revelation on the Stalker, because he can know if Psionic is willing to apply pressure on him or not. Yeah. And that's something huge in PvP.
So Psionic currently at 50 supply, actually supply block for a second here now as well, is still completely revealed. And we have in terms of like the Stalkers, or at least when it comes to the Blink upgrade, Patience in a position where he's finally starting to get his own Blink completed, and he has started an expansion, and Psionic is actually going to do the same thing here. Do you really think that he shifted after the the Oracle came into his base and detected this early on, that he's just said, all right, I'm not going to be as aggressive as I planned to, but I'm going to just like take my second base before that?
I want to go deep and say that Patience thinks he's the better player, so he wanted to do some to flyer in it very quickly and scout his opponent to know what he's doing, do the same but better.
Yeah.
Like he saw what he was doing, he went for Blink as well, and he's willing to go to that macro game and just play better than him.
We have both of them supply block now, thanks to the 2 pylons that were just now taken out. And Psionic is moving out, the Blink Stalkers on the way. The Oracle is in the base again, and here comes the aggression. We have Psionic already moving, blinking forward, chasing him back. There is still a sentry on the high ground, dropping that force field, but down to the low ground, that expansion is going to be in quite some trouble. But we are seeing Psionic lose a couple of Stalkers to that force field and the position. Blink wasn't cooldown, and he might not even be able to get that base, especially with the Oracle now, with the Mothership Core now moving in.
Oh, took him down though, that's great for him. The blink forward from Patience, killing one Stalker, maybe another one, nope.
Yeah, I mean, he got the overcharge there, and now that is actually like really tricky for Psionic. He has his own expansion up, but there's nothing happening over there just yet. And at the beginning, I mean, he blinked in, he took one of the Stalkers down, but he went maybe a bit too far, lost a few of his units. The Mothership Core moved in with the overcharge, and then it was quite easy for Patience to defend that. In the main base here, finally also the Oracle taken out, but Psionic is still ahead in overall supply. When it comes to the worker supply, he's also slightly ahead of his opponent, so he's not too far behind just yet. But the Stalker count in general, the tech with all the sentries that we are currently seeing for Patience is of course looking pretty decent for the Korean Protoss player.
And the Immortal as well.
Yeah,
knowing
that's
that
on top
Psionic
of
is,
that.
he loves to make those Stalkers. He's gonna build nothing but Stalkers for like the next 5 minutes maybe. It's pretty insane actually, because he loses one Stalker on both sides. He's gonna blink again, trying to... Nope, not gonna work.
Yeah, well, that Immortal is going to give him quite some trouble here, especially, of course, with the sentries around to protect him with additional force fields. We have a few Zealots in the mix now as well. And Patience is really relying on his double base here a lot heavier. We have, of course, already a few probes shifting over from Psionic main base to his natural too. And the 2 players are both going to head into potential upgrades pretty soon. I think Patience already completed his forge quite some time ago. We have one coming in now for Psionic as well. And once again, he's moving up there, but there's 2 Immortals now already. Now, with a 3rd Immortal even building, Deshi, what do you think about Psionic's Stalker focus here? You've been saying that he really loves to go just like mass Stalkers. Don't you really think that at this point, going just like blindly into blind Stalkers is going to... It's gonna become a bit tricky?
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky and tough, but he loves it, and he's gonna try to go for base trades. That's his plan.
Alright, so once again, Patience, this time blinking forward up onto the high ground. He's of course using the sentry here as well with his shields. And at least for now, forcing Psionic back. And you're right, Psionic is adding additional gateways. He's just getting Blink Stalkers and Blink Stalkers. I'm really curious to see if that base trade scenario works out the way that he envisions it.
You know, he wins games when there is like 5 Colossus on the opponent army and he has nothing but Stalkers. He wins game that way.
Well, he kind of has to prove that now. So far, we don't really see the Bay, but still, the Immortal count is currently, I think, up to 3. And we have now upgrades coming in for both of the players. With the sentries that we are seeing here for Patience, actually for both of the players, they should have the vision. Once again, Psionic is splitting his army in there. He's moving in, trying to control the ramp, going for the first of the Immortals, moves back in the last second. Well done by Patience. And he takes down another set of Stalkers here. Psionic losing 2 during the escape. But in the main base, we still have Stalkers alive, taking down probes.
Yeah, he killed 3 probes for 3 Stalkers in the main base, but that's all right. He's mostly willing to put him out of position and take some critical damage. He's gonna go in again, blink in and take that Immortal, I think. He's focusing it down. And he has so many more Stalkers that he's willing to base trade. That's his plan. And Patience going back.
Yeah, Patience had to move back. He was trying to put some pressure on his arm, but now we had a 20 supply lead for Patience, and it's just gone. Psionic moving away again, and Patience is forced to play passive. At the bottom left, I think he has a pylon there at the least, but we also have that scouted out by now. So once again, we have just like Psionic trying to counteract that. He moves in 2 of his Stalkers, just warps them in and makes sure that at least the probe is dying. But yeah, so far Psionic actually able to make Patience stay in his own base because the Korean Protoss player was just about to move out and try to take down the expansion of his opponent. Well, for now we have once again the blue army just retreating, and he is still trying to pick off 1 or 2 of the Stalkers of his opponent as much as he can. Psionic again in elite in supply, and Patience is now doing that swap into the Colossi. He's trying to get his Robotics Bay in. He adds a ton of additional gateways now, 2, 3, and we're having upgrades on the other hand from Psionic, who's still sticking it out with the Blink Stalkers and trading pretty well against Patience here, sniping another 2 Stalkers and trying to go down on the Immortal. blinking in, taking it out, and he is trading a lot better than I expected here. You're completely right. He's really playing that positional game against Patience, and so far it's working much better than I thought it would.
It's working wonders, and I feel like he's gonna win this now. I mean, he's at 10 supply, he was behind 20 supply. He just does magic with these Stalkers.
He takes his third base behind all of this, so it's just going to be a mass amount of Stalkers. He moves in again, but this time he's taking a bit of a... He has been taking a bit of a beating in this one.
Yeah. I mean, 4 immortals. He has to calm down at some point. But what he did was very smart. He has to wait for him to go out and then go in.
Oh, Patience. I think he's in cooldown on the blink. He couldn't go back, and now he's losing all of the Stalkers. He is trying to rush away with a few of them, and he's able to escape with 4, but he lost everything else. And again, it's Psionic in the lead with the supply. Blinks away, has that third base coming up, and as far as I know, Patience doesn't even know about that third base. He didn't have an observer or anything down there for a long time.
Yeah, I love that move by Psionic, and he's gonna try to pick up that immortal. He takes down 1, tries to blink away. The trade is really okay, I think, for Psionic, knowing that he killed that immortal. Still 4 alive, though. That's a lot of immortals.
Yeah, supply is starting to even out again, and with the third base now also starting to be warped in by Patience. We are seeing, or we're going to see him to try to like keep up an economy here. Doesn't know about the third base of his opponent just yet, but Psionic has been building nothing Stalkers the entire time. The observer count is only at 1 for Patience here, and he's going to try and move over to that third base at some point. But Psionic with those blink stars, he's just so mobile on the map that he's always able to just turn it around and force Patience into defensive position.
Yeah, look at that, 2 more gates from for Psionic. He's not willing to transition.
Yeah, as you already predicted. The thing is, though, it's a really tricky... It's like toying with fire. I mean, you make one wrong blink, you find yourself without a cooldown to blink away in your opponent, and you are faced in a fight, and you might lose the game right there. But then again, if he plays his cards well, he might be able to do massive damage. He's trying to do exactly that.
And the base trade.
Patience is going in, and the base trade is going to happen here, isn't it? We already have the attack against the base, but here comes Psionic moving up that ramp, going straight for the natural. He will have to use, and there it is, use the recall, and now in this case, how is Psionic going to react? He can't possibly fight here against all those immortals, and he blinks away, and he didn't get the kill. He lost the base, but he was not able to take one out, and now he sees the third of Patience.
He killed 2 immortals, though. Very important to take them away. He has the +2, which Patience doesn't have. Dark Shrine coming as well for Psionic. That's interesting.
Is that like the Hail Mary move? I need to make something happen.
When you're behind, go Dark
When
Shrine.
behind Dark Shrine.
That's a rule in the Protoss group.
Well, we have very few observers actually for Patience. He doesn't have a lot of vision, so that could work out in Psionic's favor, who, by the way, is still ahead when it comes to the overall supply. He lost that base, though. So we have a 2-place Protoss player against a 3-base Protoss player, but he didn't really come to work. He kills all of the immortals, every single one. Psionic jumps in. He has the better army. Great upgrades on her side as well.
He's just gonna pick and win.
And he's going to take, yeah, he's going to take at least a couple of additional units out. And keep in mind that that Dark Shrine is about to be completed.
And that big warp in from behind, he's just gonna blink in. I mean, this Colossus is not gonna last for a while. Is he gonna blink in? No.
He could, and he does. He blinks in and tries to snipe, but he goes straight for it. And now he can also start warping in DTs. The Dark Shrine is done. But Psionic is just moving in. Unbelievable. He lost the space, but he doesn't care. The Colossus is already down. GG! And wow, Psionic takes game number 1 against Patience with a full Blink Stalker build.
We called it. He likes to go for Blink Stalkers.
You called it, yeah.
Well, I thought he would transition at some point, but apparently I was wrong.
Well, to be honest, he transitioned into Dark Templars.
All right.
Didn't really use them, didn't have to. But, like, Patience was in a really interesting position there. He was in a fight, and he took the battle, even though he was really down in army size at this point, didn't even have his entire army together. It really looked like he didn't even focus with these units. Do you think he was preoccupied at some other point on the map? It kind of looked like it a bit, at least at the beginning of the fight.
I think it was just very smart from Psionic, because with this upgrade lead and this amount of Stalkers, you're just able to blink in and literally one-shot an Immortal. And I think Immortals are great early game when there is like, 10 Stalkers, because they just do so much damage and they don't die. But later on, when they can die so quickly, I don't know.
I have to admit that I'm a fan. I mean, he builds only Blink Stalkers. He plays that positional game that we've been talking about. He goes for those base trades, or at least tries to, that you pointed out earlier. Patience actually like with a very good snipe against the third base, but one of the problems that he had is even though Patience was on 3 bases, he didn't have that third long enough so that it really did come into play. Like he didn't really get in return for what for the time and all the effort and money that he put into it. So with the army that he was out there, it felt like he felt really safe. You know, he probably said like, all right, I have Blink Stalkers, I have decent upgrade, my +2 is on the way. He's still a bit ahead, but that's fine. I got my Immortals, I have Colossus on the way.
Yeah.
And I have the third base. I should have this now.
Yeah.
And then suddenly that one fight happens where Psionic just blinks in, takes it, has even that backup with the DTs. And to be honest with you, I think those DTs would have done a ton of work. He had, I think, 1 observer, if I'm not wrong. So, like, he could have done so much
anyways.
with that. Yeah. Pretty. I did not think that Psionic would actually come in here and take that lead.
Me neither, but apparently we were wrong. He does wonders with his Stalkers. I knew that, but seeing that right now out here, it's amazing.
That was pretty awesome there. And from Patience's point of view, that's not going to be very interesting as well, because, I mean, we are going into our next map, which is going to be on Terraform, and Patience will have to look at this map much a little bit different. As you said, they are probably familiar with each other and the way that they played before. There's a lot of online tournaments, of course, where we see the both of them. But as you mentioned, like, Patience probably not really someone who really analyzed a lot what Psionic is doing here. He knows probably his style, but not really down to the T. And he seemed a bit caught off guard by what we just saw there. As you can see here on screen right now, we have Psionic, as we've been mentioning, in the lead. A bit of a surprise there for Patience. And I'm very curious to see how Patience is going to adapt to that. Terraform is going to be map number 2, and with the potential third map on Iron Fortress coming up if we need it. But Psionic so far has been looking really well here. Do you think he's going to stick it out with the Blink Stalkers again?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
All right, straight up answer right there. I mean, guys, we have the surprise victory on map number 1, and the second map is starting up as we speak. So we're going to jump into game number 2 between Psionic and Patience here on Terraform, the quarterfinal at Gfinity. Down to the bottom right, as you can see, we have in this case the French player Psionic with a 1-0 lead against his Korean opponent. To the top left of Terraform, there it is, Dead Pixels, Patience, and yeah, Psionic with those Blink Stalkers, I mean, really well played here, and that style works out quite well for him, so I'm curious to see if he's going to do it again. I would love it, to be honest, because the last game was quite fun to see how he acted on the map.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about Patient there, because I feel like he did the proper response last game, and he lost anyways.
How does it affect you as a player? I mean, you've played for like a long time, you're super experienced with like tournament environment in particular. You've been mentioning, for example, which I find extremely notable, that this is like the first real offline tournament for Psionic where he has shown himself. When you attended your first offline tournament, did that really put an additional strain on you, or or were you just able to shake it off and say like, all right, it's another day to off?
I think back then I would have just played another game, like a ladder game.
Yeah.
But right now I think you have 2 options. Either you think that you played bad and you're just slapping yourself and be like, okay, I'm just gonna play better and this time I'm gonna win, or you take a gamble.
As
take a
Patience.
big economic risk, or you cheese your opponent or something. You try to do something a bit weird to take the advantage.
I would believe that with Psionic, as we said, like it's his first offline tournament, winning the first map should give him a massive confidence boost in this.
Yeah, it should. I mean, every time you face a current opponent, you see this flag, and you're like, all right, am I gonna do this? And when you do it, you're like, they're not so good. So, yeah, definitely a confidence boost.
And then you lose the next 2.
Of course.
Well, Psionic, he has, of course, other plans now. He wants to take this one as well. But yeah, the Blink Stalker style, we've been harping on about this, but it really worked out for him, and we could definitely see it again. Talking about the map now in particular, I mean, we've been talking Blink Stalkers. He really loves to do it. How do you value Blink Stalkers here on Terraform compared to, like, Coda or any other map out there?
Well, it's very similar as Coda, but it's even better because you don't have this this choke on the second base. So it's very hard for the defensive player. It's harder than on Coda. So for me, there is no reason for Psionic not to go Blink Stalkers and win this game, because if he did it on Coda, with a proper response from Patience, why would he not win on this map?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Patience is going to adapt to this. I mean, in the last game, what we saw him do was start things off with the Stargate. He went into the Oracle, scouted out what exactly was happening. In this case, though, we are currently seeing him with his second gateway already coming in. So he drops the second gateway here. We had him again with a scout, whereas Psionic did not send out a probe at all. He has now the mothership core to defend for now and also make sure that there's, of course, no scouting going on or anything. So, yeah.
And surprisingly from Psionic,
Who would have thought?
he is gonna go Blink. Might be DTs, but
Do you think he would do that? Going into like early DTs here, do you think he would gamble when he's one ahead? I mean, he could. He has the lead in the series.
that would be smart against an opponent that he knows him, you know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That expects the Blink Stalkers again trying to blindside him a bit.
And just go full DT and, and win the game.
Patience is apparently going for now also well with the Twilight Council and all of the gateways for Blink Stalkers as well. Do you think that Patience by now is just like saying, all right, I figured you out. I'm just going to fight fire with fire from the beginning, not waste any time with a Stargate opening an Oracle. I'm just going to play Blink Stalker. I'm going to play it better than you.
Yeah. I think that's what he thought game one. But he took like a shortcut with his Stargates. He really wanted to know what Psionic was up to, I think. And now I think he has a pretty good idea of what Psionic likes. He likes Stalkers, you know that.
Well, we have already, of course, also the Robo now coming in, so scouting is going to be there for Psionic with the observers. What I'm really curious about is like Patience looking at this. In the last game, he already went into Blink Stalkers at some point as well. If Patience suddenly now says, all right, you know what? In the last game, I tried to transition out. It didn't really work. He outpositioned me instead. Now I'm just going to stick with Blink Stalkers myself as well. That would be funny as hell for us, at least, if suddenly both of them just like said Stalkers it is.
Hey, it's the best for us. I mean, Blink Stalkers Wars, it's just the best. It's micro,
so good, yeah.
so micro-intensive.
And also like the decision making. I mean, you make one wrong move, you underestimated your opponent's just like army at some point. You blink forward, you uncool, and he has another couple of Stalkers coming in. They blink forward too. Suddenly you're in a losing battle. You can't escape anymore. And it's just like it can end the game in a flash. So Stalker was awesome. But for now, we have exactly that shaping up in front of us. We have that second base, much faster, by the way, for Psionic in this case. Super early if you compare it to the last game. But yeah, he's going into the Blink Stalkers, and Patience is actually the one crossing the map.
And I like that. He's confident. He's taking the initiative with this second base. He's like, yeah, come at me, bro. Come and kill me. I have Stalkers, you have Stalkers. Come and watch.
Yeah, he's basically just saying, like, I have the better micro, try to deal with that. Crossing the map right now. Blink is ready for Psionic, and Patience is just seconds away from completing his own. 9 Stalkers against 6, but we have like, well, we had 3 more coming in for Psionic. Yeah, he's at 8 in this case. So
against 8.
Psionic will have to cancel here, probably.
I don't know. He's going for it.
Gonna try and delay it so that he can use the mothership core with the overcharge, and he forces him back for now. And once the base is through, that's all that he needs for now. And it looks like that's exactly what happens. So, yep, there we have it. So now the mothership core can move in and drop the overcharge.
Maybe. Yes, he's gonna blink in at the same time.
Yeah.
There he goes.
And he's taking down 1, and he's also able to snipe the probe and the pylon. That is a pretty sick position for Psionic. He has the expansion. He has killed a lot more Stalkers. And yeah, Patience is of course going to try and catch up. He's already expanding, but he is behind. And this is not going to improve anytime soon.
I mean, I don't play Protoss, but I don't need to play Protoss to know that he is in a lot of troubles right now. He is.
And it completely didn't work out. I don't really feel like he expected the expansion to be this early, and all that Psionic had to do was really delay until the Nexus was up. Then he can use the Photon Overcharge, and yeah,
that's insane. I mean, we're seeing this French baguette going
like,
ham.
This is a single elimination what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
If Patience loses this map, he's out of the tournament. And Psionic is just moving cross map now. He has 16 supply more. He's just going to snipe the base. He's going to push him into a single base play. Patience will not be able to hold on to this one. There's just no way. Down goes the Nexus, the last second cancel as an Immortal, but that doesn't help either. The Immortal might actually be sniped. He snipes the Sentry too. Great value for him. Psionic moves away. He has an amazing position right now. Patience is trying to expand once more. The Harvester count is already 31 to 25. Psionic just time is working in his favor. He's in an amazing spot.
It's so great for me. Seeing him building only Stalkers and winning, like he says.
French hard right now.
Forge going down for Psionic, so he's willing to go a bit longer into this game. Even though he's probably going to try to blink into the main and do some damage. This Stalker is falling. The Immortal.
Oh. Yeah, but he kills a couple of units, and he doesn't even stop there. Goes in, kills another one. Was a pretty decent trade for him. And also, I mean, he keeps Patience on his toes. Patience is just like sitting there. It's like, well, if I focus too much on defending my expansion, he's going to blink in my main base. And again, Psionic moves in, does a bit of damage, blinks forward. He's very aggressive, takes on the first Immortal, goes straight for the second one, and he takes him down. He wins the Stalker battle here as well, does he? Stalker's moving in for Patience once again, but Psionic in a great position here, saving individual Stalkers. Blinking forward once again, and he's going to take down half of the army. It's game over. And 2-2 victory from Psionic. I can't believe it. He takes him down with a 2-0, and Patience is out of the tournament.
Wow. Wow. The baguettes.
Wow.
Nice.
I mean, that was super solid. That was definitely unexpected in such a fashion, but that was crazy good. Psionic with superb play here. And he's able to take down not only Patience, but also make it happen in 2 maps, 2 in a row with the Blink Stalkers. And I mean, that second game, Patience saying, I'm going to be aggressive now. I'm not going to stand here and wait until you come and try and beat me with their Stalkers again. I'm going to show you how it's done. Gets beaten back, the expansion goes through, and Psionic is saying like, all right, that's my game. I'm not going to make a mistake anymore.
Yeah, but, I mean, the second game wasn't even close, to be honest. He destroyed him. He, I don't know, Patience tried to do something. He just removed him from the game.
Going into the series, what did you expect? Like, be honest.
I expected Psionic to make Stalkers.
Did you expect him to win?
No. I thought it would be the first game a surprise.
Yeah.
Like he just kills him, but then he reacts well and beats him. But seems like Stalkers are way too good for him.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been talking about that it is one of his strengths, and that's what he was trying to play here, and it worked extremely well for him. And it felt like, especially after the first game, Patience, well, maybe lost his patience here a little bit, and ended up losing that with a 2-0. So incredible play here by Psionic, and of course we're going to talk to him now directly, because I really want to hear what he has to say about this series. So we're going to give it over to the stage now, where we have Banks already with Psionic, and then we're going to see what he himself has to say about that victory. Moving on now, of course, to the semi-final here on the Gfinity Masters.
Thank you very much, Caldor. We are joined by our fantastic first winner of the day. It is Psionic. Now, first thing I've got to ask you, we all know Patience wasn't happy with a PvP to start off with. Did you go into this with the mentality of, I can just rush him like you? Same tactic both rounds, both Blink Stalkers. Obviously, you tried to tech up on the first game, but you just came through so strong.
I think this style is the style I'm the most confident with. It's probably the style I only use in PvP. I'm one of the only who use only Blink Stalker all game long. It's kind of all in, but sometimes you can blink into even if it's Immortal or Colossi. Like if you have the perfect number or correct number, you can one-shot units. And up until this point, like if it's Stalkers against Stalkers, if he tech, he has less than you, so you probably win.
Now, once you went 1-0 up, what was going through your head? Did you think, okay, now I've got his match numbered, I know what I'm going to do?
I actually felt bad for Patience because he won that game, but he made slight mistakes when he wanted to snipe my observer. He blinked like 10 Stalker or so, and he was trapped, and he lost a lot of them. And by now I was, I think, a bit ahead in terms of the third and maybe upgrades, didn't check. But, well, he lost that many Stalkers that I was like, yeah, if I only do Stalkers, I can blink in and win. That's basically what happened.
Now, we were reading there was a blog from Jorasar. He said the first game, obviously, between yourself and Patience, probably the only game where we could be looking at a serious upset. Now, you guys, obviously, you come through, you've done this now. Thoughts for the future now? You're thinking, oh, you're feeling confident, you've got a bit of time on your hand now, you get to watch the rest of the games. You're going to go plan some stuff out?
Well, I don't know. I think I will watch a bit of the next games, but I will probably focus for tomorrow. I actually felt like I should have lost against Patience because this time I was not playing StarCraft 2. I only started playing when Pewee told me that I will go to Gfinity. So 1 week or so, I was playing another game. So that's, I would say, a big upset. Then I can win against Patience.
Well, that is very interesting. We're going to send it to Lycan and the guys on the desk now to discuss that.
Thank you, Banks. What an incredible series. I mean, I did not expect that to happen at all. PvP can be volatile, yeah, sure, but 2-0 on Patience. What did you think of Psionic's victory, TLO?
Well, I would agree a little bit with what Psionic said, that Patience, maybe he didn't play his best game. Like Psionic himself said, like he hasn't practiced so much. Like he definitely played well, but he played towards exploiting the mistakes of Patience a lot, I felt. Especially in the first game, what Psionic did, in my opinion, should not have worked with the Blink Stalkers only. But Patience got out of position again and again, led single units being sniped out for no reason. So this pure Blink Stalker composition should only work kind of for a base trade, but that scenario never happened. So if Patience just keeps his army together and doesn't make move outs for no reason, he's in a rock solid position. But even from there, he was kind of okay, right?
Yeah, like the thing which actually resulted in him losing that was just his lack of scouting. He was in a great position. He forced the photon overcharge out really, really early with his Oracle, which should never really happen. You should always kind of wait for the second kind of jump back in. You should usually be able to have 3 Stalkers and maybe take 1 or 2 probe losses here and there with the initial poke, but you should be able to defend it with minimal losses and then kind of put on a bit of aggression if you choose to, which he did later on, but we'll get to that in a bit. But yeah, Patience, so it started out really great for him, but yeah, just lack of scouting. He didn't have any sentries. That's really confusing to me. He had the Immortal count. He kind of defended maybe 3 or 4 attacks that kept coming from Psionic, just purely Blink Stalkers, so he knew that was his army composition, so he knew that he was ahead. So there's only kind of 2 ways that you can go from there, which is either tech up, which he did do, or be aggressive, which he did do as well. So he was kind of doing both things, which is a little bit questionable, and obviously when he was out of position, he got caught out a bit. But if he did have those sentries for that hallucination, and the Guardian Shield actually, that could have been pretty effective, but mainly the hallucination, like he would have saw exactly what Psionic had. He would have saw that he had 0 tech, just purely gateway units, and he could have went from there. But yeah, that was kind of his downfall.
Yeah, and then, sorry, even then, Patience managed to move out and snipe the 3rd base of Psionic. And there, after that, he was in a good spot. He was able to recall into natural and defend the attack of Psionic, and was still on 3 bases himself. But then he completely split up his army, and it's like, when you defend everything, you defend nothing, right? So Psionic was able to blink on half the army of Patience with his entire army, and that should just never have happened. Because even if Psionic blinks in the main of Patience, he's gonna lose maybe a Robo or like a few units or pylons, but he should have been able to just defend against it with his entire army together, right?
Yep. Yeah, it was a pretty exciting series. We saw a lot of just great moves out of Psionic. We saw a lot of great decision making, kind of channeling his inner parting with how he made Blink Stalkers work. But yeah,
I think Patience was just a bit too scared.
Yeah.
You know, like he knew that he was the better player, but he was just too scared. And you can't do that in PvP. We spoke about it before. You have to be certain with what you want to do. And Patience didn't do that. And in game 2, we saw that especially. He went for Blink Robo. That is the standard build that you do in PvP. It's the safest build that you can possibly do. And he went for it, which is fine, because so did Psionic. But Patience scouted with his Mothership Core on top of that. I mean, it's completely unnecessary. You don't need to do that. You've already got everything that you kind of need. You've got the Robo for detection. You've got Blink Stalkers just to be safe against any Stargate play. So you're kind of safe against everything already. So going for the Mothership Core Scout, which is going to deny that photon overcharge when you eventually take your natural expansion, which he couldn't even get up. And as we saw from Psionic, he was able to have that in time, and yeah, he defended it and kind of went from there. So yeah, a bit of a shame from Patience because he is such an experienced player, but yeah, it just goes to show that PvP is a crazy matchup.
So yeah, we're actually gonna cut to a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have MyungSiK and Rett. It's gonna be a really exciting series. So we will see you guys soon with more Gfinity Summer Masters 2. Stick with us. Hey, Mike. Mike, you there?
This is Emma speaking. How can I help?
Oh, good afternoon. I'd like to book a table for Saturday
Can we get the map
night. Do you
for the
have a
next
table for 2
next
at
series?
8 p.m.
I've got 5:30 and I've got 9:15.
It was 8, really. The table is for the Liverpool footballer James Milner. I work for the management company that represents him. I know he'd be really grateful if you could possibly squeeze him in. Is there any chance?
We've actually got loads of Liverpool players in on Saturday nights.
Have you?
Yeah, he should go with his mates.
Well, it's him and his wife, really.
Right,
So
just give me a second.
Okay.
And I'll see what I can do.
smashing.
And as if by magic.
Obviously, he's an elite athlete, and there's a couple of requests food-wise because he likes his food plain. We're sort of bordering on the dull, so he doesn't go in for any sort of fancy stuff like salt and pepper. Nutmeg's okay. I mean, James, he's had nutmeg served on him before.
Nutmeg, there's nothing. It's just pure meat.
Oh, that's great. And I mean, he's really into his plain food. I mean, can the chef do something like a baked potato? Is that an option?
We don't do baked potatoes, but at the salad bar we've got new potatoes.
Oh, well, if he could have that in a jacket, he'd like that because that's.
But we don't do jacket potatoes, unfortunately. We're a very high-end restaurant.
Okay, that's great. He does like his desserts as well. Could the chef do something like a spotted dick? I mean,
We don't do spotted dick. We're a Brazilian restaurant.
Oh, but I mean, even something plain like spotted dick without the spots or the dick. You know what he's like. He just
I
like.
don't know what it's like, unfortunately.
Okay, well, look, thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, you've been very helpful. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Gfinity Summer Masters 2 here at EGX 2015. My name is Lycan. With me again, I have Bling. And joining us, instead of TLO, we have Daishi. Just came off the caster's desk. How you doing, Daishi?
I'm doing great.
Good, good. What'd you think, fellow Frenchman kicking some butt today?
Yeah, he's on fire. He just came on the computers back there and he told to Lilbow, hey, I just made stalkers like you and I won.
Allez le bleu.
Allez les bleus. Allez les bleus. Tout à fait.
So we have another Frenchman coming up. Next, it is going to be MarineLord, and he is facing off against Rett. Bling, what do you think of this matchup?
I think it's going to be a close one. It's probably going to be the closest one out of all of the match. I can't remember all off the top of my head now. But yeah, I think it's going to be the closest one. I think Rett's probably the underdog in it. MarineLord, he isn't feeling too great within StarCraft 2 as of late. I think he was a bit vocal after his defeat in WCS that he kind of wanted to take a break, or it might be his last tournament, this one, in fact. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how he approaches it, but I think he is definitely the favorite going into it. I think it'd be close either way, though.
Yeah, what do you think it is about Rett? Rett, he always does pretty well in tournaments, right? He gets pretty far, but he's never been, he hasn't had a really high finish in a long time. What is it about his play that's holding him back?
It's hard to say, because he's been around forever. He has been around forever. He's been around since the Brood War days, and he's probably one of the oldest players, no disrespect to Rett, but he's probably one of the oldest players actually still competing at the minute. So, yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe it's just fatigue. Maybe the age is getting to him. Maybe he just can't be consistent throughout the whole competition or tournament. I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint because when I have played him on ladder and in competitions, and I'm sure you can vouch for this as well, he's an extremely solid player. Like there's no areas where I'd say he's weak at. He's just overall really solid. So, yeah, it's really hard to say.
Go ahead, Daishi.
Well, I think that Rett, if he goes to his game plan, that is a very macro-oriented style, especially in TVZ. So for MarineLord, he's going to be afraid of it. He's insane. Like, if he gets up to 90 drones, he has this technique where he just throws waves of units over and over and over again. And the Terran just cannot take a false base. And that's really impressive from him. Really impressive.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the screen. We can see the recent results between these two players. WCS Europe 2015, the Season 1 qualifier, it was MarineLord taking the series 2-1. But then before that, WCS 2014 Season 3 qualifier, Rett 2-0, and then 2-1 in the qualifier before that. So we do see that Rett has, in the past, done well. But let's also say that, the French, they're on the rise, right? MarineLord is one of those people, along with Lilbow. And tell me, Daishi, what do you think of MarineLord's strengths, and how do you see him coming out of this round?
I think he's just like Lilbow and these other French players, which are Tidrogo, DNS, and Psionic.
You never mentioned Firecake. I noticed that as well.
Firecake?
Yeah.
Oh,
is he
him as well. No, he is one of them as well, actually. I forget about him. But yeah, there are these French players who are coming out, and they're just winning everything. I mean, not everything, but MarineLord, he did some very impressive results in WCS. Well, Lilbow, we cannot say that he's been doing bad lately. And MarineLord, yeah, he wants to be just like Lilbow. He wants to win these tournaments. He wants to, when he goes to a DreamHack, a Gfinity, or any other tournament, he wants to be into that finals and take the whole thing. He's 20 years old. He's willing to beat everyone. He's starting to gather some experience as well because of WCS and other tournaments like Gfinity. So I think it's going to be a very interesting match, like Blink said. It's like the experience of Rett against the wildness, I would say, of MarineLord.
That new kind of fresh, crisp, winning.
Yeah, and I say it. I think there is going to be 3 French players in the top 4.
Okay. Let's talk about maps for a second, right? If we look at the vetoes, MarineLord, Rett vetoed Terraform and Dash and Terminal. MarineLord vetoed Bridgehead and Cactus Valley. I want to know what you think was going through Rett's mind, why he chose those 2 maps for veto.
I think they just want to get rid of the bad maps, right? I mean,
they mostly want to do that.
I mean, in this current map pool, I think everyone can argue that it's a bit weird. It's a bit strange. And I think the vetoes don't really favor too much. Maybe the Zerg wants to get rid of the 4-player maps, but he only went for the two-player map, so it's hard to say. Like, I really just think it's because those maps are just weird. They're weird maps. They don't play out very well.
I think Rett is losing on this map video because MarineLord is one of these talents who just plays mech every time in TVZ almost, and Coda is a guaranteed win, I feel, for MarineLord with mech. He's insanely impressive in a way that he just destroyed Koreans on this map. And I feel like
Let's talk about mech. Mech's a hot topic still.
Let's not talk about mech. I think everyone's seen far too much mech.
Well, we're probably going to see some mech. And do you think that Rett has what it takes to kind of crumble mech? Do you think he's been studying the recent Zergs that have been able to handle it?
You know what? I'd like to think he has. He's in Team Liquid, and Team Liquid, as everyone knows in Europe, they're a very vocal team. They're a very tight team. And he's got Snoot to talk to, he's got TLO to talk to, Mr. Creative himself. So they've obviously been theory crafting, coming up with ideas to beat it, and there are ways to beat it. It's not completely unbeatable. You can beat mech. It's just very difficult to do so. So there's definitely been a few discussions, I'm sure, amongst the Team Liquid guys, and I'm sure Rett's prepared himself accordingly.
Yeah, Rett's always a pretty cheerful guy, pretty nice guy when I get to talk to him. But tell me, Daishi, about MarineLord. Tell me behind the scenes, coming into this event, how has he been feeling? Is he just coming in and like, I'm going to play some StarCraft, I'm going to do some things and see if we get some money?
He's willing to, as I said earlier, to just kick ass wherever he goes. He has that rivalry with Lilbow. They are always, pushing themselves, like saying, haha, you just lost, you're so bad, you're so bad. And of course, it pushes them very hard, and that's why, to me, that's why they are performing so well right now. They always push each other again and again and again, and they're like, if I lose, Lilbow is going to troll me, and it's the other way around for MarineLord. So he's a nice guy, and he's mostly willing to destroy his opponents.
So do you see him being a possible guy in the finals with Lilbow? Do you see that as a potential?
Of course, yeah. He's always a contender now for a victory.
Yeah. So it's definitely going to be a really exciting matchup. ZVT, TVZ with mech and all that. I hope we do see mech, and I hope we see an exciting mech.
Strong words.
I hope we see mech.
Extremely strong words.
As a Terran, I don't mind seeing mech, but I also, as a Terran, I don't like turtle mech. So I do hope we do see a little bit more aggression, that really early active Hellion style.
If we see like a Gumiho style, I'll be happy. Yeah. But I know that MarineLord doesn't do that at all. He will sit there for a good hour and be happy.
He will sit there, yeah.
He'll be very content with that. So.
Yeah, we look at the map pool we have. We have Coda Moonlight, and then the decider is going to be Iron Fortress. Moonlight Madness, that's a map with some back rocks in it. Do you see Rett as the type of person that might try to abuse that?
Of course, yes. He's the one who picked that map. He's forced to play on Coda, so I think in his mind, he's okay if he loses this game, but he absolutely wants to win on the second and third game, and they are good for him. But if he wins the first game, then he's going to be in a total freeway to the quarterfinal, to the semifinals.
With the impending mechaning that we're about to see, if we go to an Iron Fortress map, how does that map help Rett?
It's big, so you have room to show your skills.
That's a pretty good summary of it.
It's a big map, so if they spawn on cross and Rett is able to pull off 90 drones, I mean, I cannot see him not putting at least a very good fight against MarineLord.
All right. Well, boys, that wraps it up for us. We are now going to send it to Martin on the stage, who is going to get the players ready and in position.
Thank you very much, lads. Appreciate that. Aren't they brilliant? Aren't they just absolutely brilliant? Just picking it apart and then, informing you all the time. Well played, boys. Right, let's get quarterfinal number 2 underway. We're going to bring out the first player. He's French. He's going to be playing as a Terran. He plays for Millennium. It's MarineLord. Here he comes. Welcome, mate. Good, stand there for me. Good stuff. MarineLord is going to be taking on a Zerg from Holland, representing Team Liquid. It's Rett. Here he comes. Welcome. Look at the seriousness. These guys are ready. That's a smile, but he means business. If you guys want to get ready, want to shake hands, good luck to the pair of you. So, quarterfinal 1 was an upset. It was an amazing game, and we got off to a great start. Quarterfinal 2, can it live up to the expectation? It probably will. Let's go over to the casters, TLO and Jorasar, and they'll talk us through the action.
Thank you very much, Martin. Welcome to the second quarterfinal here at the Gfinity StarCraft Masters. And, well, I mean, it's hard not to talk about the first quarterfinal. It was a pretty impressive showing there from, of course, Psionic that was drafted in last minute as well.
Well, I mean, it's very impressive, but you can say it's not that surprising anymore. The way the French community, the French players are performing is really inspiring, and I hope it's going to spread out to the rest of Europe, and that we can, you know, have a stronger stand against the Koreans.
There's another opportunity for that to happen now, of course, because MarineLord is playing, and it also means now that we have more French players in the tournament than Korean players.
And that is true.
Which is,
it's 3-2 now, right?
Exactly. It's going to be a very interesting matchup here. Now, MarineLord is going up against, of course, your very dear friend and teammate, Rett here. It's a very interesting matchup. I think on paper, I believe statistically, there was a prediction of 2-0 to MarineLord, but I'm not entirely certain that that situation is necessarily quite so clear. Rett has been practicing a lot recently, and we were chatting to him backstage earlier, and he's basically done nothing but HOTS as well. He hasn't really been playing Legacy of the Void, so I'm really looking forward to what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, Rett can always beat anybody. It really depends on his daily form. The map pool is interesting because we have Moonlight Madness, which is a big unknown. We have a very small sample size on it. On paper, it says it's Terran favored, but I only have 15 tournament games in that, so I don't really know if that's really relevant. But we'll see what happens on that map.
The thing is, even if the map is very slightly Terran favored, it's not like the Terran players are queuing up to play on the map to take advantage of it. So even if there is some sort of a small swing, there just aren't enough games played on it that you can be that confident to say, yes, I would pick this map. Otherwise, Terrans would be picking it all the time, right? We haven't really had that situation yet.
So I'm very happy that's map 2, because we're definitely going to see it. And it's going to be very decisive of the best of 3. So I think we can get started and just go right into the action.
Yeah, I think so. We're looking forward for the game to begin now. I think, so map 1 on Coda, then we have Moonlight Madness following that up. And I believe to finish things off, we're on, I'll get this.
Iron Fortress.
Iron Fortress, that's it.
Yeah, that's
the vetoes were interesting as well, because the analysts were explaining that actually, you know, as a Zerg player, a lot of the time we tend to see the 4-player maps vetoed, and it's been really, really clear that Rett's been vetoing the quote-unquote traditional, like, mech maps. Terraform was out the door pretty early on. So I think Rett maybe, do you think he might have a game plan here against mech on specific maps that he's playing here against MarineLord?
I think most of all he wants to avoid mech. I know that he doesn't like playing against mech so much, and MarineLord is a very formidable mech player, so I think Rett is going to try to push the game in such a direction that mech is as inconvenient for MarineLord as possible.
Sure. And well, we're loading up into game number 1 now. Now, it is, of course, a map that both players have played so often before. Coda, the quote-unquote standard starting map in the current tournament map pool, but also produces a lot of exciting games. We're into the game now, ladies and gents, and spawning in the bottom right-hand position as the red Terran player representing Millennium. It is MarineLord. And he's going up against the Team Liquid Zerg, spawning in the blue colors in the 10 o'clock position. It's Liquid Red.
Well, the nice thing about a map like Coda is there's not really any imbalanced spawns as such. You know, it's a two-player map. There's it's symmetrical. And, all right, we're going to have a quick game here, as it looks like MarineLord might go for some proxy Rexes.
That's well, this could end up being very, very fast indeed. And, I mean, we're going to see 2, I think.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be in 11-11. It looks like MarineLord is trying to place maybe at the 3rd base of Rett. So they're going to be very close. Rett is going to either have to defend perfectly, or he's going to have to scout it. Ideally, he would want to go pool first, but he doesn't have that information right now. So traditionally, usually you go hatch first. And it's very difficult to hold this.
And like you said previously as well, it's possible that Rett's game plan here is to make mech as inconvenient as possible. He's banking that MarineLord is trying to buy time to get up to a comfortable composition. Rett wants to disrupt that, but of course he's not looking to disrupt that at a 2-minute mark. He's going to be trying to macro up. It's going to take him a little while before he sees that these 2 racks are there, and his overlords aren't in position to scout it anytime soon. So this is almost maximum effectiveness from MarineLord but the change of direction on the Overlord?
It looks like he's going to see it. He's not going to see it immediately, so he's still going for not ideal 16 pool, but he's going to be prepared mentally at least. He's going to be able to react with drones. The question is he going to pull drones, or is he going to try to defend just with spine crawlers and links, and then kind of defend with drones at his natural?
Okay, so he's seen it now. The Overlord is in position. It did move out of the way to scout that third base location, almost at the last second there, but we have seen it now. SCV underneath as well, so Rett is going to know the timing of the SCV coming in to build potentially a bunker too. And a couple of, well, just the one drone at the moment, trying to block this right now.
Very conservative bunker placement, trying to conquer the low ground to then go up and climb up the high ground later.
This is a very, very patient build-up here from MarineLord. Rett, of course, he has notice of this now. He knows what he has to do. He's pulling drones from the high ground. Is he going to try and surround and maybe kill off this one Marine before he actually gets too much? This commitment from Rett is quite a lot here. There are a lot of drones.
Yeah, this is not that bad necessarily, though, for Rett, because he's going to potentially get the spine crawler up. If he gets the spine crawler up, he's in a great spot, but he already lost a bunch of drones.
Yeah,
13 workers is still all right, though.
I think with 3 Marines worth of DPS, he can just consistently start to get some of the hit points down on that spine crawler. But now we're sacking a couple of the drones here to try and surround and pick these units back down below the low ground. If he's able to do that and this bunker can't come up, then he might be in a good position here. That bunker gets cancelled, the spine crawler is going to get completed, and now he has to defend it with drones. He doesn't want the Marines to pick that off because then he'll just end up defenseless for now.
This is not over yet for Rett, though. He's down 10 supply, though even though he has a natural up. He's not in the greatest of positions. He only has 9 workers against 14, and the Marine production is going to be constant, while Rett is not really going to be able to replenish any ranged kind of defense. He's not going to be able to get queens. Okay, he's getting a second spine now, but that's not ideal.
Right, and now, what do you think of this decision to send the 4 Zerglings across the map? Because you're obviously having to counterbalance being able to do some attacking damage with, okay, I'm not going to be able to use Zerglings to defend my natural. Is this the correct decision from Rett?
I think it's a correct decision. Those few links are going to be far more effective in the offensive than just having a few more links in defense. It's forcing another depot, to force those Marines back. They would be much more scary in the offensive. So I like this a lot.
All right, and the spine crawler is now within range of the bunker, but of course it's not quite put MarineLord on a timer just yet. The 2 SCVs will be able to repair that for a while. Rett, in the meantime, hasn't been able to get inside the main base of MarineLord, so he has distracted a couple of Marines there, but also bear in mind that the pressure here is still very much on. The Marines haven't been going down in number, and the spine crawler is now under half health.
Yeah, this is tricky. With the Marine bunker micro, he can evade the shots of the spines. He needs to commit with the links now, but I'm afraid it's just not quite enough to really clean up.
2 spine crawlers, at least both of the bunkers are now in range. The spine crawler at the south side, though, is about to go down. It does. There are only 4 lings over there. The bunker in the north will go down, and it's down to 1 bunker versus 1 spine crawler, but the spine isn't necessarily going to have enough time to root here. The bunker's being salvaged, though, so, I mean, MarineLord is getting pushed back a little bit, but the spine crawler is so vulnerable right now. Is he going to sneak into the main base?
Yeah, he'll be able to do even more damage in the main now. Even if he kills 1 more worker, he's in a great spot already. 19 workers against 8. He's getting his second base.
Yeah.
So basically, he doesn't even need to do any damage anymore to be in a great spot.
And, well, I mean, he tried to defend this brilliantly, but unfortunately now Rett down to 7 workers and continuing to drop as MarineLord now starts macroing up back home. He's on 21 SCVs, and soon he'll be on double mules as well. So even if this attack gets repelled, economically, there's no real way back into this game for our Zerg player.
No, and Rett also realizes that, of course. Quick GG.
Well, I mean, that wasn't quite as quick as it could have been, I suppose. You could argue that. Rett did successfully scout the barracks placement with the Overlord. What could he have done differently after seeing the barracks there? How could that game have been different where he'd be able to fend that off?
I feel he went for a strange middle ground. Either he should have pulled a lot of drones very early to be able to pick off Marines just as they come out of the barracks, and just have like 4 or 5 drones at home still mining. Or he should have pulled less drones to his natural, so he has more money to start 2 or 3 spine crawlers at the same time.
Right.
And then just have like 8 drones to delay the bunkers, not to cancel the bunkers, but just to delay and win a little bit more time for the spines to come up.
Would you still send those initial drones to try and cancel the bunker on the low ground, or would you leave that be, continue mining to try and get the spine crawlers up and only try and deny on the high ground?
No, only deny the high ground, in my opinion. I don't think with those barracks positioning, you can actually deny the low ground bunker in that scenario.
Yep, sure. All right. Well, that was a pretty quick game number one in favor of MarineLord. Now, we spoke to both these players before going into this game, and we have a little bit of a video cue to show you guys. We'll see what the players thought of this matchup.
My name is Jos de Kroon. I'm 29 years old, and I'm a Zerg player from the Netherlands.
My name is Alexio Eusebio. I play from Team Millennium, and I'm quite good at this game.
You know, I have a bit of mixed feelings, because I normally like playing against Terran, but he only plays mech and makes turrets and tanks and just sits in his base. So I'm not too excited about that prospect. I'm gonna try my best to find a way to break that down.
Recently I practiced a lot of mech, like for my last WCS season. I didn't do really well with it, and I don't think I really like it. So I can do that, but I can play Bio, and I can play Cheesy, and I can play like everything actually.
I'm always pretty confident, or try to be. But he's also a good player, and as long as I don't lose my patience against the mech style, I might be fine.
I don't know if he practiced a lot. He told me no, but I'm not sure if it's true, you know. Speaking with him, it's funny, you know, we trash a little bit.
A lot of the time in practice games, I do lose my patience, and I just throw everything away, and then everything goes bad. But tomorrow I'm gonna try to stay focused and calm and play the games out.
I think it will be very one-sided. Like, either me will totally crush me, or I will totally crush him, I think.
He's a pretty straightforward player, and so am I, so it's not going to be anything crazy. It's mostly just going to be about who loses their nerve the first, and who can stay calm under pressure.
Well, I think the takeaway phrase from that is that MarineLord just plays mech and turtles. And I think, I mean, that really goes to show, A, possibly that Rett's game plan we were talking about before was exactly what we thought it might be, but also B, that MarineLord was thinking around this and had obviously planned it for this map. So a very unexpected turn of events there.
Right. It's a little bit unexpected, but at the same time, a lot of times a good 2-Rex can tie into really great mech play. So it kind of goes hand in hand a lot of times, because with the 2-Rex, even if you get just a little bit ahead, you can have a brilliant mech transition out of it, even better than a bio transition out of it. So it still makes sense that MarineLord went 2-Rex, but definitely Rett was hoping it's going to become more of this longer game, and that he just tries to be as greedy as possible, then get maybe a timing against the mech.
And now what's interesting as well, like you said earlier, because of the lack of games played on Moonlight Madness going into map number 2, there's not necessarily that clear a sort of like attack path and timing worked out for all the different kind of plays that MarineLord might throw at Rett here. It obviously throws the game plan off for MarineLord if he's just trying to sit back and turtle, and that can play into Rett's favor if he's able to macro up freely. But at the same time, Rett's going to be less used to dealing with attacks on this map. As a Zerg player, is there anything in particular that he wants to be watching out for on Moonlight?
On Moonlight, the main concern is that you have a high ground very close to your back natural and to your main.
Yeah.
So if Terran gets a position there with a tank and maybe a bunker and stuff like that, it can become a little bit iffy. But I think the main thing Rett is thinking right now is, I hope he doesn't 2-Rex again. Or like, if he 2-Rexes, I hope I can defend. Because there's a good chance it worked out great for MarineLord in the first game without any problems. So why wouldn't he do it again?
Yeah, that's a really good point. At the end of the day, if you've been winning games with that strategy, then you can keep doing it until your opponent refutes it. And I mean, we touched on that a little bit at the end of the last game as well. Rett maybe perhaps a little bit overcommitting to trying to destroy some units on the low ground, maybe a little earlier on. That might have bought him an extra spine crawler. A lot of ifs and maybes. But one thing we know for sure is that as soon as either side makes a mistake, either the defense or the attack, the games just end up snowballing really quickly.
Yeah, that is the nature of 2-Rex. It's such a tight matchup within the matchup that one mistake really can, losing one drone more than you should have, can decide the game 10 minutes later, as extreme as it sounds, but that's how it is.
And yeah, just moving in, I mean, we had the extreme version of that, of course, because the number of drones Rett lost was frankly too great by that point.
High, yeah.
But that one drone 10 minutes later, of course, could have been an extra half a round of goodness knows whatever units we're using for a timing later on, so completely taken there. And, well, Rett's being invited to the lobby now. Do we think that there's a chance he'll be switching up his game plan for this map, or if he specifically prepared something on Moonlight Madness ZVT, is there anything you would personally consider trying here?
I think it's kind of unlikely that he actually prepared for that map specifically, because it's so rare that it gets picked in a best of 3. So he's probably just going to go for a very standard kind of opening. What he could consider is to take, usually you want to take the base in the front, because it's closer to your main, and drone transfer to the natural is faster.
Yeah.
But potentially he would take the back base, because that would counter any kind of 2-rex, because then you can defend from your main rather from your natural.
Sure, and well, I think a lot of it will come down to his sort of medium-term game plan, whether he's looking off of his initial bases to be more aggressive, or perhaps to turtle back and try and get to a more sort of ideal army composition and like Game of Drones it up, if you will, and really just try and get that solid economy behind what he's doing next.
Yeah, I agree.
MarineLord's game plan is obviously not to let Rett get into that comfort zone. I think we saw that in game number 1. It would be... I can't decide if it would be really cool and expected or slightly unexpected for him to say, okay, now that I've been really aggressive, I'm going to turtle up and see if you stick to your game plan and both sides are allowed to macro up and go into a normal game. I feel like psychologically, MarineLord has a little bit of an edge right now because he was able to catch Rett off guard. So for that reason, I kind of want to see the Terran player be a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, well, we'll see in a minute as we're going into the game.
All right, ladies and gents, we're on Moonlight Madness for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Spawning in the bottom left position as the red Terran player representing Millennium, we have 1-0 up, MarineLord. And he's facing off against our Team Liquid Blue Zerg player in the top right-hand position. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Liquid Red.
So once again, if there's going to be any 2-rex, we'll see it very soon. In a minute from now, it'll be known to us if this will be more of a standard game. But right now, everything looks pretty normal. I feel like 2-rex in general wouldn't be quite as good as on this map, though, because the way the Overlord is scouting, it's much more direct and a little bit faster than Coda. So he would probably know about it a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, he'd have to sort of... I mean, you'd kind of have to send SCVs around like the watchtower on the left-hand side of the minimap as we see it to sort of get there.
And that would be a very far path. It looks, of the SCV positioning, it looks like it's just going to be Rex. So probably going to be followed up by gas and then just a normal 1 or 2 repo opening.
So Rett potentially, well, he's going to be a little bit relieved after the last game to see that this is going down, but of course he will know that in the back of his mind, MarineLord's looking to go for and kind of mech play off the back of it. Is there any chance, especially on this map where at the end of the day there are 2 entrances into your main, even though we have the destructible rocks, is there any chance MarineLord switches it up and tries to go bio here and goes for a lot of multi-pronged attacks?
I would say this map is better for bio than it is for mech.
Yeah.
Because of the back rocks, Zerg can do quite a lot. At the same time, the 4 bases that are closest to the main, like they are very compact. So as mech, you can defend like this quadrant pretty easily at the same time. Both strategies are very possible, I'd say.
The tricky part, of course, to defending the quadrant as mech really is getting into that position in the first place. Because, of course, moving from one side of your base to the other, from the natural to the third base, is probably going to be the key. And once you've taken your third base, the fourth is not too much beyond that.
Yeah, right. At the same time, because you have the back rocks, it does open up some timings for roach attacks. And the most critical part for mech is to get enough units out before you can get swarmed by mass roaches. Mass roaches become pretty ineffective as soon as you have like 5+ tanks.
Yep.
And some tanking power in front of that. But if you still have low numbers, you're just going to get crushed.
So it is just going to be a standard Reaper expand coming out from MarineLord here. The Overlord from Rett has seen absolutely everything. He stayed to make sure he saw the Reaper come out of the barracks, and he's also had eyes on the natural expansion as well. Reaper almost getting a drone kill there, but getting chased out by the first couple of lings. And, well, the first the first factory, and the reactor is being prepared now. Reaper so far doing a very good job of annoying Rett here, it has to be said.
Yeah, but no drone kills yet, so this is pretty standard. You kind of expect to just lose your lings. Ideally, you want to keep 2 of them alive. And looks like Rett is actually able to. They're going to heal up. It's going to take a while, but they'll still be helpful to block Hellions later on.
Yeah, it would have been frustrating for Rett if he had lost those 2 Lings as well. Of course, he wants them to be able to fight another day, but more importantly, to be able to send them out across the map as scouting units as well, once they heal up a little bit. So now that the Queens are out on the field, that's going to make life a little more difficult for MarineLord from the scouting point of view, and Zergling speed is now on the way for Rett. So all things stable, 25 to 21 workers, and we have got the double Hellion production now coming out from MarineLord.
This is very interesting that MarineLord is getting the reactor on the factory, that's normal, but now he's starting the tech lab on the barracks, and he's not getting a starport.
He hasn't started the starport, yeah.
So this could be interesting. I wonder if this is going to be maybe a factory for that. No, it's actually bio. It looks a lot like it's going to be a 2-base bio push, because usually you don't get Stimpack that quickly. Normally you get either a starport tech or third base.
Yeah,
so
you start the tech lab on the barracks, but obviously after you put the starport down for the Banshee follow-up. So in this case, that's not going to happen. There won't be any air support from MarineLord's army in the short to medium term. And, well, I mean, again, talking about the last game, what is Rett not necessarily expecting from MarineLord here, especially if he sees that both sides are likely to be macroing up a bit? A stim timing could just be the key, especially with the back rocks. I don't think Rett has dealt with the back rocks yet as well. Eventually, he'll probably want to close off that avenue to his main base, but right now it's open, right?
Well, the thing is, the back rock is probably not the path MarineLord is going to go for, though, because it's just such a much longer path to kill the destructible rocks first and then goes through there. Rett is actually playing 2-base Muta, and that can be either amazing against the 2-base Terran push, or you just die before you get anything out. If Rett realizes this is 2-base and gets enough Banelings to hold, and enough Lings, he'll be in a great spot, because then he can pull up with Mutas, and it'll be very hard for MarineLord to ever take a 3rd base, and not to take quite a lot of damage. But at the same time, yeah, Rett can also just die to the push.
Well,
you'll see.
Moving out now as well, and crucially, there's a creep tumor or 2 beyond the natural expansion for Rett as well. That's actually going to really help the slow Banelings if the push decides to move in. So it's good that he got those down early. That's going to really assist his defense against MarineLord. So far, it's just Hellions here, with the Reaper smartly moving up into the main base to scout the tech as well. And Rett, over to the north position now, is taking a 3rd base off the back of this as well. The Spire about 2/3 complete. He will start to have Mutas on the way reasonably soon. MarineLord's not exactly streaming units across the map right now, though, so maybe Rett can buy enough time here.
This is still very transitional by MarineLord. He's getting a 3rd CC. He's probably going to get engineering base soon as well. So he wants to do damage with his first 2 medivacs and submarines and mines, but he's not seeking to end the game. So it'll depend a lot on where the Mutas are.
Yeah.
If the Mutas move out now, and they're not at home to help defend, and also if Rett just keeps making drones now instead of getting a few more Lings and a few more Banelings, that'll decide the outcome of this first push here.
Yeah, the first 2 medevacs, if the Mutas are in a great position to be able to shut that down, I'm going to really like Rett's position, especially if he does, just enough to fend off the push, but more importantly is continuing to get his economy up before that. But, interestingly, the Mutas have chosen to chase the Hellions, so that means that once the Marines move this back, Rett's not patrolling for the medevacs, but he will at least be in a defensive position near the natural. He knows a push is coming forward.
Yeah, this is really good for Rett, because now he knows it is coming. And also his upgrades started about the same time as Terrans, so usually when you go fast Mutas, you have much later upgrades. But first, we'll have to see how this defense goes.
Yeah, the Mutas covering the spine crawl is really nice, because the Marines, the more they focus the spine crawl, the more the Mutas can sort of come in and try and juke and jive and do a bit of sneaky damage. The Banelings are behind, and they are slow still, but at least are on creep. A lot of micro coming out. Good starter stepping from MarineLord. He's going to have to pick up in the medevacs and move out, and that's a cue for the Mutas to come in to try to clean up a little bit. Not quite enough ground support there to make that work, though.
Those mine hits helped a ton, though. They took out all the Banelings, and now a lot of Lings are on production, but they're not quite there yet. So MarineLord taking out quite a lot of Overlords. I like that he's not overcommitting. He's just kind of standing at the choke, doing the damage he can, not trying to do anything crazy.
Waiting for... we have got an overseer with the army, but the mines are about to reset. And Rett moving back into his main base in case we have an elevator in there. But the medevacs, I think, have moved back with the rest of the army now as the 3rd base gets taken. So MarineLord looking to continue to pile on the pressure. I mean, he's got his army still in aggressive position here, but it's now clear that he's going to try and just stay and macro up off the back of this. And the third base for Rett, to be fair, is fairly saturated as well, so he's okay economically.
This doesn't look bad for Rett now numbers-wise, but the biggest problem he's facing right now is that he doesn't have any creep. The creep spread is pathetic because of that push. It delayed everything so much. And with 2-base Muta, usually you have free reign over the map, so you don't have a lot of tumors, but you can spread them out constantly.
Yeah.
But because it was 2-base Mutas against 2-base Terran, it kind of clashed with each other. Now the creep is going to turn into a real problem.
All right. Well, at the moment towards the third base, the Mutas did actually see the army knocking down the rocks. We have a drop simultaneously coming into the natural expansion here. Widowmine's burrowing behind the mineral line. Good reactions from Rett there, pulling the drones away pretty straight away. We have another one inside the main base, and the Overseer is actually on top of it as well. Manages to kill that off, and now the army is coming back into the third base. A lot of Marines here, a lot of firepower. Mutas alone are not going to be able to fend this off.
And Lings are streaming in a little bit in front of the rest of the army. That wasn't ideal. Baneling speed finally finishes, but there's not a whole lot of Banelings on the map. Mines are still in the natural at the same time. They're going to reset soon. This was great play by MarineLord, trying to tear Rett apart from different angles.
I love the usage of the high ground there to land the Marines and just create a little bit more damage against the Mutalisks. Rett's going to have to pull back. At least the Marines are not in the most mobile position, but these mines in the natural, like you said, TLO, are going to cause him real issues. I believe they've already had one more hit. Medevac possibly trying to pick them up. Will get picked off now as well. And I think there was an Overseer there, so those mines are no more. So let's see if the follow-up, which admittedly doesn't look as strong now for MarineLord, is able to do more damage at the third. Ah, never mind. Here come the reinforcements.
The reinforcements are there, and the problem is Rett doesn't have the drone count to really power through and keep up with the macro of MarineLord anymore. He's trying to be offensive with the Mutas, but really he needs them at home now if he wants to be able to hold on.
And yeah, the Mutas being sent out across the map is great if you're able to defend against the counter-attack here. And the Muta numbers, they're down to not very many because there was a missile turret defending at the third base. So they're now out of position to defend this push. And look at the amount of army. It's 93 army supply versus 46. And MarineLord now has a 40 supply lead.
Yeah, this is looking more and more dire for Rett. I don't really know what he can do to really come back into this. The army of MarineLord is huge. It's in a great position. There's no creep spread to assist the units of Rett to be more efficient, and this just looks like game over to me.
Yeah, I think behind all the pressure that MarineLord has been putting up against Rett all game long, his macro just hasn't slipped. And not being able to spread that creep and not being able to get the drones out as well that Rett wanted to be able to keep producing those Lings and Banelings back at home to repel the attack meant that every successive attack that MarineLord threw at him started getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah. Well, as you said, I think the main issue for Rett was that he wasn't very much expecting Mac. 2-base Muta is also very strong against Mac. You can follow up with a roach timing that kills most of the Terran players that go for Mac. But 2 games of Bio, well, 1 game of 2-Rex, 1 game of Bio rather.
Sure.
Caught Rett a little bit off guard, I think.
Yeah, and I think I'm now 99% sure that was just MarineLord's game plan. Rett said in the interviews yesterday, and I'm sure MarineLord knows this, of course, they can play each other a lot of times, that he is famous for meching and turtling. So if Rett's planning to play against that style, regardless of even how the map picks have gone, MarineLord is thinking, what is my opponent not going to expect? And I feel like he was 1 step ahead of Rett there in this series.
Yeah, potentially. That's the beauty if you're able to play both Bio and both Mech. It makes Terran play so much stronger than if you're a Mech specialist or Bio specialist.
Yeah. So that does mean that MarineLord takes a 2-0 victory over Rett here. And I mean, we were looking at predictions before the start of the tournament, and I think everyone except one person was predicting Lilbow as the favorite to win the whole thing. Is MarineLord his next closest competition, given the French resurgence here?
Well, I would say MyungSiK is probably still the number 2 in that, but you know, right behind that, I'd pick MarineLord.
And he's doing very well. Well, I don't want to read too much into this first series and say, oh, he's doing fantastically, because game number 1 was a 2-act and it was arguably a mind game. And the way he maneuvered his opponent psychologically was just really good here. So you have to give MarineLord that. Rett, on the other hand, unfortunately out of the tournament at this stage. But hopefully looking to bounce back soon. I know previously in WCS and some previous tournaments as well, I think in Gamescom, he was losing to a couple of Terran players. So I feel like it's a little bit of a pity if he's shored up his play and he's prepared to see these long games against Mech and he's able to win those. And we haven't been able to see that play style out of Rett today.
Right. Well, it'll be interesting to see what comes soon. Legacy is just on the verge to come out, and he has another shot to show his skill there.
Exactly. Everything's going to get mixed up. We see lots of new plays, lots of new compositions, and the meta is going to evolve so quickly when that pops out as well. But for now, guys, we're going to hop over to Banks to have a chat about how that last series went. Over to you, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, got to start off straight away. 2-0 crushing defeat. We spoke about it. They spoke about it just then about mind games with the 2 racks to start off with. Was that your intention? Because I know we were talking just a little bit before, and you said you haven't been playing so much recently.
Yeah, recently I played only mech, so everyone thinks that I only grow macro game mech, you know. But I can play bio, I can play cheese, and I can play everything, and they forget that. So yeah, just today I bring in 2 racks. I don't bring it often, so yeah, it's working most case. And then second game it was bio, 2 base cheese, so I probably never did that in competition. So of course he didn't expect that, and I won. So yeah, good.
Well, we're now going to be guaranteed that we see obviously a non-Korean in the final. Obviously, Psionic, yourself, you've now made it through. Both of you have now said that you've not been playing too much recently. How do you think the game's going to go between you two?
Psionic?
How do you think the game's going to go between you and Psionic?
Last time he probably beat me, but it was like 1 year ago. I think he's not very good recently, so it should be easy. And then in the final, Lilbow or MyungSiK, I guess, and they are very good, so not easy.
So not easy against the Koreans, but could you be the man that can do it? Because we look at the French scene at the moment, so many good players coming out of it. It's like Stefano retired and loads of little pieces of him spread out everywhere of good players. Do you feel comfortable that you could maybe get in there and edge it?
My worst matchup is TVZ, so I probably will play only Protoss, so I'm confident about that. After it, it's like very good Protoss, so even if it's a good matchup for me, I don't feel really confident, but I know I can do it for sure.
Well, he knows he can do it. We're going to send it back to Lycan and the guys on the desk, and we'll be back very shortly.
Awesome. Thank you, Banks. That series was another quick one, guys. It went 2-0 in the favor of MarineLord. Daishi, talk to me about MarineLord's play. I mean, did you expect that? Did you talk about this beforehand? Did you know that 2 racks was coming?
Actually, he told me he would 2 racks really insanely. I thought he would do it both games, though, but he didn't. I think he played very solid. We didn't expect him to play bio at all, especially the second game. He just went straight bio, but as he said, it was more of a cheese, some kind of a cheese, a 2 base Solin, than a will to play bio like for 30-40 minutes. So he had something planned, I think, and it went very well.
Yeah, we were all expecting mech, and as mech did not happen, I imagine that Rett was also expecting mech, and that probably screwed with the game plan that he had going into the map. Bling, what did you think about Rett's performance, especially in the second game?
It was a bit disappointing, if I'm honest. Like I said before the series started, I was expecting it to be quite close, and it really wasn't the case. I think obviously in game number 1, you can't really do too much about losing to a 2 racks. I feel like maybe he did overcommit a little bit with the drone pool. The initial first bunker was on the bottom of the ramp by the hatchery, so it wasn't a fast push like you can do with a 2 rack. So he did have a bit more time. Maybe just pull a few less drones, keep them mining so he can get those spine crawlers up. So, but you know, 2 racks is hard. It's so sudden. It's so sudden. So if you make one mistake, it's kind of over. And then game number 2, just the lack of scouting. He couldn't get that Overlord in, and ultimately he had to gamble after that. And I guess he assumes that. I guess he assumed that MarineLord was going for a standard, maybe 3 CC play, but obviously that wasn't the case. And the build just paired up perfectly for MarineLord. And yeah, he took it from there.
We saw him making a lot of drones. I assume that was because he had that lack of information, so he was assuming, all right, this is probably going to be a mech game, or we're not going to get 2 racks twice in a row. We can continue to produce drones. We're going to be fine, and it seems to have bit him in the butt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame as well, because when you are 1-0 down, you kind of do have to take risks. You can't just play safe and wait for the 3rd map. So the fact that he wasn't able to scout and he did have to take a bit of a gamble and it didn't pay off, it's sad, because I do like Rett. He's a good friend of mine. And yeah, it's sad to see him go out so early.
Yeah, and now tomorrow in the semifinals, we're going to see MarineLord and Psionic cross baguettes and see how they face against one another. Daishi, what do you think about that match real quick? Do you think that MarineLord's going to take it handily?
Yeah, he's. I think he's at another level than Psionic right now. At least in the French. Yes, he did beat him like 9 months ago, but right now I think MarineLord is not miles ahead, but he's better than him. So unless we see some very, very tricky stuff from Psionic, which we might see, to be honest, MarineLord's gonna take it, I feel.
Yeah, from a Protoss perspective, you know, the power of Protoss, even on the Protoss's weakest day, it still has some tricks up its sleeve. Do you think the Psionic can pull out what it takes to take on MarineLord?
Probably not. You know, Protoss does have a few cheesy builds under their arsenal, but I think MarineLord's just on a different level, and it's definitely going to show. I mean, Psionic did do very well to beat Patience. Obviously, Patience being a Korean, it's no easy feat to beat one of them. But yeah, I think in this matchup, it's extremely difficult for Protoss. I've been struggling a lot in the matchup lately, so I think the fact that he's out of practice, like he mentioned, yeah, he's going to struggle a lot, I feel.
All right. Well, it's sad to see Rett go, but MarineLord advances. Another Forerunner continuing on. We will have a guaranteed Forerunner in the finals now. And with that, we will be back with more Gfinity Summer Masters 2 here at EGX 2015. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
Man, Jungle Football, are you ready for this? Because I know I am. So let's go.
Jack, I want you to draw me like one of your French girls.
I'm flying.
Welcome back to Gfinity Summer Masters 2 for StarCraft 2 here at EGX 2015. My name is Lyke, and with me I have, once again, TLO and Bling. TLO, real quick before we get started, you want to give a little shout-out to your fan club?
To StarCraft Circle Jerk you're talking about?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, of course. They're always on my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real... Okay, if you don't know much about the StarCraft scene, there's our StarCraft, and then there's a real StarCraft Reddit, which is our StarCraft Circle Jerk.
Yeah, just
that's where the real fans are.
Your God is aware. He is cognizant of your existence, and he loves you very much. All right, so we have an exciting game coming up. It's going to be uThermal v MyungSiK, and it's going to be exciting. PvT. It's a matchup that can go a lot of ways that upset people, a lot of really exciting ways. But before we get into the real discussion about the game, let's see a little piece about uThermal. Actually, it's going to be coming up soon.
I play StarCraft professionally for AT Gaming, and my race is Terran. Missing WCS was a pretty big blow to me. I think it was probably the worst thing to happen to my career over the years. Because always I went into WCS like, I'm pretty good. I can probably make top 8 this season, top 16. I could do well, and every time I ended up missing it barely. And I believe this season was the first time where the general public opinion was that I was going to do well. I just came off a top 8 of China. I am China. I was doing really well overall. And, everyone seemed to believe in me that I could do well. So this was supposed to be my season, right? And I'm missing WCS was a really big blow to me overall. I made me really, really depressed even. I didn't even know what to do for a while. Like, the StarCraft year ended for me, basically. No more Heart of the Swarm stuff. Like, Gfinity came around the corner, but that was basically the end of my Heart of the Swarm career for that game. And I really wanted to end it with a big blow. And then as I was watching the streams, seeing people, go to the round of 16, friends of mine reaching round of 8, even winning the tournament in the end was really, like, it was cool to see, but somewhere in my mind it was like, it was supposed to be me, it was my season, and it was a quite depressing event overall. Winning Gfinity on Friday would mean the world to me. Like, I just came back from a long break for me, 1.5 months. I'm about to take a real break, not a forced one, but a real one to help myself, and just like ending that spree of starting the break with a win would be so important to me, and especially because there's so many strong players that people regard better than me, would be a great win to go off.
It's got to be a pretty tough feeling, when you go into a season, you're thinking, hey, I'm gonna go kick some butt, and then you don't make it. And like you said, he had to watch his friends continue on through it. So I imagine that he's put a lot on himself to get here. We talked about Psionic having something to do well. He was talking about he's about to go on another break. Why not make it a high note? And I think he's looking for Gfinity to be that high note. So what do you think are his chances, Bling, of him being the guy?
Well, it's funny because both of these two players are my predictions. MyungSiK to win and uThermal was my dark horse. So whoever loses better win the whole thing. I sound like really bad. But I think, uThermal, I said it before, I've always rated him very highly. I think he hasn't shown his full potential. And I like he said in that interview, I think he definitely knows that he can perform a lot better than what he has done in the past. So, yeah, I think he's going to come into this determined as ever. And PvT, I think his matchup's always been pretty decent, especially when I've played him. So it's definitely doable. I'm not sure who I want to win because I want to get my prediction right. But if he does, I'll be happy.
What do you think, Tilo?
Well, I don't have any vested interest because neither of them are my predictions, so I can be more rational. And I really like uThermal. He's improved so much over the last year, but I think this is a little bit out of his caliber. So I think this is going to be 2-0 for MyungSiK.
Okay. So what do you think about, I guess, the PvT meta? What are you expecting to see from MyungSiK?
Well, I'm not an expert in PvP, so you're going to have to ask Bling more.
MyungSiK's always been one of those players who are just overall crazy. In every matchup, in PvZ, we've seen him in GSL, and he's always come out with these funky, kind of crazy builds. I think in PvT in particular, though, I'm pretty sure he likes to favor the Phoenix style play, which can actually be pretty good against uThermal's style, which is kind of the Maru style, skips on the Vikings, just goes all out gung-ho aggression. So if he does go for that style, I think it will work pretty well against uThermal, but at the same time, maybe uThermal's going to go into it with a different approach, maybe not play his standard game because he knows that he's, I guess, the weaker player on paper. But yeah, MyungSiK's a crazy guy, so I wouldn't be surprised to see pretty much anything out of him.
All right, well, if we can get the vetoes up there, we'll take a look at those and see what maps we're going to go into for this series. It looks like they vetoed Coda, Bridgehead, Iron Fortress, and Cactus Valley. The picks were Terraform, Moonlight Managed, and then the decider, of course, is going to be Dash and Terminal. uThermal taking Bridgehead and Cactus Valley. What do you think of that, TLO?
Bridgehead and... Yeah, I think that's... it was Bridgehead and...
Cactus Valley.
They just like kind of came and went.
Well, I think that's a good choice for him. As Terran, you have a lot of mobility on Bridgehead. It's not that easy for Protoss, right, to defend. You can break down the back rocks, and then Protoss is kind of running around because the bases are structured in a line. So it takes a lot of time for Protoss to go from like the first base to the third base. While if it's more like in a triangle with Blink and Colossus, you can move more quickly, and drops are not as big as an issue. So in general, maps where it's like a line, it's better for Terran. And Cactus, I'm not sure if I like that choice so much. That seems like, in general, like a pretty good map for Protoss. Once you're established, it's pretty easy to defend, right?
Yeah, did he veto? He vetoed Cactus?
No,
right?
that was a veto. That was a veto.
It was?
Oh, now I'm confused.
You're like confusing me now.
All right, well, let's take a look at some recent results. MyungSiK and uThermal played at Red Bull Battlegrounds, the online qualifier, in August 2014. Now that's been a while. It's over a year ago. A lot has changed, but in that meeting, MyungSiK took them 2-1. So if we imagine that the players have stayed on the relative equal footing of skill, and PvT is in a pretty good state of balance right now, I imagine that we probably see something similar. So that could mean that uThermal does have a chance, right?
I think MyungSiK's improved heaps. I think he's improved so much over the past year. So I think the fact that it was close back then, it potentially could be close again. But I think, yeah, it might be a little bit one-sided actually.
Yeah, do you agree, TLO?
Yeah, I would think it's going to be a 2-0.
All right. Well, I mean, hey, foreigners are on the rise, right? We've seen some pretty crazy things come out. Maybe uThermal came here with a plan.
One thing that is going for him, he's got his flag, his nationality. Yeah, actually has the same colors as the French. So maybe he can kind of come together with that and join forces.
Technically, the American flag has the same colors, but I can't remember the last time I saw an American get it.
But it's not the same. Like you can literally just flip. You can flip it, and then it's French. So if he just thinks outside of the box.
Yeah.
So he got my thought. You got my trail of thought.
All right, guys. Well, thank you. We are going to go to the players now. Martin, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Nice one. A little bit of flag debate. Why not? Let's mix it up a bit, don't we? Right, quarterfinal 3 is coming up. Let's get the players out here, get them ready to bring some more amazing StarCraft 2 action your way. Player number 1 is a Protoss from South Korea. Very recently signed for TCM Gaming, as recently as very late last night. It's MyungSiK. And he will be playing against a man who's a Terran. He's the second Dutchman we've had here today, playing for AT Gaming. It's uThermal. Good luck, fellas. If you just like to shake hands, get yourselves in the booths and get ready. Quarterfinal number 3, we've seen some amazing action so far. There's no reason to think that this one's going to be any different. Jorasar and Daishi are going to take you through the action. Chaps, over to you.
Thank you very much, mate. We're getting into quarterfinal 3 now of the Gfinity StarCraft Masters. I'm joined, of course, with Daishi for this particular best of 3. MyungSiK uThermal is actually quite a fun PvT matchup, to be honest. There's a reasonable amount of history about MyungSiK leading up to the tournament, and uThermal has this great story as well, because he was originally supposed to be in WCS Premier League, and he wasn't able to attend due to illness. He is there on merit, and we haven't seen those recent games because we haven't seen those WCS games. So what is he going to bring to the table here? I'm really excited to find out.
I'm very excited as well because he has this this profile of a young player that is willing to do well, just like MarineLord, Aegis, and they are the 3 Terrans, the foreign Terrans, who are showing very good things lately. And I cannot wait to see if he's at the level right now. And as he said in his interview, he wants to take a small break after that, coming to Legacy of the Void just after. And that's very interesting as well, because we all know, well, I was in a break for 6 months, and I know that it's something that brings a lot to the players mentally. And we know that at the top level, it's not necessarily the skill, the APM that makes the difference, but the decision making and the way you think and approach the game. So I think it's going to be very, very nice to see how he's feeling today, and that can lead us to a bright future.
Yeah, I feel like uThermal has a point to prove. You saw that, you know, he's seen his good friend win tournaments as well. You saw him chatting with the other guys earlier. He, of course, is a good friend of Lilbow. He saw the success in WCS, and a part of him must have gone, I wish I was there. I wish I could share some of this glory. I wish I could win. Exactly, it could be me. And he now has that opportunity to try and make it to that kind of position. Admittedly, like, there are fewer players here than there are in WCS, but if you look at the skill here, well, first of all, he has to go through MyungSiK, and potentially he'll also have to go through Lilbow. If you're going to go through anywhere to try and prove yourself and win a tournament, you might as well go through the current WCS champion. Yeah,
that's a tough road for him. So if he does perform this tournament, we definitely have to expect a lot from him in 2016 with Legacy of the Void. That's why, once again, I'm really excited to see what he's going to bring on the table.
And that ends up being very tricky as well, because you have a whole host of players that have already transferred over to Legacy of the Void who are playing it non-stop. So you're going to see that almost balance of power there between the player base at the moment get shifted up once again when the game comes out, have the meta game completely shift almost week in, week out as players start to find their line with strategies. And speaking of strategies as well, let's have a little chat about MyungSiK, because I love this guy to bits, and he particularly came to prominence when we had a really, really nice section of the meta where his Phoenix Colossus style play absolutely stomped the hell out of everyone.
Yeah.
And since that's gone out of fashion, it almost feels like he's gone off the radar just a little bit. But actually, behind it, he's still been posting amazing results against really good players here.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so what is MyungSiK? I mean, MyungSiK, I think, was a lot of players' dark horses to win the tournament after Lilbow. Was he yours?
No, I choose Psionic.
Ooh.
Hey.
The dark horse of all dark horses.
Yeah.
Well, let's...
He's the one.
All right, well, let's continue this conversation a bit, because game number 1 has already started. As you saw from the map screen, the first map is a Terraform, and spawning in the bottom right-hand position as the red Terran player representing AT Gaming, we have uThermal. And there's a little dot moving out across the map. Be very quiet. Spawning in the top left position as the blue Protoss player, very recently signed for TCM Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, it's MyungSiK.
And yeah, to just say there is something really sneaky coming from uThermal here. That's actually very, very cheesy. That's not something that we normally see, so it should be a single barrack trying to slowly push on the Protoss Bay, but it's not something that I've seen work.
This is, I mean, okay, we all know that uThermal is, on the balance of things, a more aggressive player. I'm going to be honest and say I did not predict something quite this aggressive. So this is going to be very entertaining. Barracks inside the main base of MyungSiK right now, looking for that very quick psychological edge and that one-game advantage. Now, MyungSiK, he's still, of course, quite far away from getting a mothership core out. Cybernetics core nowhere close to the horizon right now. This barracks will just comfortably complete. MyungSiK has no reason to scout his main base.
No, last time...
Well, this is a good reason, to be fair.
Yeah, last time this build was done internationally, it was MarineLord against Mana at WCS round of 16, and he got scouted, actually. But it's not the case for MarineLord.
Have you seen it?
Oh, Jesus. He doesn't see it.
I think that's almost as close as you can get to the barracks without seeing it. The first bunker is almost certainly going to go down now as well. The first Marine pops out without incident, and MyungSiK is still entirely oblivious to what's going on. I love the positioning, by the way, with the Marine behind the bunker, so that if he does get scouted, he can pop in and out there and micro his Marines out. And now getting the Cybernetics squad, I mean, that's technically good SimCity, but what's going on here? He is not happy with this.
He sees it, pulls the probe, tries to get the first Marine, but the micro from uThermal is going to be perfect, I feel. One prop down, the second one falls as well.
That is the only SCV.
That's true. Is he going to lose it? 3 props now, 4 props. The SCV is dead though.
Yep.
But the train is coming, I feel.
Oh, wow, yeah, the boys are being pulled as well. That was the only SCV, but it's not going to be for long. 4 more coming out across the map now, and MyungSiK potentially in a difficult position here. Well, potentially in a game-losing position here if he's not careful. Stalker getting chrono boosted out ASAP. That bunker, uThermal really, really wants to complete that. He knows it's really important. MyungSiK pulling all of the probes now to try and get this damage done, but because that bunker originally went down out of sight and finished with absolutely no problems whatsoever, that's going to be so, so difficult. He's hanging around the bunker. He needs it to complete, and he will get it. Marine's inside this bunker, and he's now within range of the Nexus.
I love the way he was just turning around this bunker, trying to buy as much time for his Marines to do damage. And now, well, MyungSiK, 12 supply against 17. He has this one Stalker. Is he gonna be able to pull a miracle here? I don't think so. I mean, there is one Birken hitting his main Nexus and 2 more on the way. uThermal himself just building SCVs and Marines at home. He's gonna win this.
Yeah, there's no real opportunity for Photon Overcharge on the horizon. Of course, nothing of that sort out on the map right now. Just the 2 Stalkers. They're trying to stop the bunkers from going down on both sides. He needs to target the SCV. He needs to target it. Oh, that was about 99%. But are we getting a little bit too excited here? Is this going to matter? Very nice there. Very, very. That's literally a quarter of a second before the bunker goes down, and 3 more SCVs come out across the map. He's not going to cancel that.
So he just has to kill 2 bunkers instead of 3 bunkers instead of 4. He's gonna.
Yeah, that's easy, right?
I love what he's doing. He's gonna try and go for a trade base because he knows that the Marines are slower than a Stalker. So in a situation where he just escapes with a probe and build a Nexus somewhere, or just a building, he might find a way to force a draw.
But there's no probe out on the map right now. It's only the 3 Stalkers. How is he going to get a probe out? He needs to be careful. Every single probe is being attacked right now. I think uThermal knows that if there are no probes, it's unlikely that MyungSiK is just floating 400 minerals right now.
Yes, so best case scenario right now is a draw in the favor of uThermal. He either win or gets a draw because MyungSiK has no way to kill flying units right now.
0. Well, he's got like hero Stalkers.
Yeah,
I think it would take them a while.
Oh,
surround as well, and a Marine. Is he focusing the one on low hit points? He is. Those Stalkers go down as well, and well, 19 versus 8. That's the last shot he had. GG, and AT Gaming's uThermal takes game number 1.
That was impressive. I mean, it's very rare to see that build, and even more rare than see it work.
It takes real guts to do something like that. You're your first game as well, and you're like, yep, one best of 3. If I lose this, I'm out. I could end up look really silly here. And yeah, let's go for it. Why not? Very, very... I mean, you saw his face in the booth as well on the screen just now. Such ballsy play coming out from uThermal.
Well, when you see the way he enters this tournament, I think it was very smart for him because he's not afraid. He wanted to go for a strategy. He went for it. And he just won, so... His confidence must be really boosted here.
Yeah, I think so. We've got I mean, we're now in a situation where it's potentially looking likely, not to jinx anything. We could have like all foreigner final again so soon after WCS. Could this happen?
I'm saying it right now. It's gonna be a France against France.
France versus France final.
It's gonna be Lilbow against MarineLord, I think.
It's a little bit of bias there, maybe creeping it.
Yeah,
but to be fair, the statistics back you up on this one, so I can't even offer a counterpoint. That was... We've seen a story today of players doing what the other doesn't necessarily expect. We even started the day with a PvP where we had Blink Stalkers versus teching up. It looked very reminiscent of Lilbow versus Mana in the finals almost. It's like, well, surely you're teching up into something now, right? No, I'm going to keep going Blink Stalkers. Successfully winning 2 games in a row. We had MarineLord... Rett basically preparing to go in against the long mech game, and MarineLord showing us very quick 2 racks and a bio game as well. And now we have a situation where MyungSiK is 1 game down after being proxied. So
yeah.
I don't even know what to expect anymore, guys. I'm not going to pretend that.
We're not used, guys, to see Koreans lose. That's why we're like, what's happening right now?
MyungSiK is an absolutely phenomenal player, though. Like, something I really wanted to highlight. I think a lot of people... after his GSL loss to SOS, where he lost 3-0, looked at him and thought, oh yeah, Phoenix Colossus is now out of the meta for most Protosses, and he's lost 3-0 to SOS. Is he like on a decline? Was he just in for that meta, and then now he's sort of phasing out again? If you look at his results since then, they've been really close, and he's been incredibly top tier still as far as Protoss is concerned. He's recently lost to Hero by 1 map 3-2, who then went on to lose to Rain 4-3. I'm comparing those 3 players, and I'm like, yeah, they could be there or thereabouts right now. And if you think about what level they're at, that's still really huge. So
they're all scary.
Yeah, man. I still am reasonably confident this series is wide open. And I think Moonlight Madness almost lends itself to that a little bit. Again, fewer maps played between these players. So even though they will have both played, you know, tens, maybe even hundreds of games, who knows, on this map, that probably compares to like thousands of games on Coda or something like that. So this does open up the possibility for something funky happening.
Exactly.
So we're in the game, ladies and gents. It's game number 2 of this best of 3. And spawning in the top right, currently 1 game ahead, representing AT Gaming. Can he pull off the upset here? It's uThermal. He's playing against the blue Protoss player in the bottom left-hand corner, representing TCM, having to win 2 games in a row now to make the semifinals. It's MyungSiK.
All right, so I cannot expect anything right now. I mean, it's...
We've given up, that's
it.
Yeah, I honestly am not sure. And on Moonlight Madness as well, it becomes a little bit more tricky to predict.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
You're not having to deal with the back rocks too much earlier as well, something TLO mentioned earlier. You still have to kill off the destructible rocks behind the third base before you actually get to the semi-open back of the base out there in the middle. So not entirely easy to do that unless, for example, you choose to meta back over it as a Terran or something like that. So the timings potentially can still be tricky early game. What are we likely to see here?
Well, Reaper opening from uThermal, so looks like he wants to go to a more classical game. I mean, why not? He won the first game so easily that right now he can start the series being up 1-0, taking it easy, going for the macro game and see... man, I don't know, try his skills against him.
Well, also... I agree to an extent, because also at the same time, MyungSiK is going to be thinking, okay, I did lose game number 1. There was no way back from that, really frustrating. uThermal played well, but he was basically a scout away from being able to contest that game. So it was arguably like, as long as you don't scout that, it's almost a loss already if the first bunker goes up, right? So I feel like that's going to give MyungSiK a little bit of strength to kind of be like, okay, let's reset, play a calm game, make sure my scouting's all right, and let's try and beat this player in 2 straight-up games. And if uThermal's playing well, that's not going to be easy for MyungSiK at all, but I feel like that's what MyungSiK's current state of mind is.
uThermal started with a Marine. I feel like it's a mistake, a misclick. Oh, apparently not, because we see a hidden barrack behind the second base.
Is this what I... Is he going for a fast tech lab on the second barracks and a concussive shell timing? Surely not.
That would be super sexy.
It would be. I mean...
2011 build.
Yeah, this is the kind of build I still remember. This can't be. He can't be doing that, can he? If he wants to go super all-in, you go to the third barracks and don't put an add-on and just pump extra Marines out of that off of one base. But no, he has got the factory down now. But this is still... This is fun.
Yeah, well...
With the proxy factory coming out now as well.
This build already wasn't a thing anymore when I started the game. That's how early it was played when StarCraft 2 was released.
And we have the Stargate popping down now for MyungSiK. Now, bear in mind, actually, that if, for example, let's say we have an Oracle coming out from MyungSiK and it flies straight out horizontally across the map, or even towards the natural, there's a chance, and it is a chance because it's slightly out of the way, he could scout the factory. It really depends on the angle that the Stargate is positioned, because sometimes you want the Oracle to come in from the south of the natural, right?
Yeah.
If that happens, and he changes the rally point on that, because right now it's going into the main. If he chooses to go to the right of the natural, he'll fly straight over the factory. So we've got some Widow Mines in production now, and rest assured, I don't think those were in existence when we started the game.
So I think the plan is to force Photon Overcharge in the main base, and then push out with the Marines.
He's got Concussive Shell now as well, and the Marauders are coming out, so we did have a tech lab. This is going to be a variant on that.
Or the Widow Mine? No. Okay, it was just.
Yeah, it's going to be joining the main army at full frontal, I think. We don't have a starport or medevacs popping in with this, and here we go.
The photon overcharge maybe on the second base. No, he's coming back with the Oracle. He's going to be able to kill all these Marines normally.
No, two more.
Oh, he takes down the.
That was really key there
the
at
rocks.
the very last minute.
And I love it. Look at the rocks on the second base.
This is bizarre. We're floating the factory into the main base of MyungSiK now as we have the aggression still going down in the natural. MyungSiK resisting, putting down, by the way, the photon overcharge there. And I wonder if he's going to try and tempt the mothership core into doing something, maybe to try and chase the factory away and then have the Widow Mine hit it. But
not enough Marines here,
yeah.
Sadly. He just lost 4 of them. And you guys should know that losing 4 Marines like that, when you're on one base as a Terran, it's not a position you want to be in. Because he's just going to keep on making oracles, and you're not going to have the anti-air to deal with it.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, Marauders are fantastic against Protoss. They're less fantastic against Oracles, it has to be said. We have Widow Mines being produced inside the main base now, and the Oracle not, possibly needing to come back in order to grant vision of some Widow Mines, so he's going to have to move back a little bit as well. Both sides right now, MyungSiK is defending this really calmly, I have to say. He hasn't been any sort of knee-jerk reaction. We haven't seen any probes pulled. He's waited so long before putting out the photon overcharge. I feel like MyungSiK's reaction to this crazy play coming out of uThermal here has actually been really good.
Yeah. Now, well, it's 1 base against 2. MyungSiK is the... I don't know, I don't see him losing right now. He's so far ahead. He has 15 more workers than his opponents. He has 3 oracles. uThermal has no way to deal with them. Maybe a Widow Mine.
You say 15 more workers. I want to give these oracles like 20 seconds, and we'll see how many more workers he has there. This is going to be sick. Guys are moving into the natural expansion, and would you look at that? There's nothing. He can just take out every Marine.
Yes.
There's absolute he can just take this out in GG. I mean, he has to be a little bit careful. The Marines still can focus fire, of course, but 3 oracles is a lot of firepower, man. And uThermal right now, I think he knows that. In essence, he is in a losing position unless his opponent makes a mistake. Like, let's say the Oracles get lost for free and then an attack fails or something like that. But it takes a lot from this point for MyungSiK to lose the game.
And he doesn't know if there is the steam or not, so he might be a bit careful here. The turret finishes, but yeah, come on now, it's
43 to 18.
Oh,
here comes the factory. He's going in for round 2. Maybe I can get away with... No, mate, no, you absolutely can't. And MyungSiK right now solidifying his advantage. 76 to 54 supply, but crucially more than doubling the worker count here from uThermal and the base cap. Can I just point out, Mules are good, dude. They're not quite that good.
They're not quite that good.
Not quite that good. So more units being forced out of uThermal here. Of course, he can't sit back and macro and say, well, I'm going to get up to my second base as well. He's way too far behind for that to happen right now. So he has to go for more aggression. With medevacs now, a follow-up attack at the natural. He has to at least take out a base in the army, but it was already so difficult the first time. Oh my god! Okay. Meta Widow Mine right there. He predicted that after the attack failed. Oh, wow.
Nope.
I'm not sure that's quite enough to win in the game, but that was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was nice for him. I mean, if this kind of shot happened 5 or 6 more times, he might be able to do something, but I don't know. Maybe with these medivacs, but there is Phoenixes as well. He has air dominance. He has so many on the ground. He has an economic advantage.
Yeah, it's
even upgrades maybe soon.
It's continuing to be unfortunate. It's the 11-minute 18 worker timing coming up from uThermal here, and at this point. He can really get into a position where, I mean, he might as well pull the boys for one last attack, but MyungSiK should be able to take that out as well. So there's not too much he can do. MyungSiK already now past the 100 supply mark, guys, to give you an idea of exactly where this is. And uThermal just about creeping up on 70 right now. Not
Army supply, though, it's 48 against 59. So it's really, in terms of economy, that he's behind. But he might try something here and win the game right now. If it doesn't win the game right now, it's over.
Sure.
He's committing everything to this. I'm actually surprised not to see the boys getting pulled.
Well, yeah, me too. I think MyungSiK is doing the correct thing. Even, like, the only thing uThermal can do is build a massive army and win with his first push, right? So what MyungSiK is doing is just saying, even if the army supplies are similar, you have to attack me. I don't have to attack you right now. The longer I sit on 2 base versus your 1 base, the longer I'll simply be able to laugh in it. And MyungSiK now, well, the army sizes are comparable, but MyungSiK's army is still larger. He has got Colossi out on the field now versus no Vikings. He has got Photon Overcharge. I mean, all the odds are stacked against uThermal. secretly, we really want this attack to succeed. Because we want to see some like sick new meta in StarCraft where it's like, don't worry guys, you can kill a
the
Protoss.
Nexus.
Well, I mean, he can snipe the Nexus, but again, the worker count is still 20 versus 47, and I mean, uThermal cannot take a straight-up engagement, and because of the Phoenixes, he can't run away effectively with the medevacs either. They're just going to pick up units and whittle down this army supply, and now MyungSiK has a 30 army supply lead as well. So before, where uThermal could argue, if I take the world's best engagement here, maybe I can win one, I don't really think that's the case anymore.
I think to lose this, MyungSiK will have to move command around his army for like a whole minute.
Yeah,
But yeah, GG.
GG. And MyungSiK, ladies and gentlemen, takes game number 2. And that does mean that for the first time today, we're going into a game 3 here.
I was surprised to see uThermal cheese this game, to be honest.
I thought... I'm not sure what I think about the concussive shell timing, because when you move out across the map, there are so many points at which like that can be spotted. So I kind of like the barracks placement with the concussive shell, and I thought maybe that would work. But when he started proxying the factory as well, I'm not sure if it's obviously not a build that's used at top tier play. Let's get that out of the way, right?
But to be honest, to me what made the game won for MyungSiK is the fact that he killed those rocks on his main base. Because if the Winnow Mine had the possibility to get through and start doing some damage, it's the moment when the Terran just starts to snowball and
yeah, that's
get
a really
ahead,
good
and
point.
the Protoss cannot warp enough unit. He doesn't have any money to rebuild probes and make army at the same time, so he starts to make mistakes, etc., etc. So
and at that point as well, I mean, even if the Widow Mines did get in, bear in mind the SCV count at that point of the game. He would have been able to bring it back a bit, but let's not forget that with the Oracles, he would have been able to limit that damage. I feel like the Widow Mine would have had to do substantial damage, because the Oracles did such a good job of shutting down the Marines before they got there. It made uThermal's army just look way, way too Marauder heavy.
Yeah.
And if he was able to shut down the Oracles before they killed off the Marines and moved across the map, then all of a sudden you're in a seriously scary position.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, 3 Marauders, okay, you know, they do scary amounts of damage, etc. But it was effectively 3 Marauders against Oracles and a Nexus with Photon Overcharge, right?
yeah.
So that got a massive setback. And when you're going for a build like that as uThermal, you can't afford to have those kinds of setbacks. You need to build momentum, and you need to snowball the game.
Well, you know what? He took a gamble. I think he just hoped that MyungSiK wasn't going for this Stargate being done 0-1. Normally the Protoss just go robo because they want to have this quick observer to see and scout the Terran base. I think he was expecting that, especially on Moonlight, having a very passive MyungSiK, trying to play macro standards. And yeah, if he had started with robo, I think that would have been an easy win with this build.
Maybe, actually. He wouldn't have been able to get the attention out in time as well. And
the
like you said,
Oracles did the job. Because he could have just walked into the main, force a photon overcharge into the main, then walk back to the natural, kill the Nexus, and from there you're at least 50-50.
Yeah, exactly. And now we move on to map number 3, which is Dash and Terminal. I've always liked this because the tile set and arguably the location of the bases reminds me of like a revamped, much larger version of Scrap Station.
Yeah, in a way.
So while we're walking down memory lane there, I just like the floating kind of in-space tile set that we've got there.
I actually never played that map. I just watched PODs from...
You just veto it every time.
No, I wasn't playing that. I wasn't playing the game.
No, it's let's put it this way. We don't need to go ahead and analyze all sorts of games on Scrap Station to look at what's going on here. Absolutely irrelevant.
So.
It was good fun though for a little while. I miss my Zelnaga Taverns siege tank pushes.
Jesus.
You're a Terran player. You remember this.
No, I wasn't playing, but I've watched some VODs and it didn't look good.
It was pretty sick, man. Terran's super good. Totally wasn't the map. All right, guys, we're in game number 3. The winner of this game advances to the semifinals of the Gfinity StarCraft Masters. In the right-hand position, representing TCM Gaming as the Blue Protoss, we have MyungSiK. And his opponent spawning in the northern position is the red Terran player representing AT Gaming. Can he pull it off? It's uThermal.
I'm very interested to see what they're going to do this time again. It's so tricky. Like every time you expect something, I even expected the Reaper, seeing like the barrack at 12 and the gas at 12. Normally you would go Reaper, and no, he just goes one Marine and a second barrack with a factory.
Yeah, that was, for all intents and purposes, it looked like a reasonable initial opening. Then we saw the second barracks, and I was like, really? Is this a conk type? And then we saw the proxied Widow Mines as well. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, you might as well go for it, right? So I wonder what uThermal has cooked up for us here. This is, of course, not the first choice map for basically all pro players at the moment. So, again, opportunities to do something funky, maybe, for uThermal here.
But I like this from MyungSiK walling the little path here for the Reaper. So he has to go all the way. It's nice. It's just little things that some Protoss doesn't do. It doesn't cost anything. You just move your buildings. Maybe the barrack will get sniped like at 15 minutes of the game, but it doesn't matter.
And also keep in mind MyungSiK's state of mind at the moment as well. Game number 1, proxy inside your own base. Game number 2, really crazy all in. And MyungSiK will know that he was comfortably won at the end of the game, right? But there might have been one point in the game where he's like, actually, I'm not sure what he's doing here. What's going on?
Yeah.
So he's going to want to play as safe as humanly possible right now. Be super sick solid inside his main base. Make sure he has complete scouting visibility over uThermal at all times and say, look, mate, as long as I know what you're doing, I'll be able to beat you in this game. That has to be MyungSiK's game plan here. And I think the building placement against the Reaper there, like you just said, is a good example of how he wants to be playing this out.
Yeah, and as a player who gets cheesed 2 times in a row, you tend to overthink a bit. On the last game, you're like,
oh dear,
I don't see this and this. It's not normal. Maybe he's proxying something and he's building a command center on hidden base or something. It's you never know, and you are starting to overthink, and it can go very badly. And
well, for the second game in a row, well, actually for the third game in a row, we have a proxy of some description as the factory is going down very offensively around the third base of MyungSiK here for uThermal. So he's going to give a shot at something similar once again in this game. But I don't think now we have a second barracks. And certainly not one with Marauders already on the way. So it's a little bit different this time on Dash and Terminal.
Yeah, but I'm really interested to see what uThermal is going to follow this up with. It's a Starbox. Okay. Wow. I've never seen this build, actually.
Right. So I wonder if this is to squeeze an extra Widow Mine out as we see the Stargate coming down there. So the idea is...
Yeah, by the time the Medivac is out, you have 2 Widow Mines.
Yeah, so if you're... Exactly. If your factory's inside your main base and you're rallying the... the medevac out, then when you pick up the Widow Mines, you kind of lose the production time from the factory, if that makes sense, because the medevac's already moving out across the map. So I wonder if that's something here.
Oh,
but
Helium. Oh, wait, he doesn't have the gas to make two Widow Mines here. That's why.
Was that a mistake?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I mean,
it fits perfectly. Like if it drops, I don't know actually.
You know what? Because it's uThermal, and because he's like, it looks like he's just doing this stuff so much, I actually want to say, oh yeah, he's totally planned this out. He knows exactly what he's doing. MyungSiK losing a probe there, but of course does see the attack incoming. And
well, he probably knows what he's doing, but the thing, I don't know what he's doing.
A Stalker is going to be able to start up a little bit against the Marines, and I like this response from MyungSiK. He's saying, right, you're doing something crazy again. This time around, let me go ahead, Chrono Boost out this Oracle, and I'm going to absolutely decimate your mineral line. There will be no longevity in this attack here. So
it's going to work.
Well, time will tell if this ends up working at all. We've got uThermal now moving into the main base. We've got a drop going down while the Marines are harassing the natural expansion as well. Mothership, of course, still stuck behind the 2 bases here, and the Oracle is now getting to work inside the main of uThermal as well. Keep an eye on that work account, because it's about to drop.
Oh, the bunker as well. He has nothing to defend in his main base. This is horrible for a Terran player, not having anything to answer.
The Oracle's out of energy.
He's out? Okay,
he's out of energy.
Nice.
So that's it. All right. So that means uThermal, yes, he's on 16 workers. He's completely defenseless against the Oracle. The Oracle has no energy. This is...
The Nexus is going to fall as well, in the natural with the bunker.
Yeah.
And this Widow Mine, okay, 3 probes again. That's good. The Nexus is going to fall.
uThermal's now gone down to 11 workers. So we've had a little bit more now. There we go. That's cleaning up a little bit. And I think if he stayed on 16, that would have been really interesting, especially because the natural is about to go down. But with the second Oracle here from MyungSiK, uThermal is down to 8 workers. And, you know, for the second game in a row, Daishi.
Oh, no photon overcharge yet. Is he going to be able to make it? The Widow Mine is going to shot soon
No
on the
way.
Oh my god,
That splash damage hurts so much. If the Stalker actually just almost last hit at a couple of those Marines,
He's trying to fight this with just the Lone Stalker and the Mothership Core, and he's going to be able to repel this attack. So at the end of that, uThermal did a lot of extra damage to MyungSiK here. The worker counts 10 to 11. We're moving forward in this game, but how does he respond to the oracles that are still out on the map?
Okay, so both players doesn't have much workers now. How is it gonna end?
So the issue now, I think, is both players don't have many workers, but MyungSiK still has a way to attack the remaining workers of uThermal. uThermal is going to struggle to attack the remaining workers of MyungSiK, and I think that might end up being the deciding difference here, because MyungSiK's continuing to probe up, and uThermal is still just struggling to contain inside his main. But wow, again, with the aggression, not enough Marines, though, to overcome Photon Overcharge.
And he just lost all his SCV and 2 Stalkers just walking into the main base of uThermal.
He's got mules. He's got mules.
And GG.
No, That was a crazy game to finish off a crazy series there. After going 1 game down, TCM's MyungSiK manages to turn it around with a 2-1 victory over uThermal. I still think I really liked uThermal's game plan.
I loved it until game 3, because I think going 3 times in a row in a cheese, I don't know. One game you gotta play macro, I feel, to just make him tilt in his head.
Yeah, it's extra meta.
Extra meta.
No one does this 3 times in a row. Surely not. You see the occasional like GSL style mind games, 2 racks in a row, old school days, and it's like no one would ever do 3. I thought that 3rd game was really interesting from uThermal because offensively, at the end of the game, he actually got more damage done than I thought that the build would. And he managed to do a tremendous amount of damage. He just didn't have an answer to the 2 oracles that were still flying out across the map. And if you remember, he did put down his natural command center. So he tried to put it down next to his existing. Imagine if he changed up so that he actually had some more defense at home.
And
I mean, it's
eBay,
easy.
for example.
Well, yeah, it's easy to see that in hindsight. But he did have enough forces out on the map to take out the natural nexus. And with the Widow Mines and Hellions, after pushing up the ramp, he actually killed off quite a lot of probes there.
Yeah, he did kill a lot.
So
10,
it was,
20, yeah.
Yeah, it was really, it was like 22 to 18 workers killed very close to the end of the game. It was very back and forth there, and I feel like with a couple of tweaks, uThermal might have been able to make that work. And I think when it comes to these kind of series, you can only respect that MyungSiK is such a good player. I wonder if part of it was uThermal thinking, if I constantly play in a way that it's impossible for my opponent to expect what I'm doing, that gives me the best chance to win the series.
Yeah, but I think it just took the right decisions over and over. For example, flying the Oracle to the main base instead of trying to defend. I think it's a wise decision, and it's what makes them so great. I mean, that's why they win. They take the good decisions.
You need to be able to make those decisions under pressure as well. It's all
Under
very
pressure.
easy when we're sat here observing, or when you're looking at a replay and you're going, oh yeah, you just fly it into the main. But when you're just on that vision, you have to make that split-second judgment, and every second counts. Being able to make those decisions on the fly, like you say, is just so important. And that does mean now that we're not going to get an all-foreigner semifinals as well, unfortunately. MyungSiK, though, is through now, and he's going to be playing against the winner of Lilbow and Keen. Now, this is going to be interesting. I know you're already predicting a France versus France finals here, but what do you think about Keen's chances against Lilbow? Do you think it's going to be a close match?
I think 80-20 for
80-20.
Lilbow, yeah.
Based on current form. I mean, a lot of people, I'm sure, would agree as well, based on his current form. We'll have to see in just a bit, though. For now, we're going to be heading over to Banks, and I'm sure there are a lot of good, fun things to say about that crazy series we just saw.
Thank you very much, Joris. So, yes, I am joined by our winner. Absolutely brilliant game, but obviously you started off, got the proxy racks came out, completely took you off guard. What was your first feelings when that happened? Were you completely shocked? Did you think you could come by it and take him on? What was your thoughts?
이제 경기 이긴 거는 축하하는데 첫 번째 게임에 그 본진 배럭을 했을 때 좀 당황을 했었던 것 같은데 그때 기분이 어땠었나요? 한번 설명해 줄 수 있나요?
사실 그 빌드가 못 보면은 못 막는 빌드라서 원래 거기를 정찰해줘야 되는데 제가 첫 게임이기도 하고 이제 비행 시간도 있고 해서 게임을 많이 못 해가지고 거기를 정찰 못한 좀 기본의 문제가 있었던 것 같아서 좀 저 자신한테 좀 화가 많이 났어요.
So there was a build order. If you didn't scout it, you can't hold it. So unfortunately, I didn't scout it, and I think it was because I am still a bit tired, and because of my flight over here to England, and I think I was a little bit upset after that because it's such a basic thing to scout your main and check for proxy, and yeah.
Well, he definitely won't make that mistake again. And obviously going into the next couple of games, uThermal stayed so aggressive. By this point, had MyungSiK worked out that it was just, okay, I know this is how he's going to play, I'm going to play back, play it defensive? Or was he still on the back foot, but did he still worry?
다음 경기 때는 좀 수비적으로 하면서 안전적으로 한 것 같은데 첫 번째 경기 영향이 있었던 건가요? 아니면 다음 경기는 일부러 원래 했던 대로 하는 건가요?
첫 번째 경기를 제가 상대 스타일을 잘 모르는 상태에서 경기에 임해서 첫 번째 경기를 해보니까 좀 안전하게만 하면 이길 수 있겠다고 생각이 들어서 두 번째 세트부터는 안전성 위주로 게임을 했어요.
Yeah, actually, after the first game, I thought if I play very defensively and very safe, I should be able to win against this guy. So that's what I did.
Well, it definitely worked out. Now, he's going to have to face further on tomorrow, either the winner of Keen versus Lilbow. Obviously, we know the story with Lilbow. Does he fancy his chances? What's he thinking of? Who would he rather face?
이제 내일 다음 경기는 릴버 선수나 킨 선수를 상대하게 될 텐데 릴버 선수가 요즘 뭐 WCS도 우승하고 엄청 기세가 좋은 선수인데 그 선수에 대해서 뭐 생각이 있으시면?
사실 릴보라는 선수를 잘 알지 못해서 실력도 어느 정도인지 잘 모르고 그냥 그분이 뭐 WCS를 우승했더라고요. 근데 그래서 그분에 대한 평가보다는 그냥 우승자를 이길 수 있는 기회가 있으니까 열심히 해서 이겨보고 싶어요.
To be honest, I don't know that much about Lilbow, but I know that he won WCS, and that's a really big thing. So, but on the other hand, I don't really worry about it. I see it as an opportunity to win against the champion. So I'm looking really forward to play him if he qualifies.
Well, that's great to hear. A very confident MyungSiK. We'll find out how the next game's playing out and how he's going to deal with that. But we'll send it back to the analyst desk now for a little bit of discussion.
Awesome. Thanks, Banks. We are back with TLO, Bling, and myself. I think throughout the entire tournament, that is going to definitely be one of my favorite series. It was absolutely exciting. Before we get into the in-depth analysis, I really would like to know what was your favorite game that we got to see, TLO?
I think I like the last game the most because it wasn't as straightforward. The first game was just obviously Thelman's going to win. The second game, kind of the opposite. The third game, I felt if uThermal would have done tiny deviations and Mike could a little bit differently, he could have won. So for me, it was the most interesting to watch.
Yeah, what do you think, Blaine?
Yeah, I've got to agree. The other games are pretty straightforward. First game, just complete. I wouldn't say build order loss, but obviously, like MyungSiK said, if you don't scout that, you can't really hold it. Game 2 as well. Bit of a misplay from uThermal, in my opinion, and TLO mentioned it as well. It just seemed like maybe I guess he hasn't practiced that build too much, and you could see that because he didn't take into consideration that Oracle could be a factor, and he didn't have enough Marines with his kind of main group, main army with his first initial push. So obviously that Oracle did pick off way too many units and kind of snowballed from there. So you could kind of tell that he hasn't practiced that as much as maybe the other builds. But yeah, game 3 was pretty cool. You didn't really know which way it was going to go. It started off good for uThermal, and then maybe a few misplays, like TLO said, and kind of went in favor of MyungSiK.
Honestly, I think the biggest misplay was not bringing the Widow Mine with the main army, because that build it's an older build, and you bring an early set of, like, you usually only have 2 Marines, 2 Marauders, but you get concussive shell usually with it, and you have a Widow Mine, right? You can either force photon overcharge. If an Oracle comes, the Widow Mine's going to take care of it.
My second map?
Second
map. It's a very strong build, and it hits at a very awkward timing, especially for a Protoss that not only goes Oracles but also fast expands.
Yeah. See, the thing with that map in particular, he was kind of banking on MyungSiK not killing those destructible rocks in the back of his base there, and because when you've got an army in front of your natural, right, you're not really paying attention. You're not. If you see Marines and Marauders, for instance, you're not really going to expect a Widow Mine walking up, at the back of your base and kind of getting in your mineral line. So it was good that he kind of done that anyway without knowing what was actually coming. So that was definitely good for him. But yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for uThermal. But yeah, there is that variation, like you said. I've played against it a few times. And both of them are strong. Both of them have their weaknesses. But yeah.
MyungSiK, you know, after that first game, crossing his T's, dotting his I's, making sure to take out any kind of variability. And by doing that, Roxy does that. TLO, on the first game, it was just a ballsy play right out from uThermal. And it was, what does it take? What goes through your mind as a pro gamer where you think, this is how I'm going to start off a series, especially against someone that is favored against you?
Well, I feel like at this tournament, because it's standalone, it's like not as high risk as, let's say, doing the WCS where you basically ruin your entire season. People are more willing to take a risk like that. It's one best of 3. You're playing against a really strong opponent. You know, why not screw the favors towards your end by playing ultra risky? If you know, let's say, you have only a 20% chance to beat them in a straight-up game, it's better to play 3 games where you have a 50% chance of either winning or losing. That seems like kind of like a stupid thing to do, but if it's the probability in the end is higher for you to win by quote-unquote luck, or more well, I'd rather call it probability, that's the right decision to make, even if you end up losing, you know, maybe it was still better.
Yeah, it seems like uThermal, he came here with a plan. I imagine that those builds were already in his mind. He was thinking of each map. The one thing that I didn't like about uThermal's play was on the third map. Again, that game, it might, you know, you guys were talking about it being a little more straightforward in what he was going for, but he really left himself open to defend, no defense really for those oracles. Do you think he should have done something different to continue the same path he was going, but kind of account for the oracles?
I don't think that's possible if you do that build. Like, by default, you're not going to have any defense against Oracle. What I did like, though, is he made that proxy factory, and I feel like immediately when the first mine comes out, he should have sent it into the base of the Protoss. And then also he did a little bit of mismicro here and there. When eventually the Widow mine was in the mineral line, it shot only 2 workers that were mining gas rather than retargeting it to get more workers in the mineral line. And then also later on, he shot his own Marines with his Widow mine. And I feel like even if he has those 5 Marines not being at 5 hit points, but at 45, maybe he can even win the game there, because there wasn't really much defense.
Yeah, so I mean, the games were close. The second one, yeah, it didn't work out, but he actually had, you know, a really good plan that could have done something well if it had been executed a little differently. The first one, you know, he took a risk and it paid off. The third game, that actually is an older build that was really popular summer 2014. A lot of the Koreans were doing it, which was the proxy Widow Mine medevac. You drop the first one, like you said, TLO, and then you move on from there, usually with the fast expand. But when you do that, it gives you that early scouting and allows you to build a turret if you need to.
Yeah, so. It's strange though. Like I feel like with the pre-match video of uThermal, he kind of wanted to go out with a bang kind of thing before his initial break, and I thought he would have just played straight up. Like I said it before, and I'm kind of confident in his skills, and I feel like he is too. But he didn't really showcase the kind of what I'm used to seeing. It kind of showcased a bit of a cheesy style, which obviously didn't go too well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would have been nice to see him play it out a little bit more standard. But as Dario said, probably his best chances were in the kind of short and sweet games. So yeah, it's understandable.
MyungSiK now goes on to the semifinals. Do you see him as a player that's gonna go far in this tournament?
Yes, I do. My favorite. So I guess that's a good thing, because uThermal was my dark horse. So I wasn't sure how well he was going to do, but MyungSiK, yeah, he's on track.
Yeah,
and I was the only one on the lone soldier, so still good.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to play the winner of Lilbow and Keen next. I assume you agree with your expectation of Lilbow taking that series, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, when we come back, you will see Lilbow versus Keen. But until then, stick around for more Gfinity Summer Masters 2 here at EGX 2015. We'll see you shortly.
camera. They can see.
See that? Good pace, lads. Good pace. I'm done.
Money shot.
The fire makes the city look so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay
Welcome back to the Gfinity Summer Masters 2 for StarCraft 2 here at EGX 2015. My name is Lycan. With me on the desk, we have Daishi and TLO. We're getting ready to go into our final series of the day, guys. It's going to be Keen versus Lilbow. I'm pretty excited. How about you?
A baguette playing, I'm always excited. And it's Lilbow, I mean, who cannot get excited? He just won WCS. Everyone wants to see him play right now. And I've seen him play in privates, and he's insane. He's very, very good.
Yeah, Lilbow just off the back of a WCS win. Let's take a little look at Lilbow.
My name is David Lilbow Masqueto. I'm a StarCraft 2 Protoss player, playing for Team Millennium from France. Well, I'm at Gfinity I feel like it's just a small tournament. It's not as big as WSS, of course, but it's still very important to do well in this tournament, just to have the experience and the money, of course. So I'm just I will just do my best to win it. Yeah, I think these kinds of tournaments like Gfinity, Go for any small online tournaments that anybody can participate in are pretty important because you get a lot of experience when you play against pro gamers. You really see how big the gap is or how close the gap is between you and him. And I think it's a good way to practice, way better than ladder if you can. After I did mana in WCS, I just didn't know how to feel pretty much. Like in the first 10 minutes I was quite happy, but then suddenly I got a little bit sad. Just because I was like, yeah, okay, I win WCS. But it's like when you finish a Pokemon game after you beat the league. You don't, like there is nothing else to achieve after this. Obviously I will stay being a pro gamer, but it's like, I can't really win BlizzCon, like, it's not really doable, so it's like I don't really have any more big objective since I achieved it. I've achieved this one, so.
Yeah, he achieved the WCS Season 3 Finals. He was the victor. And now, I mean, he does have BlizzCon coming up for him, and that's pretty exciting.
I didn't see this interview before, and that makes me smile because I know him, and I know that he does think that he can win BlizzCon to me. In his heart, he knows it. And he has the skills, so when he said that for him, there is nothing more than WCS Europe to win, International to win, I think he knows that there is more. It's called BlizzCon. And yeah.
He did say, I think he said he doesn't want to just be, a good player. He doesn't just want to get to BlizzCon. He wants to take BlizzCon, and that's the attitude you have to have, right, TLO?
I mean, that's the attitude that got him there in the first place, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Because Lilbow is that guy who just really, he's similar to Stefano, I think, in that sense. Like, he doesn't care, he just believes in himself. He doesn't care what people say, right? He just plays to his best.
Yeah, he's just willing to be the best, and for him, whether it's the people who are watching him, the people who interview him, anyone, he doesn't care. Like, in that way, it's a bit like Stefano, but yeah, I think he's a very special guy, and he's always willing to not only be the best, but show to everyone that he's the #1 in Europe. Maybe not the world, that's maybe not what he's aiming for, but he's the #1 in Europe like Stefano used to be, and he wants to be like that for a while.
Yeah. So let's look at the game at hand. We have Keen versus Lilbow, right? Keen is a Korean player, but we've seen that Koreans aren't anything for Lilbow, especially recently. So there's the definite chance that he could take it. There's a likelihood that he is going to. He's on a hot streak right now. So if he brings that kind of energy that he had at WCS Finals, today could be a really great day for Lilbow. But Keen is that kind of player that if he decides to show up today, he could take some games off Lilbow and perhaps move himself into the semifinals. TLO, what are your thoughts? I know you selected Lilbow as a favorite to win the tournament, but obviously going into the match right now, what do you think we're going to see? Are we going to see a 2-1 or a sweep?
Well, I think it's the strongest matchup of the tournament, Keen Lilbow. And not just because Lilbow is the best, but also because Keen is pretty strong. 2-1 is probably the more likely outcome. I don't think Keen is going to go out with a fight, or if Lilbow loses, it's going to be quite close.
All right, well, if we can see the vetoes real quick, we'll try to check out what maps we're going to see the players play on. So we have Coda, Cactus Valley, and Terraform. That is what we are going to be playing on today. Tell me, Daishi, what do you think of Coda?
Well, for the matchup, it's a pretty standard map. Everyone plays it. Everyone doesn't mind playing it. It's very normal, but to me, what really matters is the state of mind of Lilbow. I don't know if it's just bored and he's gonna cheese all the way and blink Stalker and destroy Queen 2-0 with it, or he's just gonna play his defensive style, very, how to say that, very methodical about the build and the way he approached the game. And if we see that, it's gonna be a 2-0 as well, but a slow one.
Yeah. All right. What about you? Do you think that today's game is going to be that we're going to see a lot of action from Lilbow, or I feel that he's the kind of player that he could get torn apart with a lot of multitasking?
Well, it'll depend a little bit. And I'm looking at map statistics right now a little bit, and the first two maps are Terran favored, and the last map is Protoss favored. So everything else aside, if Lilbow makes it to the third map, he's in a really good spot. Cactus Valley is great for Protoss, and I don't know if Lilbow can be torn apart by multitasking, because a lot of times Lilbow is the one who's putting the pressure on rather than the other person can, right? So even it's hard to get to that stage where you can out multitask him because he's very unit heavy. You can be out microed if you go very macro oriented at fast nexus, fast 3 base, and then you don't have enough units to be everywhere. But usually Lilbow is the one who has the units, and the other guy is the person who wants to have the economy.
Daisy, I heard the groan of disagreement. So, you know, Lilbow's, he's got that killer instinct. He's very good at the aggression, like TLO was saying. But your thoughts on his multitasking?
Well, first of all, you ask if we're going to see good plays today. We're going to see amazing games anyways, because I've seen him play last week in an offline match for our company, and it was just mind-blowing again. He just knows what to do, when to do it, with a really proper Korean level micro and macro. So that's what I'm looking for about this game, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, guys. We're going to now take it to Martin, who is going to bring our players onto the stage and send them to their booths. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. It's time for the final quarterfinal and the final match of today's Summer Masters 2 for StarCraft 2 here at the Gfinity stage live from EGX 2015. Let's not waste any time. We'll bring the final two players out. The first player playing as Protoss from France, representing Millennium, and the current WCS champion, it's Lilbow. Welcome to the stage, my man. Yes, exactly. Look at that. Little tickle of love for you. We've all been there. Player number two, we're playing as a Terran, South Korean, representing Prime, is Keen. Good luck, fellas. If you'd just like to shake hands before you head off into the booth to do battle. There they go. Final qualifier of the day on the way. And I'll hand you over now to our two exceptionally talented and good-looking casters over there. Look at them. The women are going crazy for them backstage. You've had to keep them back with the broom. It's Bling and Caldor. Over to you guys.
All right, boys. Our next game will come up in just a bit, and of course you are pretty excited about this match right now. You actually had MyungSiK as the winner of the tournament, the only one who did not go for the Lilbow train hype. And yeah, right now, what do you think? Is he going to make it, or will Keen actually be the opponent of MyungSiK in the next round?
It's going to be close, you know. The fact that MyungSiK said that he never really heard of Lilbow kind of scares me a little bit, because I think Keen's probably not really heard too much about Lilbow either. So he probably hasn't studied him. And Lilbow's a player that you need to study. If you don't study him, his style is going to catch you off guard. I spoke about it a little bit before. His style's a little bit predictable, but he's very good at what he does. So that's why he keeps winning. But yeah, if you don't know his style, it's going to be kind of tough.
So what would you rather see? Would you actually rather see MyungSiK, the player that you thought would take it, going up against Keen against Lilbow in the next round?
You know what? Like, if MyungSiK goes all the way, I'm going to be happy because I got the prediction right. But at the same time, if Lilbow does it, you can't not be happy. I mean, he's just come off a WCS victory. He made back-to-back WCS finals, and if he goes on to win this, it really just reassures his dominance.
And I mean, especially when we're talking, of course, to his French companion here, when we're talking to Daisy, I mean, Daisy is full of praise. He was been talking the entire time how good Lilbow actually is, and that it's absolutely insane how he can play. He showed during WCS, as you already already mentioned. But there's a lot of trust, of course. And the French doing really well these days. I mean, Psionic with that first match that we saw today when he took down Patience with the 2-0, that was already pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's strange that the French, are they the new Koreans? Is that what it is? I mean, you go into a tournament these days and you don't look at the Koreans anymore. You look at the Frenchies, and yeah, it's fun to see. It's different, but yeah, it's definitely something new.
It's actually quite interesting. And I mean, right now we have another Protoss player who could make it here. Lilbow, of course, with the victory at WCS, already a huge step, huge accomplishment for him. And it's only the start for him here. We have Keen going up against him, a Korean player, Terran player, strong player with a lot of experience there as well. And of course, he has to prove now that the Koreans here at this tournament are not... Well, it's actually only going to be MyungSiK if Keen loses here. With Patience already out, a lot of people were looking to the Koreans as well as Lilbow. Patience is out, MyungSiK struggled a bit, you could argue, dropping that first map, and right now Keen in a matchup where he might have a few problems on his own.
Yeah, and that will mean Daishi is also correct on his 3 Frenchies in the semi-final prediction, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I think Lilbow going into this, obviously he's come off a really good win. He's come off the WCS win. You can't really get much better than that other than BlizzCon. So he's just here for the money. So he's really going to be gung-ho about his kind of play today. So whether or not he wants to kind of sit back and play his kind of macro-ish style that he goes for, or the kind of old aggressive style that he used to go for.
Well, we have the maps on screen once again. Of course, as already mentioned in the analysis test, we're going to start things off with Coda going into Cactus Valley and Terraform. Which of these maps do you really feel Lilbow is going to be the most confident on?
I think he's probably going to be most confident on Terraform, to be honest. I feel like Coda, you can get picked apart by Terran players, and I think Keen's probably... I haven't seen him as of late, but he's always been kind of an aggressive player, like most of the other Korean Terrans. So I think Coda's a good map for Keen if he can kind of get into... well, just get a bit of momentum, rather. Cactus, same kind of applies. Lilbow, in my opinion, will probably have to play pretty defensive. But then onto Terraform, where counter-attack possibilities are a lot easier for Lilbow. So I think if it does go to that final map, obviously it is a little bit scary. It's down to that final game, but it is a good map to kind of finish it on.
Well, he's definitely one of the players that can already finish it before that, but then again, as you mentioned, Keen is really aggressive at times, and of course with this bio, he's going to try to put a lot of pressure on Lilbow here as well. The game has actually started, and we're going to jump right into it. Starting up to the top left, we have our Terran player. Starting in blue here, it is Keen, of course, and he is going to try and take down the WCS champ. Starting to the bottom right, it is Lilbow, the French player here. And of course, a lot of eyes are on him after that big victory at WCS, especially Daishi is going to, of course, cheer for his countryman here. And Lilbow, I mean, talking about Coda, you already talked about the maps a bit. What exactly do you think we can expect from the Protoss player in particular in that one?
Well, Lilbow was kind of known for, I guess, a little while, not too long, but he was known for a little while for just going for these 3-gate Stalker plays, sometimes skipping the Robo and actually going for the 4th gate. But he was known for a little while, like I keep saying, for his aggression. But in WCS, we saw him kind of take a step back and go for the more conservative style of play, and he's really kind of showcased how good he is at defending 3 bases, which is the hardest thing to do in the PvT matchup. If you defend well on 3 bases, then you're pretty much set up for a victory. If you don't take too much damage, you can go into the later stages of the game and be in a pretty good spot.
If you would play Coach Bling again, as you did at former Gfinity, then your boy would be Keen in this case. What advice would you give Keen?
No, I can't go back on Parting. Parting's always my boy. I'm only going to be Coach Bling for him. But yeah, it's hard to say because we don't actually know if he's studied Lilbow or not. And if he has, then I don't...
That was weird, right? With MyungSiK actually saying that?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really expect that. If you go into a tournament with 8 players and then suddenly you hear that one of the Koreans doesn't even... Like, he knows that he won WCS, but he hasn't really scouted out his style. You would expect him to do that. In this case, I feel Keen has to, right? I mean, he knew from the beginning that he would face off against Lilbow. It would completely blow me apart if he didn't actually, like, watch a couple of VDs at least.
Yeah, I think it's just that Korean mentality. They only really care about other Koreans. They know that they're kind of better than foreigners, but obviously that's not the case because Lilbow is beating them here and there. But yeah, so maybe he has kind of researched about him a little bit. Obviously, it is a single elimination bracket, so he knows that this is like kind of the one shot he's got. He doesn't want to come all the way over from Korea to England and lose because he didn't really take the match seriously.
That looked a little bit the same way when we're talking about Patience. I mean, Patience against Psionic, it's maybe a bit... Well, it's a bit special since Bly, of course, was originally supposed to be the opponent of him. But if you think about it, according to Dej, like, this is the style that Psionic loves, that he always showcases. So that was something that he was absolutely not prepared for. And preparation might actually, in this case, be a bit of a disadvantage for them. And usually it has been the strong side of all the Koreans, that they were always prepared going into these tournaments to take down their opponents specifically.
Yeah, see, I guess it's kind of changed a little bit, which maybe is better for Lilbow, I like to think. But one thing already is Lilbow hasn't chosen to wall off. So this Reaper that's initially coming in right now, it's not going to really have any difficulties in scouting the tech or just seeing what he wants to see. So a bit strange from Lilbow, because usually it is kind of mandatory just to throw a little wall in there. It's not really, it doesn't really hurt you doing so. So a bit strange that he didn't do that. But as you can see from Keen, he's choosing to be aggressive with that proxy factory, which is a bit strange to me.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Keen has been someone who's played very aggressively for a long time. I mean, over in Korea, still there, we had him with a lot of really interesting bio pushes as well. In this case, he throws the factory out, proxies it to the right side. And Lilbow, so far, is of course none the wiser. Hasn't really sent out any scouting just yet. We have him still being scouted by that Reaper, who's also, of course, occupying him quite a bit. And yeah, how hard can that actually hit the Protoss player?
It can hit extremely hard if it goes unscouted. And I think Keen's probably done his homework, you know. I think Keen's obviously respecting his opponent a lot by going for this build, but at the same time, he's probably picked up on the fact that Lilbow really doesn't like to scout too often, and as we can see, he's a bit in the dark and he doesn't know this is coming. So if he doesn't get this robo down pretty soon, he's in for a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, Starport is already on the way. We have Blink now started for Lilbow. Of course, you would expect that robo to be thrown in there even with the Blink Stalkers. We've seen that play by Psionic in the past in the tournament here in our first best of 3, but so far he hasn't really added anything just yet. We have 2 bases for both of the players right now, just trying to get the saturation going, and still no scouting on the side of Lilbow. It's just protecting the second base there and has no idea of what's coming.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared for him actually, if I'm honest. I spoke about it a little bit earlier when he did used to go for this 3-gate aggression with the Stalkers and sometimes skipping the robo and going for that 4th gate. But the fact that he's throwing down these 2 gateways before his robo, that's going to slow his detection out even more.
Yep.
And the fact that the factory and the starport are both proxied, it's going to be a bit tough for Lilbow. We're going to have to see his crisis management. He does have a healthy worker lead, though. That is the main thing. So even if he does lose, say, 5 or 6 probes, he's still going to be ahead. It's not going to be ideal, but as long as he doesn't completely die and crumble to this aggression, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, he definitely got his chrono boost in for the worker count, and there we have that already. The Stalker is also chasing the Reaper, and here come those Widow Mines. Pretty decent spots there. So far, he didn't really lose any of them. Only 1, and that didn't even kill anything. So that was actually, like, well done here. Only 1 lost so far, but we still don't have the Observer out on the map.
That's pretty good, though. The reactions were good. There was a little bit of a distraction up front, but he paid attention to the minimap and he saw the Widow Mines come in. So the fact that he's still got a 10-worker lead, that's pretty good. He needs to pay attention, and I hope he does. I hope he paid attention to when the Widow Mines actually went off, because then you can calculate when they're going to go off again. And as you can see, pulling probes preemptively, so he's going to minimize the losses. As you can see, only losing a few there. And that Widow Mine might get another shot off, but just the 1 worker kill. So 3 workers in that kind of wave, but defended pretty much, yeah, it's pretty much perfectly. And now he's susceptible to this counter-attack, which, as you can see, Lilbow's kind of seen this opportunity.
It's actually pretty sick, considering like how late his Observer was. He had 3 Widow Mines against him, and he only lost 4 of his probes, and that is pretty darn good. But already Keen with the defense back at home, he realized that this didn't really do as much damage as he was hoping for. Setting up 2 bunkers here makes him safe against the Blink Stalker attack, at least for now. But of course, with vision on the high ground, he could use that as well. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Jumping in, taking down the Marauder, and just walking past those 2 bunkers that we have there. Even with all the defense that Keen threw in, he now suddenly has a bit of a problem. Once again, the Stalk is blinking down to the low ground. Even more units dying, though, at the natural of the Protoss player at this point, losing 6 of his Harvesters, but at the same time, he's doing a significant amount of damage here to the natural.
Oh, and at the same time, though, Widow Mine in Lilbow's natural actually filled, yeah, he actually killed off 6 workers there, so a bit of an even trade. But as you can see, Lilbow's got 10 workers. He's going to get those Stalkers out, which is nice. He didn't fully commit to that, but he did see an opportunity, which was actually really cool, because there were 2 bunkers initially at Keen's natural base there, so what does that tell you? That the Terran's player is scared. He's not going to have many units. So what he done is walk up with those 3 Stalkers into the main base, and obviously saw an opportunity and pounced on it. So he did do a good amount of damage there, but as did Keen. And again, he's keeping it up again.
And this time he doesn't see this. Another 6 probes go down. So as good as Lilbow's original defense against the Widow Mines was, the last 2 really got a lot of damage in 12 probes in total on those. But as you already said, the Protoss player with the jump into the main base did a lot of damage. And considering that Keen really put a lot of resource into that defense with 4 bunkers in total, that was actually quite nice to see how much Lilbow could really achieve there. He didn't lose too much with the Stalker jumps. He killed off not only Marauders, but also, of course, the Harvesters. He lost in total 4 of his Stalkers and 16, of course, probes, which is the big deal. At this point, we have both of them at the exact same worker count, more or less.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame that he took so much damage to that kind of second wave of Widow Mines after he did initially defend the first wave so well. But his tech's pretty good. I mean, Keen's only just getting his reactor on his starport, so Vikings are probably going to be a bit far away. He might not even choose to play that style. He might go for the kind of Maru style that most Terran players have been playing, and especially on this map, as it is pretty strong. But Lilbow's first Colossus is on the way out, his +1 attack, and there could potentially be a timing. And this observer that's coming into Keen's base now, if he actually scouts this third, which he doesn't, he's going to go actually scout the main third to see if he's actually been a bit greedy and put it down there. But if he does come back and scout that, he might, you know, Lilbow has done in the past, seen opportunities and gone for it.
Yeah, at this point, Keen is still playing like pretty defensive, throwing in a few missile turrets now as well. Does not really know what's happening down to the bot right, but we have the first, I think, 2 Colossi right now. The first one was just there. I think he already had 1 out. So we have him just like dropping around with a few Stalkers at this point. Of course, trying to hope and jump blink and to blink in to do a bit of damage if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, and Lilbow's just continually warping in Stalkers. So although he just finished his +1 attack and he is starting that +1 armor there, I feel like he's probably going to go for a timing. He doesn't seem like he's going to take that third anytime soon, and he does have a lot of money, so he could definitely throw that down. But the fact that he's warping in so many Stalkers and he's continuing to do so, I feel like he definitely does want to be aggressive. Whether or not he commits to it is another story.
Yeah, I mean, he has definitely the army count at this point, but we also have Keen with a lot of units out there already, and that production in Vikings has now started. We even see him complete the second starport, or he's about to at least. And he's still relying also on that drop play. We've seen it with the factory, just trying to sneak in every now and then to maybe get another Widow Mine into the mineral line, which didn't really work out for him. But once again, Keen is just trying to keep the pressure up so that Lilbow cannot simply go for his own style of play. And with that drop now moving in, the Terran player could potentially do quite a bit of damage, and he buys him also time to get even more Vikings out so that he can meet a potential attack of Lilbow.
Yeah, maybe Lilbow's misjudged the situation a little bit. I think maybe he feels like he took too much damage from the Widow Mines and he lost maybe too many workers, and he's playing a bit reserved. I feel like he definitely could have taken his third base by now, because I think he's just basically scouting out his opponent and waiting for him to take his third. As we can see, he kept kind of sending in I think it was a probe or something. He kept trying to scout it and kind of figure out what his opponent was doing, but I feel like he was in a good position to do so. He's still got the over minerals, so it's definitely still a possibility. But as we can see, moving across the map with this huge army, and Keen's actually in a pretty good defensive position, but the Viking number is only at 7, so he needs to be pretty careful with this.
Yeah, the Vikings are still in position. The drop, by the way, didn't really do too much. Keen was already spotted out. There's still a cannon in the mineral line of Lilbow, and he also has kept a few units behind for the defense. And that drop is actually spotted again, and the Stalkers can take it out. Nice blink, sees an opportunity, jumps on it right away, takes that out, even is potentially going to take down that factory, which is, of course, is going to relieve a bit more potential pressure and also deny Keen additional scouting.
Yeah, so I really like this move from Lilbow. He was kind of testing the waters a little bit. He went in there just to see if there was an opening, and there really wasn't. He had 2 bunkers set up, he had turrets, which if the Colossus went in range of would have dealt a ton of damage. So he saw that he wasn't able to kill his opponent, he's backed off, defended that drop, and now, I guess, getting ready to receive this incoming attack from Keen.
Yeah, Keen is starting to push farther out on the map, and he's also dropping a couple of turrets on the map now too, and he is, of course, establishing himself that third base that we saw built in the main already earlier. And Keen is doing a pretty decent job here. Upgrade-wise, he's currently going for the second attack upgrade.
Yeah, he's doing well, and Lilbow, that's one thing that he needs to keep on top of, because he was in a pretty good position in terms of upgrades, but now he's kind of put that to a halt, and he has access to it, but he's just chosen not to. But it might be because he's just purely going for this time, and as we can see, ahead in army supply, and now that the fact that maybe Keen's army isn't out of position, but kind of poison in front of his army. But these workers to the east side, yeah, they're a bit stranded.
Yeah, they're basically just playing hide and seek right now. That third base also got more or less abandoned. I mean, Keen just like pulled it back for now. Lilbow has still not committed to a third base, so he is currently on 100 and roughly 30 army supply. He is ahead in that regard, but he also needs to make make something happen with this, or either take his third base. Do you still think that he can, or is he by now really so fully committed to an attack that he needs to do damage with it?
He definitely can. I mean, he's going to be at 200 supply soon, so he probably wants to do something with that army because it is so Stalker heavy. And as the game progresses, Stalkers just become less and less valuable, believe it or not, because they're actually a pretty broken unit early on in the game. But as we can see from Keen, actually scanning the fourth
Psionic
base.
would disagree.
Yeah, Psionic would definitely disagree. As we can see from Keen, though, he actually scanned the fourth base of Lilbow because he doesn't really know what's up. He's like, this guy isn't attacking me, but he's not taken his third yet either. What's going on? So the fact that Keen's really on top of this shows what kind of player he is. He's definitely a high-level player because he's not overthinking things. He's just playing safe, playing what he's tried and true.
He's covering all his bases for sure now. He made sure that there's no base out for Lilbow because, as he said, he must have been wondering at some point, like, what exactly is going on here? Why is he not attacking? Why is he not taking anything? But Lilbow is actually going in, and he gets the entire... Oh, that was amazing. He gets the entire work away for close to 15 in total. Could have even killed more there.
Yeah, he could have, but I guess he just wanted to be safe and get that third CC. So it limits Keen's kind of income back to 2 bases. So they're kind of on level pegging, I guess. The fact that Ghosts are coming out for Keen is a little bit scary because he does also have a pretty healthy Viking count, as you can see. And when that's kind of got the company of Ghosts, it's pretty scary to go up against Protoss, especially if you don't have those storms.
Lilbow has expanded by now. He was actually trying to expand to the bottom left, but then was also spotted by the Marine that just now took out the Pro, but still Nexus is being building. And Keen losing that third base is actually like a pretty big deal because right now he's 20 supply behind, and he is going to fall behind in economy too if he doesn't get another command center into the mix now.
Yeah, and what I like from Lilbow here is the fact that he's taken that third base, and I don't think he was necessarily doing that to hide it from Keen, because obviously you can see Keen's got that little blue blip on Lilbow's original third, but I think he was doing it purely because it's gotten to the stage in the game where it's going to come down to one big fight, and you want to be in position for this big fight. So the only way that Keen can go up to this third base is through that kind of main ramp or the side ramp, and Lilbow, as long as he's got his army in position on top of that, which it doesn't look like he does actually, and Keen's going to be able to get up there and probably cancel it if he's not careful. Okay, so he does go back, but as I was saying, if Lilbow's actually in position, it's going to be pretty difficult for Keen to actually come in and, I guess, force an engagement.
Keen actually flew his command center from the main base over to the third and is now going to be in a position pretty soon, but nice go. Keen moves in, and Lilbow even cancels since he realizes he can't save it, and now that positional advantage that you've just been talking about is going to be really important. Keen moves in, and we have Lilbow waiting and trying to flank him from the side with 2 waves moving in right away. The Vikings already aiming, of course, for the backline. Storms everywhere, and he blinks forward as well. Lilbow still with a nice supply advantage, and he's trying to put some use, and he's already taken down all of the Vikings here. As in the backline, the Colossi fall one after another, but not before doing a massive amount of damage too. They're really exchanging punches here, but it looks like Lilbow is really coming up behind.
Yeah, Lilbow just done that perfectly, and blinking on top of the army there, just dealing even more damage to this army. And as you can see, Keen only getting out with 4 medevacs there, losing absolutely everything. He does have that third base, but at the same time, look at the army supply. It's just completely in favor of Lilbow right now, and as we can see, he's just marching across the map. Yeah. This counter-attack just seems to be too strong for Lilbow.
Keen coming in behind after that fight, and Lilbow with a massive advantage there. The Vikings eventually took care of the Colossi, but with the Storms and the Colossi as well, doing all that AoE damage against the Bio, everything was just like so low, and he just cleaned house. Now he's doing exactly that at the top left, jumps in, it takes the third base now, and that of course puts... Oh! He doesn't take it. There was one shot that was missing there, and he didn't deliver, and Keen repaired. But the army supply is still 68 against 36. He should be able to finish that off.
Yeah, now with these Templars coming in, he's going to wait for Storm. I'm not sure if they've got actually, yes, they do. He's going to have 4, in fact, so Keen's got to be pretty careful, and as you can see, taking minimal damage from those first 2 initial storms, but he's got to be careful. And I just don't think there's enough on the ground, actually, and GG coming in from Keen.
Lilbow takes game number 1 and is ahead in the series. The WCS European champion takes it there. Well done, really well played.
Yeah, it was actually really well played. I mean, it was kind of back and forth in momentum, I guess, as Lilbow obviously picked off that third, came back a bit, and then Keen picked off his third, but it was really smart. I honestly, I thought he was in a bit of an awkward position when his army was kind of at the back, but one thing that Keen got a little bit unlucky with for that last engagement was the scan. And as we saw, it just missed Lilbow's Stalkers by like maybe 3 units worth of space. So he was a bit lucky there, because if he did see that, I'm sure he would have scanned again and then wouldn't have kind of ran in there and got caught out of position like he did. So a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, really well done from Lilbow.
Yeah, it was a really nice flank that he had there. I mean, he had his army split in 2 groups, the big main army and then also a smaller stalker group that went down the ramp at the high ground that we had there. So did that really well. And of course, then the fights, the storms, like they hit perfectly. There was just no way to really put those ghosts to use fast enough so that they could deny the High Templars the energy. And then with all the Colossi as well, the Vikings actually doing, as I said before, like a lot of damage and took them out eventually, but the bio was already gone and then he just like clean towers. Decent upgrades as well. So really solid game here by Lilbow. And now the lead in the series. And Keen, I mean, as you said, the map that you personally predict is going to be like the easiest, or let's say the most comfortable for Lilbow, is going to be the third one. And if it comes to, like, even if Keen takes this map right now, there's still going to be the last map available to him.
Yeah, I think on this map, it favors the Viking-less style, the style where you skip Vikings. So the fact that Keen actually went for Vikings in that previous game, I'm not sure whether or not he'll do the same. I hope he doesn't, because I feel like it's definitely weaker on this map. It's such a big map. You want to be aggressive with it. You want to use the size of the map to the Terran's advantage, which is those counterattacks, which was what they're so strong for. So if he does go for that similar style, I don't think it's going to be too good for him. Obviously, good news for Lilbow, but yeah, we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah. Game number 2 is going to come up in a second. Cactus Valley is going to be map number 2. And for Keen, it was a bit of a wake-up call here, I want to say. But he's actually like played pretty strong. I mean, like Lilbow didn't really have an easy time. He came down to that last fight, as you already predicted. But before that, even with the aggression that Lilbow tried to throw in there, Keen was ready, covering all his bases, making sure there is nothing happening at the bottom left, which for a second Keen might have thought there is something hidden somewhere. So he played a pretty solid style. He came down to a map and to the one fight, and unfortunately for him, he lost that.
Yeah, and it was really smart in that fight actually from Lilbow, because he chose not to target the Vikings. A lot of the time you will want to target the Vikings, and you will want to kind of hit and run a little bit. You want to micro the Colossus back and go from there, but he knew that his army was on the ground was so much bigger than his opponents, and he made the right call and obviously won that. But yeah, Keen did play well. There's no denying that. Although Lilbow did win, and it was pretty convincing towards the end, Keen made smart decisions throughout the game. Just a little bit of an unlucky situation at the end there. But with Cactus, I don't want to see this aggressive style anymore. Opening rather. I want to see him play bio style, safe bio style into the aggressive style, instead of taking that initial kind of hit to his maybe. Not necessarily his economy, because that was fine. It was just kind of his army production. It was so delayed behind Lilbow, and which is kind of what allowed Lilbow to, I guess, get in the positions that he did.
Yeah. We have the maps on screen once again. Cactus Valley coming up next, and then the potential last map, if we need it, of course, if Keen is able to win on Cactus Valley now, would be Terraform. And of course, pretty interesting there once again. Like we talked a bit about aggression, you just mentioned it, like the styles that they played. In the first map we saw especially Keen go and try to really hit hard with those Widow Mine drops, and even though he didn't have any kind of observers on the map at that point, Lilbow with an incredible defense there, only losing 4 of the Harvesters. The second wave then did a lot more damage, but well, that's something where of course Lilbow is going to try and to be on top of his game on this map now in particular. This is the chance for him to actually take it with the 2-0, and we are already in the game itself on Cactus Valley. Currently starting off up to the top right, we have our Terran player down 1 game in the best of 3 series. Keen in very good shape as we saw in the first game, but he lost it to his strong opponent, the WCS champion up to the top left. Lilbow, of course, winning it in the end, and that one big fight that we saw there, just the better unit control and also that nice flank he was able to set up. Keen, definitely no pushover, so he's going to try and fight back here. But Lilbow, of course, has a solid chance to take this with the 2-0. Now, Blink, talking about Cactus Valley in this matchup, what do you personally think what we're going to see here, and how does the map work in the matchup in particular?
I don't think he's going to go for a build like he did last game. I think it's going to be bio, like I was mentioning before. I think on this map in particular, it's very susceptible to counter-attacks from the Terran player, so Lilbow's definitely going to go for more of a reserved approach. I think he's going to play a bit more defensive. Last game, he was poking a bit here and there and seeing what he could do, but on this map in particular, I think you've really got to just sit back and get to those 3 bases, try to take minimal damage and kind of go from there.
Well, at this point, of course, one of the big advantages that Lilbow has in general is that he has that safety of that first map. Winning that game was extremely important. Right now, he knows that if worst comes to worst, he's going to play on a very comfortable map for him in this matchup on map number 3 in this case now. So he is probably going to play that more defensive style as you already managed. The pressure is definitely on Keen. He's the one who really has to make a move here, who has to really show that he can force it into a third map.
Yeah, and I think even though he did lose that last game, because he went for that funky strategy choice, it's a bit risky. I mean, it's not all in. He didn't lose straight away from it, but he definitely was in a disadvantage initially. So I think he's not going to be too shaken up by that. You know, he's going to be going into this still confident in his ability to win in a macro game, maybe playing a little bit more safer on the way.
That's actually one of the things that I already wanted to ask earlier. Do you feel that Keen maybe like I feel like the timing that he had in the first game with that initial drop was really good considering how late the robotics came in from Lilbow. Do you think that Keen with a bit of better targeting on Widow Mines could have maybe done a bit more initial damage? The second wave did so much, like if he gets a few more probe kills in with the first wave, he should have been in a pretty decent position there, but his 3 Widow Mines only killed 4 probes, which is next to nothing.
I think maybe he could have, with one of the Widow Mines, maybe hit a few more, but at the same time, Lilbow was so quick to react into that, so it's kind of hard to say. But yeah, the second wave did do a lot more. So if he got that the first kind of time around, it would have been a lot better for him. But as we can see from Keen right now, playing it safe and standard, going into this with the standard Reaper into Reactor, and then probably maybe follow it up with a factory play. And he might decide on doing that after he's scouted the kind of position of his opponent, which is obviously what he's found out just now. So we can see that factory going down. So it will be Widow Mines most likely. Hellions are a possibility, but not really too common.
Yeah, we have also a probe in the map now scouting out as well. The Reaper is still lingering around. He had Mothership Core, of course, out, can now protect the mineral line. And he didn't really see anything to the top left, so he didn't really go all deep.
Yeah, so gonna scout his opponent last. Obviously, he does know that Keen has gone for the gas because of that Reaper initially, but he doesn't know the follow-up. He doesn't know if he pulled out of gas. He doesn't know if he's going for 3 barracks or he's going for... Oh, and he's got to be careful he doesn't lose that Reaper, actually, and he does manage to keep that alive. One more hit and it would have been toast, but he does keep that alive, so he will be able to poke in a little bit later. But with this probe from Lilbow, he can either go in and scout the natural and kind of see from there, and he does have the timing to do that, but the Marines will be out, and they are out, to deny this probe. So whether he wants to fully commit to it or save it for maybe later game purposes, maybe proxy a pylon here or there, it would probably be a better choice, but yeah, gonna kind of throw it away anyway.
The Reaper actually did also die, so he was able to take that Reaper out too. He just tried to go in for an additional round, and in this case, we have now also the Oracle, of course, on the map. We had that Stargate at the top left. That was the thing that Keen didn't really scout with this initial scout.
Did he scout it?
I'm not 100% sure. He went to the left side and went up, and I think he actually was in range of it, but I'm not 100% certain. I don't think we've actually seen it.
No, the actual Stargate observer, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he saw the Stargate. He went, like, I'm not sure. He went to the left side and tried to go up as well, but we didn't really see if he was envisioning. I think he was just, but yeah.
Okay, well, the fact that Lilbow's keeping his Oracle back at home shows that he's scared of the initial... Well, the event, because he did actually scout the factory, so he knows that Widow Mines are on the way, so he's going to play it safe. You could go for 2 Oracles, you could go for 1 to just kind of send across the map, and it's a little bit risky because Terrans are so good these days at hiding those Widow Mines under the CC, under SCVs and stuff like that. So he is playing safe, and as we can see from Lilbow, actually,
4 gateways.
Playing it safe into 5 additional gateways. So he wants to defend this, and this is actually really smart because when you go for this build from Keen, you're low on units. You have the Widow Mines, yeah, and they do a lot of damage if they go undetected or unscouted or just unreacted to. But you are low on a fighting army, which is the Marines, the Marauders, and if you don't have that, you're going to die to a 6-gate push, which is kind of coming from Lilbow. So if Keen only stays in one bunker, it's going to be pretty tough for him. So we're going to have to see how he plays this one out.
Yeah, and Keen doesn't really know too much at this point. He was denied quite a fair amount of scouting. Lilbow is dropping the pylons close to the Terran player space. There is a single bunker, nothing else. He has 12 Marines at this point, and that's not really too much, especially with not only the Stalkers being around, but also then, of course, we still have that Oracle in there, and he's starting to move in, and the second bunker is about to be built, but that is pretty darn late.
Yeah, and Lilbow's going to see this, and he's going to be able to cancel this bunker straight away, it looks like. And actually, he does lose that Oracle, so he's not going to have any detection. So these Widow Mines that Keen has will be able to go kind of uncontested. But as we can see, Lilbow just going to go for it, darting in there with his Mothership Core.
And he goes up the ramp, he slows him down, moves up the ramp, blocks that, has nothing on the top. He's actually pulling all of his Harvesters right now, trying to block the Stalkers, the Stalkers stutter stepping backwards. That should be a lot of Harvesters that fall there, but he doesn't have Blink or anything. He needs to brute force his way through, and he's taking out a lot of Harvesters, 14, 15, 16, already gone, and he's just taking all the economy away from his opponent. Keen is down to 30 supply against 63, lost 22 Harvesters already. He's down to 16 workers at this point, and not even the mules make up for that.
Yeah, and it was beautiful target fire from Lilbow right there. He knew that he'd done enough economic damage to kind of justify his attack, and as we can see, still keeping on the aggression with those 6 gateways, and it doesn't seem like Keen's going to have enough economy, or he might be able to actually if he gets that bunker up, but yeah, he's definitely in a dire position.
Lilbow has more worker supply than Keen has overall supply right now.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. What Lilbow done there, which was really good, was after he killed all of those initial workers, like I was saying, he started target firing the army, because he knew that Keen's not going to be able to get a kind of sufficient army up after taking all that initial damage. So the fact that he did that was really smart from them. The one thing that Keen does have going for them is those, I think, 3 or 4 Widow Mines, which, yeah, he's got 4 now. So he doesn't have any detection, so it's going to be a little while before Lilbow can push in again if he chooses to do that. He can kind of go 2 ways from it. He can carry on and maybe end the game, or he can just sit back and go from there.
I mean, like, if you really try and push in against the Widow Mines without the detection, he would probably lose quite a fair bit. And I feel if he plays it safe, then he just needs to be passive right now. Make sure that there's no immediate second base coming up for Keen. What else does he have to do? He's on 2 bases right now, Lilbow that is. He knows that Keen is mining from 1. So, like, all the cards are stacked in his favor.
Yeah, so as we can see, he's going to just choose to do a little bit of a contain. Not too heavy. He's got the Stalkers there and that single Zealot, so he won't actually be able to lock Keen in his base, but he's just keeping the threat there. He's making him scared. Keen's on 1 base right now. It's 12 minutes into the game. He's in a pretty dire position. Lilbow's fully saturated. Blink is on the way. So his tech's not too great. And I guess he doesn't have a robotics facility yet either. So I guess that one thing is good for Keen. But at the same time, Lilbow's just super far ahead. I mean,
he doesn't see the drop.
He doesn't see the drop, which is good for Keen. But I know that I'm pretty sure that Lilbow actually... Does he have any army in his natural? He's got 2 Stalkers there, 3 Stalkers, okay, and a handful of Zealots, but is the Photon Overcharge there? Because I don't think he rebuilt that Mothership Core.
Yeah, but he also has still an Oracle in there, and that takes down all of the Marines immediately. So that didn't do anything for Keen. He's still far behind, 30 supply. And he is still on 1 mining base, so the income is just so much better for Lilbow, and he's putting it to some use. He's just like walking in additional Stalkers. He goes for a Dark Shrine right now as well. We have him with Blink nearly completed, and he finds himself in just an amazing position here.
Yeah, and the Dark Shrine's actually really smart. Like, a lot of people see it as a maybe desperation move. When you're behind Dark Shrine, that's kind of the saying, but the fact that Lilbow knows he's killed so many workers of Keen, Keen's going to be using all of those mules to get that income back up, right? Yeah. So when these DTs come in, I'm pretty sure Keen's not going to save any scans, and he does have 1 on that natural command center, but I'm pretty sure he'll probably throw down a mule in a sec. But as you can see, Keen being a bit too aggressive, I think.
Yeah, moving out on the map, and immediately the Stalkers and the Zealots start to move in, taking down Marines and Marauders alike. And Keen is, I mean, he's still only 20 supply that we have there. The expansion for Keen is now there. He was able to rebuild his harvest account at least a bit, but it's 30 against 47, and now we are, of course, also now seeing the DTs moving in.
Yep, and the DTs warp in as soon as the mules get dropped, and yeah, Keen's not going to be expecting this at all, and he doesn't have any turrets on the natural, it looks like. I'm not sure about the main, but he does see that straight away, so good reaction times from Keen there, and he needs to, so he's going to pick off this CC, and Keen knows he's got to go for a counter attack here, and going into Lilbow's natural here with 4 medevacs full worth of units.
Yeah, he's trying to drop that, and now with all of that, with this massive drop, and after taking down that expansion, we see Lilbow now moving back. He still has a lot of free supply that he can use. The T-side in the base, but are being detected, and we have Keen moving straight into the main base, just trying to snipe the main buildings here, the main structures, and we have still the entire army of Lilbow trying to just rush back, but so far he hasn't reached that. The army supply is exactly the same.
Wow, this was the perfect counter-attack from Keen, even though he had no scans, so he's taken a little bit of damage from this DT there under his army, but he can pick up and get away, so he does keep all medevacs alive. He did lose a bit of army, so that's a bit of a downfall for him, but he didn't die. That's the main thing.
Oh, but he loses another medevac there. But we still, like, look at the army supply. It's the same, and we have the worker count nearly negated. So right now, that advantage that Lilbow had before is nearly gone.
Yeah.
I mean, he also has no income at this point, but, like, that's not really what I expected. That was an amazing move by Keen, walking cross map there and just, like, taking that shot. That really worked in his favor.
If there was one move that would kind of cost Lilbow the game or allow Keen to get back into the game, that was definitely it. And as we can see, Keen trying to get that second CC up again, but Lilbow being a little bit cheeky and picking off that SCV, but Keen does actually scan and pick that off. So kind of neutralize this game a little bit.
Well, Lilbow still has no mining. He's building 2 Nexus at the same time, but he has no mining at this point. And even once that he has those 2 up, he only has 37 harvesters. So it's not like he has that 20, 30 harvester lead before. And I mean, we had a situation where he was doubling the Terran player supply.
Yeah, but Keen's a little bit out of position here, and he's not in the position to actually counter-attack at the minute. So a little bit scary, but Lilbow does pull on back. But the army sizes are actually pretty even, so even if Lilbow did choose to actually engage there, he might have been in, maybe in a bit of a tricky situation, as Keen could have come from behind. But stabilizing a little bit, I think neither player knows kind of what position they're in. It's a bit hard to tell.
I mean, this is pretty awesome. From a game that Lilbow basically looked like he had it won. He had double the supply. He had like 41 harvesters, and there was a total supply for Keen of 30, and that was it. So it was an amazing spot, but right now Lilbow is trying to go for it once again. He has the DTs at the front, is going for the Archon, which gets immediately taken out, and Lilbow is really just like trying to finally force an issue here, but at the same time Keen is moving in with that army that he had down at the bot left, so he's going for another snipe on the Nexus, and it looks like he's going to get at least one, and Lilbow actually doesn't even turn around. He was thinking about defending, but he's just going for the aggression now, and he is going to run eventually into those Widow Mines on the high ground.
Yeah, he is, and he knows that he's all or nothing right now, and he's popping up into the main base and actually blinking on top of Keen's army right there, and I don't think that's a good decision, as you can see, the healing's just too much from these medevacs, and actually losing absolutely everything.
Lilbow is down to 50 supply, GG's, and Keen takes the game and forces a 3rd map. Like, what just happened?
What just happened indeed? I guess Mules and Terran happened, man. I'll probably get a lot of hate for saying that, but
Mule, pretty good unit.
Yeah, I guess so. No, it was very well played from Keen. He was in a dire position, and coming back from that is really impressive. And I'm sure Lilbow's probably going to be kicking himself a little bit. I have seen him throw games on Cactus Valley before, and that was definitely another one of them. So
what should he have done?
Maybe just be a little bit more passive. Like I was kind of saying before, counterattacks on this map in particular are extremely effective, and he had a lot of his army kind of in front of Keen's base when it didn't need to be. I mean, he had maybe 6 or 7 Stalkers and a single Zealot, and it's not really going to do anything. Yeah, it's causing a little bit of insecurities, I guess, for Keen, but overall, it's not going to deal any damage if Keen's main army is there. And if you get counter-dropped like you did, it's going to kind of kill you. So, yeah, a little bit strange that... well, not a little bit strange, but a little bit of a bad read, I guess.
I mean, that was actually pretty amazing what we saw there. It was incredible that he was able to turn that around in that one. Like, especially when he had like a few drops before that even failed. Like, he was trying to go in, but we had Lilbow always with a few units just behind, could defend that. There was, of course, the Oracle that melted the Marines away. And then in that case, now we're actually seeing him doing an amazing job then with the next attack. So that was crazy. And Keen in a super solid spot now. But still, we've been talking about it. Map number 3 caters more towards the Protoss player than the Terran.
Yeah, I think Lilbow has kind of always been known for his killer instincts, and they've always been on point. I've never really seen him mess up with such like a decisive decision. And as we saw in the last game, he was very decisive about going for that initial attack and then being like, yeah, I'm going to follow this up with Blink and kill my opponent. But obviously that didn't work. So going into this last map, I think he's definitely just going to probably play a little bit more scared. It's funny to say because Lilbow is never really usually affected by nerves or kind of tournament pressure. But I think in this current situation and how the last two maps have played out, I think he's probably going to play a bit more reserved.
I can't even put myself in that spot. I mean, at some point, looking at this, you thought, okay, it was over. And he must have been in the same spot. And now suddenly having to play that third map, like, he was so close to actually make sure that we only have a single Korean player advancing to the semifinals of the second round of the tournament, which was incredible. Here we have it again. Lilbow, of course, with the victory on Coda, bringing himself in the lead. Then Cactus Valley, game number 2, where it looked for a long time like Lilbow would be able to finish the series off with a 2-0 victory. But then the comeback from Keen, the Korean player, making it happen. And now the last map is going to come in. Terraform is going to happen next with the decisive map between the two players, Lilbow versus Keen. Only one of them will, of course, be able to advance to face then in the semi-final MyungSiK, our Protoss player there. And the map already loading up, so we're going to see the conclusion of the best-of-3 series in just a few seconds there, in a few minutes. We have the game starting off, and we're going to jump in right away as we see up to the top left in this case. Already our foreigner, our Protoss player here, Lilbow with the early victory. And now he has to prove himself on Terraform. To the bottom right with a crazy comeback in game number 2. Really well played. Keen, the Korean Terran player, he wants to face MyungSiK in the next round. He wants to advance and needs to win it on this map. We've been talking a bit about it. Once again, Terraform, a map for this matchup in general. Your thoughts?
I mean, the third base is a little bit tricky. I guess sometimes it's debatable which third to take. I think no player ever really wants to take the expansion to the left of the base. This one in particular is a bit difficult, especially against range units. You can kind of shoot over the mineral line. So the third base, kind of in a vertical line, is the to-go base, but it's a bit far away from your main base, so you are susceptible to those doom drops. But Lilbow is kind of known for being extremely good at defending them, so I don't think that's probably going to be too much of an issue for him. But I'd like to see Keen play into that a little bit and really take advantage of that. But I want him to be careful about doing so. I don't want to see him just maybe not scanning and just kind of going YOLO and just throwing all his units in there, because this map is a small map and the rushed instances aren't too large. So if that was the case, Lilbow could just kind of walk across the map and probably kill his opponent. So I want Keen to be a little bit more careful, but I definitely want to see him aggressive.
Well, for now, we have both of them scouting, first of all, trying to find, of course, also what exactly is going on here. I mean, the worst-case scenario is, of course, that you're playing on the third map and suddenly you get proxied and he didn't scout it and lose the game without even having a chance because of a build order loss. In this case, that's not going to happen. Lilbow already confirming the main base of Keen. We're seeing the SCV are moving all the way up to the top left, getting a bit of a look there. And yeah, I'm pretty curious to see how this game is going to shape up right now. Lilbow, he must be mad. I'd be angry.
Yeah, he's definitely kicking himself, because I think we all knew that he was in a very good position to win that game. It wasn't over, it wasn't completely over, but he was 2 bases, fully saturated against Keen's 22 workers, I think, on 1 base. And yeah, it's a bad position to kind of lose from. So he's probably kicking himself a little bit, but as we can see, Keen going for the engineering bay block, which I love. I think more Terran players should do it. I don't think enough of them do. It's extremely annoying as a Protoss player to deal with that. So yeah, it's nice to see him do that. And he's actually managed to keep his SCV there for quite a long time.
I think he actually moved with it into the main base and double-checked there, and Lilbow didn't really realize and then moved his own away. So in this case right now, he's even adding more hit points to the engineering bay. And that is going to make it so much more annoying for Lilbow to take that down. And of course, the most annoying thing is that the Terran player can just simply cancel the structure there in the end and doesn't even lose too much.
Yeah, so one good thing for Lilbow actually is that he already had his second gas on the way. So when a Terran player goes for the engineering bay block, it delays kind of everything the Protoss does. So the fact that he was able to get that gas kind of up early, not really early, but earlier than what it should be, it leads him to early attack, which is good, because obviously his expansion's delayed, so he needs to catch up in other areas. So that's good for him. But as we can see from Keen, going for a tech lab, on that factory. So it looks like a Banshee might be coming in here, actually.
And we have for Lilbow once again the opening here with the Twilight Council.
Yeah.
That she showcased in game number 1 already. He was trying to just to get those Blink Stalkers out really fast. He delayed even his own robotics. And if something like that happens again, then maybe this is exactly the amount of time that Keen needs to do severe damage.
I'm not too sure about this from Keen. I'm not too sure. I don't know how I feel about this.
You think he gambles too much?
Nah, it's not necessarily a gamble. It's just because this can work, but what he's chosen to do is delay Lilbow. He's delayed his expansion, so he knows that Lilbow needs to catch up in other areas, which is the tech. So what tech can a Protoss kind of throw at you, which is going to be the most common choice, which is the Blink, and the most scariest, which is the Blink. And against a Banshee build, it's not the best. I mean, if the Banshee does get Cloak out in time, it can kind of survive more than what it would. But if it gets picked off and maybe across the map or something, or Lilbow's got Stalkers in position, then it's not going to get the damage it wants to get done. So he needs to be careful, for sure, but at the same time, Lilbow needs to make sure that his observers are in position, he doesn't take too much damage, because that definitely is a possibility as well.
And this time he's actually not going to delay the robotics like too much. He, in this case, drops the robotics first, so he is going to have those observers, and Keen is even scouted. Like, the Banshee scouted out is, of course, the worst-case scenario in this, because at this point, Lilbow should not lose too much here. He already has the Photonova charge there. Here comes Cloak now, so he needs to pull back for now, but he has that chrono-boosted observer on the way.
Yeah, so he should be able to not take too much damage, but Keen does need to be careful. He doesn't want to poke in too much. And when this observer does come out, I think he's actually just going to sack it by the looks of it. And that robotics facility, he's actually like in a pretty awkward position, so it's going to take a bit of time. And he does take 10 workers down. And
it's not too bad.
That's not too bad at all, and it's definitely paid for himself. And this second Banshee that's going to come in is kind of going to be the deciding factor. I think if it does even half as much damage, it's going to be worth it. I don't think Lilbow's going to be expecting it, but he really should be, because no one really goes just for one Banshee and Cloak. So he definitely needs to move those Stalkers into position and get that Observer over there.
Well, he is actually moving all of the Stalkers away that he had there, but apparently, okay, Lilbow at least saw what was coming. Nope, he's actually moving them back, but the Banshee, okay, is also on the retreat. That Widow Mine, nicely dodged, very well done by Lilbow, so at least he keeps his attention on the Stalkers now too.
Right.
2 more being taken down up here, and also, of course, the Photonova charge once again baited out.
So it doesn't seem like Lilbow's going to be able to get too much done here. He was hoping and kind of needed to do a little bit more damage there. Just picking off a few Marines here and there isn't really what he needs to get done. He needs to do that economic damage like Keen's done, and as we can see, picking off 2 additional workers there. So Keen's in a pretty good spot. He's got bunkers, 2 bunkers in fact on the high ground there, a bunker on the low ground, and a tank in a pretty good position. It's not going to be able to get picked off too easily unless Lilbow kind of darts in there with all of his Stalkers. So Keen's in a pretty good spot. Whether he keeps this up or not, we'll have to wait and see, but it's looking good for him.
Yeah, Lilbow is just like trying to poke. He's trying to find an angle where he can do some damage, but there's just nothing that he really can accomplish here. There's a second tank now in the mix too, so the Blink Stalkers are not going to do a thing. And at the same time, Keen still has that Banshee to the left side that he can utilize to just like harass that mineral line a bit and maybe pick off another probe every now and then. And totally took down 12 already, which is pretty good. We have him still putting some pressure on here.
Okay, from Lilbow, he's actually adding an Immortal, which is really good against tanks. But at the same time, I feel like he might be overthinking things a little bit, and he might be thinking that his opponent, Keen that is going for this kind of build that was popular on Dash and Terminal, which was a tank push. And the fact that he's gone for Banshees originally, that kind of screams to you that he's going to go for that tank push. But that's not the case. He's only going for them for that defensive purpose. So now that Lilbow's actually able to scout that, he's probably going to stop producing Immortals, which he does, and go for those Colossus, which is good. But his Forge is a little bit late, so it might be, I don't want to throw down 2, that would be too much, but I want to see him throw down a 3rd base kind of ASAP, because he's going to get too far behind after taking that initial damage from that Banshee as well. If Keen gets his 3rd base up, kind of uncontested, okay, nice.
Gold.
That's what you want, a gold base. That's exactly what you want, a gold base. So that's one way to kind of get back into it. That's a good choice from Lilbow.
I mean, Keen already has his 3rd on the way, nearly completed, and he has, of course, his upgrades going now to Stim. We have Combat Shield, Concussive Shells all calling him up now, whereas Keen is, well, or Lilbow is currently just like going for their first Colossus. And we have still a move out of the Protoss players are trying to poke a little bit, and of course, the more that he's able to move in and put the pressure on Keen, the safer his gold expansion is also going going to be. But there is scouting happening with that Banshee, I feel, at the bottom of the map. No, it's a Marine that actually moves in.
Yeah, okay.
And sees it right away.
The hero Marine, it scouts everything, and because Lilbow's army's kind of positioned in an aggressive way, Keen probably thought that he was going to be aggressive with it, and he probably, after he scouted Lilbow's supposed to be third, and it's not there, I guess he was thinking an attack would have been coming, but the fact that he was able to see that is actually pretty huge, because now can Keen play his game like how he wanted to play out. He's obviously got those tanks, which will help a lot, but yeah, he knows that no initial attack's coming, so he can be aggressive like he wants to be.
Yeah, again, go and of course target first of all that the gold base, which is a bit exposed, especially that mineral line that we've been talking about. He can attack there from behind, and that's exactly where we see Keen moving now. He has a slight lead in overall supply, nothing like too fancy, but in army supply he is 10 ahead, and he's going to try and use that. Lilbow then on the other hand is of course increasing his Colossus count now. Again, the drop in the mineral line, but Lilbow sees it, pulls away, but not fast enough in this case, losing 6 more harvesters, and of course the gold base is now very much exposed.
Yeah, so Lilbow continuing to take economic damage there, and he does have that third base up, so his income is going to be good. I'm not sure it's going to be as good as the mules will be for Keen, but it's going to be good. So 6 workers isn't ideal, but the fact that he has got that gold base, it is okay. But as we can see from Lilbow, actually floating 1,200 minerals, which is a bit uncharacteristic and a bit unnecessary. I mean, not too much is going on for that to happen. So I'd like to see him use that money pretty soon. He definitely needs to throw down some more gateways, else it's just going to kind of snowball. As we can see, Keen's starting to take that supply lead.
And also another thing that is of course important is that at this point Lilbow doesn't want to sacrifice any of his building time for another observer. He flies one over, but had to take a few shots there, loses a stalker in the process, and we have Keen trying to get the Viking count up with the second starport that he also built now, because he realized how many of those Colossi we already had on the side of the Protoss player.
Yeah, and these tanks are kind of going to be quite fun, actually. They're going to allow Keen to get into positions he wouldn't necessarily usually be able to get into. He's going to be able to kind of force awkward engagements from Lilbow, because this map is kind of peculiar. There's a lot of like nooks and crannies that these tanks can kind of hide behind. So the fact that he's still got them alive is pretty nice for him. But 3 Vikings on the way, double starport that is. So Keen's probably going to look to be aggressive, and as we can see coming into the main base, Lilbow's actually only just finding out about this now, and it's going to probably do a lot of damage.
That's a massive drop moving in right there. I mean, the Colossi are already on the way, so they will try and defend, but that's going to be a snipe attempt on the Nexus. He could pull that off. Already extremely low. He's trying to take down the tech now too, and he gets the Robo. The Nexus is still alive though. He's trying to wrap around again, takes it out, lost a fair share of units. Is he going to lose a few more of those medivacs? No, he's not. He's down to 130 supply though, so that supply lead that Keen had before, that's gone. He traded it in for that snipe on the tech and the Nexus.
Yeah, and that's what I was speaking about a little bit before. He did scan, which was good, so he knew that he was in a position to do that Doom drop, but I feel like he overextended maybe a little bit too much. He should have picked off the Robo and that's it. I think the Nexus was a little bit too greedy, and as we didn't actually see on camera, there was a small engagement by Lilbow's third base, and he was actually able to pick off that army as well. So if Keen's not too careful, he might be susceptible to a counterattack, but as we can see from Lilbow, he's supply block, so he's probably not going to do that. Probably isn't the smartest decision, but 3,000 minerals now, it's kind of getting a bit out of hand.
Yeah, we have a pretty sick amount of Vikings at this point now too, thanks to the production that he had. He has 11 already, and that's going up against 4 Colossi that we see here. Can he increase that production, of course, as well? He's ahead by 20 supply overall, and it looks like Lilbow feels like he's forced to go for a bit of an aggressive move there, and is moving out already. With everything that Keen just lost, that could work out, but we have Keen with a solid number of army supply. He's at 114 against 87.
Yeah, and that second starport right now is his saving grace, because he does have all of those Vikings out, and if Lilbow's not too careful, he needs to actually keep those Colossus alive, and he does run them back, but he's not target firing the Vikings, he's actually target firing the SCVs, which I don't think is probably the best choice, because the Vikings are the kind of scary things right now. But as we can see, those Vikings actually just going to ham on those Colossus, taking one out immediately, and the Observer.
Yeah, and he's going straight for the next one as well, trying to chase the Protoss player now away, and the Stalkers are already on the runway with another sim. The Terran player moves in, takes down most of the Stalkers already. Lilbow is extremely low in his entire supply here. He lost every single Colossus already, and now he's down to an army supply of 42 against 83. Keen I mean, Keen killed every single tech unit that he had. They took down the Observer, he took down the Mothership Coil before that, so there was no recall opportunity. He killed all of the Colossi now, and he still has a massive lead in army supply. Even with that gold expansion that we see for Lilbow, this is a problem. And behind the mineral line at the gold, we actually see a couple of positions there, so there's no real mining going on. That Widow mine with 14 kills already.
Well, there you go. I'm not going to say that's the game-winning Widow mine, but it definitely doesn't help Lilbow in this situation. As we can see, kind of going for a last-ditch attempt with these Zealots and Stalkers, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough with all that medevac healing, and Lilbow actually retreating with those Stalkers, and it doesn't look too good for him.
God, that must be such a frustrating position for him after that second game that he's now suddenly with his back to the wall. We have a 40 supply lead for Keen, and Keen is going to try and finish that off right now. He's going for the army. He has 88 against 58 army supply, and he is stutter stepping away from the Zealots, trying to do as much as he can. All of the Vikings already on the ground, but he's losing a fair amount, and there comes more Zealots in from the bot lane. So suddenly we're having Keen at 100 supply against like 70, and Keen is pushed back for now.
Yeah, and a little bit better than I expected from Lilbow there, and he does actually push all of that army back, but
he's actually doing really well when he comes to the army supply right now.
He's
actually turning that around.
This gold base as well, obviously it's not mining, but the fact that that's still up and that's still accessible for him, he does need to take care of that Widow mine because it does have 14 kills and it's ready to go again, so I don't want to see a probe transfer and rack up even more kills. But Keen doesn't have a third base. He does have the ability to fly one of his command centers to a new base when, I guess, his main base or natural base run out of minerals, but Lilbow's not dead just yet. But please,
no.
please, just don't do that. Nah.
Nah, that's not gonna happen.
Lilbow, you can't do this to us.
He just fought his way back into this.
I think one probe. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. One probe initially set it off, and that could have been a lot worse. So Lilbow's still in this.
It's not good, but it could have been much worse than that.
It definitely could have.
And I mean, Lilbow fighting his way back, Keen looking very good just a few minutes ago. But this series is really sick. Now, once again, a Marine rushing in on 2, and keep in mind that that Widow mine is going to have another shot in just a few seconds. And if that Widow mine gets another massive shot off against that mineral line, then it's going to be nearly lights out.
Seems like it's going to go off that Stalker.
Yeah, it's going to go off the Stalker, exactly.
That's good for Lilbow. He can expend that Stalker. But this army from Keen's getting pretty scary. He's got a lot of medevacs out. He's got a lot of bio army,
and right now, I mean, he doesn't have any Colossi left, does he? He still didn't. Did he rebuild that Robo?
No, he didn't.
I don't think he did. Yeah, exactly. He lost that earlier, of course, thanks to that big drop, and he's now trying to head into the Templar Archive. But in the meantime, that bio army is going to do a massive amount of damage, and all of these structures there, I mean, they're delaying the inevitable a little bit, but he's going to lose so much here right now. The pylons, of course, is not going to be supplyable anytime soon, but still, he can't do anything against that. He just doesn't have the army size at this point.
Yeah, and he actually needs Keen to take out those buildings so he can actually get in a better position. And Lilbow's actually going to go for it now with all of those Zealots, but the Widow mine's actually dealing a ton of damage on those Zealots and immediately evaporate, and it's just Stalkers left in the looks of it. And
that's too much. 90 army supply against 30, and he goes in. Keen stims again, stutter steps his way to victory here. 50-40 supply for Lilbow, and it looks like Keen advances to the next round, facing MyungSiK in the semi-final. Lilbow ahead in the best-of-3 series with a 1-0. Massively ahead in game number 2, and then the comeback from Keen. And on game number 3, we're seeing a similar picture again. Keen victorious twice in a row, and Lilbow out of the tournament.
Just like that. Just like that. Lilbow's out. I guess that's probably the first real upset, maybe. I guess the PvP with Psionic and Patience could have gone either way, but yeah, Lilbow out. I don't think anyone's expecting that.
How much of a factor do you think game number 2 was? And to be absolutely honest with you, in this case now, this is one of those scenarios where I would rather have the interview with the loser, because I really want to know what exactly happened there. Did that really affect his play in game number 3, or was it just like an isolated game where Keen just played better?
I think with Koreans, they're very good at adapting throughout a series. And Keen obviously started the series off initially with that aggressive kind of risky-ish play. But as the series went on, he played a bit more standing and he played a bit more safe, and he got a bit more comfortable. And in that last map, he went for the engineering bay block because he wanted Lilbow to be in an awkward position, and he wanted to be like, hey, you're going to have to do something to me now. It's not all about me trying to kill you, you know? You're going to have to do something. So he put him in that position, and it worked out for him.
That Widow Mine, though, that we saw behind the mineral line at the gold base, that was definitely like one of the massive things that Keen did in this game. 14 kills with the initial shots while all those battles were raging, and it just made sure that Keen couldn't mine for minutes. It was just like an eternity where there was absolutely no way for Lilbow to mine from that base, and Keen denying that to his opponent was able to take these fights there. So extremely well played there, and of course, I mean, congratulations to Keen advancing now to face MyungSiK. We're gonna have an interview with Keen now as well, so we're going to throw it over to Banks at the stage, and we want to hear all about what Keen has to say about it, especially, of course, that comeback in game number 2.
Thank you very much, Caldor. Yes, I am joined by Keen. An absolutely brilliant game there. First question's got to be asked, though. Obviously, Lilbow, super talented player. He did extremely well. In the first game, he just seemed to be all over Keen with not much left for him to do to stop it. What happened? What was going through his mind at this point? Did he just start to tilt a little bit?
첫 번째 세트에서 지게 되셨는데 릴보 선수한테 그때 좀 릴보 선수가 엄청 공격적으로 하면서 좀 휘둘린 게 많았었는데 개인적으로 그 게임은 어땠었나요?
일단 제 생각에는 제가 계속 릴보전을 계속 준비를 많이 해왔었는데 그런 경우를 제가 많이 연습을 했거든요. 근데 확실히 요즘에 잘하시다 보니까 제가 많이 흔들렸던 것 같아요. 계속 멘탈적으로.
Yeah, actually practiced a lot for Lilbow, and actually had those situations also in the practice games. But in the real game, it's a little bit different, and I actually kind of felt how good Lilbow actually is at the game, at the first set.
Well, Lilbow is a very talented player, and in the second game, it almost looked, as we saw, he was just pushing forward massively, overextended, luckily, in Keen's favour. If he hadn't have held that, did you think he'd had any chance of surviving?
두 번째 게임에서도 엄청 좀 위험한 상황까지 갔었는데 좀 컴백을 하셨잖아요. 그땐 또 어떤 기분이 들었었나요?
이 세트는 제가 이미 졌다고 생각을 했거든요. 근데 릴보우 선수가 좀 장난을 치신 건지 좀 안 끝내시더라고요. 그래갖고 제 실력이 아닌 릴보우 선수 덕에 기회가 생겼던 것 같아요.
I actually almost gave up on that game. I thought I lost it, and perhaps Lilbow did some mistakes, and perhaps he overextended. But because of him, I think I was able to win. I don't think I won that game because I played better or something like that.
Well, in game 3, the tables kind of turned. Keen was going very aggressive, obviously worked in his favour, a lot of harassment, a lot of probes down. But in his mindset, did you think he made Lilbow start to doubt himself? Because it's like role reversal almost in that game.
이제 마지막 게임에서는 오히려 킨 선수께서 엄청 공격적으로 이제 뭐 벤치 플레이도 하면서 프로브도 많이 잡았었는데 좀 그 전 게임을 릴보 선수가 져가지고 멘탈적인 피해도 있었던 것 같나요?
제가 일단 벤시 플레이를 준비하긴 했었는데 아직 쓸 타이밍은 아닌 것 같아서 아껴두고 있다가 근데 마지막에 이렇게 그림 한번 그려보면 좋겠다 해갖고 좀 멘탈적인 부분을 공격했던 거죠 거의.
So I actually prepared a Banshee build order for this set of games, but I wasn't that sure when to play it. But after the second game, I thought it would be really good if I could harass him and like destroy him like mentally. So yeah, it worked pretty well.
It definitely worked, and I guess the last question I got for him, we were almost in a situation where we might have not had any Koreans in the final, which would be a big shock. But now he's going to go up against MyungSiK. How does he think he's going to do?
이제 다음 경기가 명식 선수랑 하시는데 그 경기에 대해서는 뭐 어떤 생각이 드시나요? 네.
일단은 친한 친구로서 좀 친한 친구니까 뭐 가뿐히 이기고 올라가든 어렵게 올라가든 잘 이해해 줄 거라고 생각합니다.
Because I'm so close friends with him, I think no matter how tough the games are, how the games go, he will be happy when I win against him.
I love the confidence. Great to see from Keen. We're going to send it over to the guys on the analyst desk for one last time to discuss what just happened.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Banks. Guys, Lilbow, Bling is now the only one that has a chance of being right about the prediction for this tournament being taken. Let's just jump right into it. Coda, right? Excellent game from Lilbow. Excellent awareness. Excellent killer instinct that we were talking about. Really not much to say. I mean, other than great job from Lilbow. What'd you think of the game?
Well, game 1 was just classic Lilbow. I come and I defeat you easily with that French ease, I don't know. But second game and third game, it wasn't about Lilbow. Maybe the third game, but second game, I want to highlight on Keen. On the interview, he said that he thinks he didn't play better. And I think he's wrong, because he just plays insanely. It was maybe not the production or the micro or anything, but the decision making was just insane from him. The decision to go trade-based like that, to I don't know, everything was just so perfect, because I was watching with MarineLord, and how many times did we think, okay, Lilbow's got it. Like, definitely, right now he's got it. And no, he didn't.
It was multitasking, too, that really got to him. And I think that the issue wasn't so much that Lilbow couldn't have multitasked, it's that he didn't, actually succeed in attempting to do that. He left his base a lot completely unprotected. I want to ask you, TLO, thinking about the early part of the game when Lilbow seemed to have the Stalker tech, he was doing well with it, he shut down the natural base. Do you think he should have kept pressing? Do you think the mistake was that he backed off?
I think not necessarily. I think the mistake was more in the follow-up, that he did a lot of damage, but then it was a commitment issue. Either he should have pressed more, or he should have actually really defended it and not have all that stuff happening to him, He was kind of in this in-between route where he moves out and then he gets damage done to him. It's really difficult if you're on Stalker attack against Medivacs. You have to be extremely careful, right? And I felt like it looked better for him than it actually was, because even though he did so much damage, because of Terran having so much utility and so much better units after that phase, the numbers were lying a little bit, but I think he could have done a few things better for sure.
Do you think that he was trying to go for an all-in? Because I felt that he stayed too long on Stalker tech.
Well, I think he thought he had won that as well. He just wanted to end that by any way possible. That's why we saw him just sending 3 DTs like that. Normally you would see like 1 DT here and 1 DT there, because you're not so far ahead. You cannot like commit 3 DTs like that just to kill some SCVs. He just wanted to throw units, be done with it, get down 2-0 and leave the place. So
and he paid a price for it.
Yeah, I don't know how he lost that. I have to watch the replay again, I guess, because it was at some point it was something like 85 Protoss supply against 40 Terran supply.
Yeah,
it's not possible.
Mules are pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, I think mules are not alone in here. But
Yeah. Well, Keen brought up, he said, in the first game, he really felt how good Lilbow was. And I think we just saw an incredible display, especially if you look at the final engagement when he sets Keen up for that ambush. He pulls his army back, has him split in the natural, and then in front of the third. And it was a great job. It was really highlighting that Lilbow that we know. And then game 2 and 3 just didn't feel like it. Game 3, let's talk about Keen. I saw him start making a tech lab on that factory. And my mind was kind of like, he's not going to go for Banshees, is it? But he did. He pulled him off, and 10 kills off the first Banshee. What do you think of that style against Protoss? Is that like a one-off, only works if they don't expect it kind of thing?
Well, I think it's bad anyways, but it's something that if it's not expected, then it might be okay for you, but it's not a game-winning thing. Just as he said, it was something to put the aggression on. He didn't want to win with that, but he just wanted to throw him off mentally, to be able to then... We saw, I think Lilbow was broke, because at some point he had 3 or 4k minerals, and he was losing props to... We saw moves from Lilbow that we are not used to see. Normally he's the best at defending any aggression, and there he had 4k minerals that he couldn't defend a Widow Mine, so it was a bit weird, and it's really funny to me, because first game we saw this shiny, perfect Lilbow, and game 3 we saw that he has some weaknesses, and it's interesting.
Yeah, Tilo, let's talk about, we saw the probe damage from, right, they had a Widow Mine that also did 14, killed 14 probes. Let's talk about when Lilbow moved forward, he tried to take out, he did take out the third, and he killed a lot of SCVs of Keen. But then he seemed to be overcommitted. He was focusing SCVs instead of focusing Vikings, and there was that awkward trade. What did you think of that and how it turned the game?
Well, obviously, he thought if he can just kill the third, he's in such a good position that he can just win the game from there. But he kind of overstayed his welcome, maybe overestimated the strength of his army, then mismicroed a little bit and paid the price by just losing the main chunk of his army. And that's when TVP usually kind of tips over, because TVP is so much about the big fight, right? Like even if you kill a base, if then you get crushed in a fight, it's almost impossible to come back, because Protoss needs a unit composition that needs a really long time to rebuild. Like the strength is in numbers, and as soon as that game becomes kind of scrappy, and you have a small Terran army against a small Protoss army, usually the small Terran army is better, because the way Medivacs just scale in small fights.
So he did have 3 bases, though. Lilbow did have 3 bases. He took out the third of his opponent. You saw him equalize the game in that one engagement where it was the Stalkers and the Zealots versus the landed Vikings and the little bit of bio left. Lilbow took favorable engagement. Do you think the mistake that could have, or not necessarily, was it a mistake is what I'm asking, that he didn't rebuild the Robotech to continue Colossus? Do you think that could have changed the fate of the last engagement?
To me, the mistake in game 3, there was a lot of mistakes from Lilbow in the mid and late game. First of all, taking that gold base wasn't necessary. He didn't take the gas, which is the reason why he had so many minerals at some point. And yeah, I think it's just the way the game played overall. It was Queen just getting on him, throwing him off mentally, and Lilbow being in a situation that I think he's not used to, like having a Banshee cloak opener, so all your timings are off. And he's a player that is insanely good in the meta game. But once you're a bit tricky, you can see that he has some weakness.
Yeah, he's a very robotic player. It's almost, because he plays the same kind of builds again and again, and he knows all the intricacies. What do I do if he does that, and like how do I react? But as the Banshee opening was completely off radar. I would even say I would agree that Banshee openings are bad. But in that case, it was so bad, it was good again, because it was just not even considered. And yeah, the gold base, then the over minerals were really uncharacteristic. I guess it showed as soon as the game becomes a little bit too chaotic, and if Lilbow is not the person who is in control, suddenly he does show a lot of weakness.
Yeah. All right, so we've wrapped up all the games that we're going to play today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, and we will see what we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So today, Patience versus Psionic, a 2-0 from Patience, or as you were, a 2-0 from Psionic. MarineLord versus Rett, another 2-0. 2-1, MyungSiK over uThermal, and then 2-1, Keen over Lilbow. That means tomorrow, our first semifinal match is going to be Psionic versus MarineLord. Our second semifinal will be MyungSiK versus Keen, and then obviously that's a best of 3, and then we go into the best of 5 grand finals. So it's really, really exciting. Final thoughts for the day is, what were your upsets? I mean, I think I know the obvious answer, but...
Yeah, Lilbow to me was a big upset. Though for Psionic it was fine. MyungSiK against uThermal, it was alright. I mean, I think it was some kind of 50-50 match. And MarineLord against Rett, well, I always cheer for my boys, so...
Yep. What do you think, Tilo?
Yeah, I think everything pretty much went as expected, except maybe Lilbow. I mean, even Lilbow Keen is nothing like where you would say Lilbow is guaranteed to win. So I think the biggest upset is Patience Psionic, but then that's PvP, so
yeah,
who knows?
So looking at tomorrow's matches, who do you guys think will be in the finals?
MarineLord against Keen.
MarineLord Keen? What do you think, Tilo?
Yeah, I think pretty good chance of that. I definitely saw the weakness in the TVP of MyungSiK as well, so MarineLord can beat him.
Yeah, so we definitely had a great day of StarCraft. I still think that the uThermal series was probably my favorite. We saw great games out of Lilbow, but I think just as far as excitement, like, is that really going to happen? The uThermal series was probably by far the best.
Yeah, to me that last one was insane.
Yeah.
Especially game 2. Game 2 was... if you play Terran, just watch game 2.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you guys for joining me on the desk. We were glad to be here. Thank you all for tuning in to Gfinity Summer Masters 2 for StarCraft 2. We really appreciate it. Tomorrow, we will be back with the semifinals and finals starting at 10:30 local time. Tune in at 10 o'clock, though. We will be here on the desk once again, giving you a little pre-show. But until then, thank you, and have a good night.
Oh, hi. I wonder whether you had a table for two for tomorrow night at about 9 o'clock? Yeah, sure. Can I have your name? Well, it's actually, I'm booking on behalf of a client of mine. It's Frank Lampard and his wife, Christine, what's her name? Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, I know. He'd be really grateful if it could be, if you have a sort of a more private table. Is that possible? Okay. Do you have the all-you-can-eat buffet on tomorrow night? Yes, that's the one, yeah. Oh, that's lovely, because I know Frank he'd probably be really hungry, so is there any chance you could put two on? Sorry? Two all-you-can-eat buffets? Yes, yes. Lovely. Actually, you might want to make it three, because he's really hungry. You know what Frank's... Yeah, you know what Frank's like. Do you still have the system with the green and red cards on the table? Oh, okay. So you have green when you want to keep eating, and then a red. If you want to give a break for the meat, I just put the red time. Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. You might as well throw the red one away because Frank won't be needing that. So you want to continue just put the green light again? Oh yeah. No, he'll be green all night. Can we just nail it down so it's green face up on the table? Yes. Well, that's great. Well, we'll make that for Saturday night then. Lovely. Yeah, sure. That's perfect. Thank you.